Good morning, Raptor Freaks. Lexi Odds here. It is Saturday, and the Raptors lost a narrow loss to the Charlotte Hornets last night. Yeah, pretty bad. This is going to be really important this morning that we're smart about how we deal with this. I mean, I did not go on Twitter after the game last night. I recommend most people to stay away from any kind of online places where people are opining about the Raptors in different ways because honestly, it's not going to help or do anything for your own sanity. So I was telling everybody in the Facebook chat last night, yeah, don't go look at that bullshit and don't even engage with anybody right now because in some ways it's not worth it. And it's just stupid. All right, I see our friend from Charlotte Nation has come to visit us this morning right away. We do have a Charlotte fan that has frequented us at different times during things, and it's Angry Mexican. And I don't know if y'all know this, but there's a super fan in the Charlotte Hornets fan nation that is called the Mexican guy, and he wears a sombrero and he comes out there. And they've even done like theme nights based around this super fan, where they have like a Mexican theme for the game. Because honestly, the Charlotte Hornets actually do have a pretty large contingency of Latino fans in that area. So let's see. All right, he's here. Let's get it over and done with. I want to hear what he has to say. Hopefully, he doesn't strike himself out of being a part of our channel because we do like to have a representative of each team. But yeah, Angry Mexican, you have the right to come in and gloat this morning. So I want to hear what you have to say. All right, here we go. Raptor Freak. You probably don't remember me. I do. I just said I did. I remember you from last year and a couple years. You've come through a couple times in the last couple years. You have, and I appreciate you, man. You've been all right, like from what I remember. All right, but I was the Hornets fan from last year. Yeah, I remember you. I do remember you. We smoked you, is what he's saying. Hornets Nation, baby. Bad call on Barnes 3 at the end, but ball don't lie. You know what? Listen, you guys did smoke us early in the game. You guys did great. In fact, I want to give you guys kudos. I was really, I'm sorry. I have to do the Shaq thing. I was not familiar with your game. Is the whole thing with this because honestly, you guys have made a little bit of a jump. It's very interesting that without LaMelo, I think that y'all look really good in some ways without Ball out there with you guys. This is the thing is y'all did not have Bridges last year because he was in trouble with the law, and this young rookie y'all got that I saw last night, Brandon Miller, is very talented. He's quite long. He's a little skinny, but man, he has skills. And the thing that was interesting about him is early in the game, he was really showing some dog as far as talking shit and hitting big threes. So I'm impressed with your rookie. I think he's better than Scoot, and that y'all made the right decision when you chose him over Scoot Henderson. And then also, I just want to say the four-prong attack, it really is like y'all have been hurt and missing guys at different times and haven't really felt full strength. And you still didn't last night because LaMelo wasn't there. But having Hayward healthy, having Bridges back, having this new rookie, and then Terry being Terry, you guys had a nice little four-guy attack with four different players getting 20 points for the Hornets yesterday. That's pretty impressive. But yeah, you deserve this gloating. Honestly, your nation has been beaten down and for a long, long time. So any kind of victories and things going in the right direction for y'all, I'd not fault you for wanting to throw your weight around and come and visit me this morning. No, not at all. And I think that you're doing it in a respectful way for the most part. Let's see if it's still respectful as we go. And I hope you're actually here. You didn't just drop in and drop the comments, and you are actually hearing my response. Angry Mexican saying we are only one game back from the Raptors as the dumpster fire teams fighting for the 10th seed in the play-in. Good luck to you. Do you hear that, Raptors? That's a swarm of Hornets. You go, Angry Mexican. In some ways, I can't hate on you coming in here and doing this because, once again, your fan nation has not had a whole lot to cheer about, and you're heading the right direction. That enthusiasm, I love seeing it for a fan nation that has been downtrodden for a long time. So you go, Angry Mexican. This is the right way to come gloat, and I will give you y'all's flowers. You guys outplayed us. We are not playing ethical basketball right now. We are making dumb, boneheaded mistakes. We're not acting professionally, and it's pissing me off. I wish our guys would act more professionally. There's a couple of different things going wrong, and of course, we're going to run through it all and talk a lot about all of it on the stream. But I'm glad we get to give the flowers to the Hornets first. once again, I was shocked at actually how well y'all played last night. The thing about what y'all did also is y'all were making your threes like crazy. And then there was some really tough shots like Brandon Miller made with defense on him. He's showing a very high acumen for really not playing that long in the NBA at all. So you guys got a good draft pick. I think that out of Victor and him, he's second in the draft class. Seriously. Seriously, I like him. I think he's good. If he didn't have that baggage from Alabama, which seems like it's cleared up, I would have been more interested in possibly having him on the Raptors. So yeah, that I hear that swarm of Hornets. And good job. We're going to play you guys again not too long from now. And hopefully we'll have our shit together a little bit better so that we can make it possibly, hopefully, a Raptors win next time. But yeah, y'all deserve that win last night. Good job. In some ways, if we had came back and stole that game from you guys, that would have been, in some ways, we didn't deserve it. We really didn't. You guys deserve that win better than us because honestly, there's just too much bullshit happening with the Raptors right now. As far as there's confusion, there's problems with getting up and doing things at certain times in the game. Sometimes in the game, people are doing things, and sometimes the game, people aren't doing jack shit. So we have some issues right now. And hopefully we can sort through them today. Let's see. All right, let's see. Jimmy's here, laughing my ass off. That's all I got to say. The Pope of positivity is just, he's laughing. And I'm a little bit too. I told myself, all right, I'm pissed. This is going to be a dumpster fire on Twitter no matter what, because the Hornets got a 20-point lead on us. And negative Raptor fans that aren't really Raptor fans, but they live in Toronto, are going to pile on the Raptors tonight. I knew they would. And then you had the Ohtani fake out. So they're already primed up in disappointment and acting toxic and crazy. Well, it's just a perfect storm for a Toronto sports fan on social media spaces to just act out and be assholes. So I wasn't even going there. I told everybody, all the Raptor freaks, I was like, listen, there's certain nights for us to make this fight this fight as positive fans. And tonight is not that night. Just let them have their rub shot with their negativity and their bullshit out of pocket statements. And nobody needs to go correct them right now, because in some ways we have no legs to stand on as the positive fans to defend our team right now. It's very, very hard. Yeah, Jimmy, I'm laughing in some ways, but I'm not that upset about the game, honestly, and I'm not that depressed. And in some ways, I can show being a role model in this way for other Raptor fans to pick your head up and let's have some dignity. This is the thing. As I said, we're on Scottie Barnes' development schedule at this point, so we win and lose with Scottie. And that's really how things went last night. We lost with Scottie. Scottie can have a triple-double and look absolutely amazing as an individual. But if that team don't get that W, Scottie, and it's partly majorly because of you, Dennis said the other night that he caused us to lose to the Miami Heat. Well, in a lot of ways, Scott, you should be kind of coming around and saying, I caused us to lose to the Charlotte Hornets last night. And it was in multiple ways, honestly. I wish it was only in because you missed a free throw out of 3 at the end. No, it was multiple ways you lost this game last night, Scott. And it was in the first quarter all the way through. There were spots where you were losing us the game. I mean, it started with you stepping out of bounds, not a very smart move. That's careless. And you hit the 3. If that 3 had counted, that's tying the game right there from last night. Scott, you missed half your free throws last night. 4 of 8 from the free throw line. We lost by 3. We lost by 3. And some of those free throws were at very crunch time. We saw you hit 2 really crucial free throws against the Miami Heat a year or so ago to put it into overtime. Very high pressure. So it's like, all right, this is a new chance. Let's see if Scottie can hit 3 free throws right in a row to force overtime. Well, he missed the very first one after Miles Bridges said something to him walking over the lane. See, Miles Bridges isn't your friend, Scottie. You're dumb to think that Miles Bridges is your friend. Because he walked over to you, he got in your head, and you missed the first free throw. Scottie. In some ways, I'm so impressed with you, and I see such a bright future. But also at the same time, I see you as being part of the major problems with the Raptors right now. That you are the epicenter of the problems and the confusion with our team and why our team is so screwed up and messed up right now. Seriously, that whole epicenter for why our team has been screwed up the last 2 years is Scottie Barnes. And him being a casual kind of player that plays really carelessly and is not ethically playing basketball correct. It's really Bush League for you when we're losing, we're not playing well, for you to do the turnaround look with the dunk. I hate that move so much. In fact, I don't feel like the payoff of it being cool or you looking cool doing it is there right now. In fact, you look like a fool when you do it. You can do it when we're winning a lot and we're running like really good and have a good winning record, but you doing the look back is just embarrassing right now. And in some ways, it's feeding the fodder of people like Scary Terry to come and beat your ass because you did something so disrespectful. In some ways, Scotty, you got to be able to have the account of money in the bank to write that check. And you don't have that in the cat and the reputation of the things right now in the game with the team losing for you to do those kind of things. It's so bush league. It is so bush league, and it makes us look bad. In fact, I'll bet a lot of the coaches and the players on our team think that what you're doing is stupid. And if they could tell you to stop doing it, they would. Because honestly, no coach, coaches at different levels would bench a guy for that kind of bullshit. At least they used to back in the day. But I guess you were able to come all the way up in your development as a young player from very young level, like middle school and stuff, and do that. And nobody corrected you on that. Because honestly, at some point you should have gotten disciplined for the stupid little look back thing you do when you're on a break and you have time. It's so fundamentally bad. It really has more of a negative effect than the thing of you making it a signature thing or thinking people think it's cool. I don't think it's cool. And I'm a huge Raptors fan. In fact, it annoys the shit out of me. It annoys the shit out of me. It shows them immaturity. And honestly, do we really need to give the other team more bulletin board fodder to want to beat our ass because you're showing them up with such a cheesy ass move so early in the game? It's just unnecessary, Scott. Just stop doing it. If you're going to do it when you can get away with it because we're kicking the other team's ass and we're going to win. Don't do it when we're down already by 10 points and we're struggling on our offense and we're trying to get things going. It's really, really looks bad. And you look dumb when you do it, honestly. I love you, Scott, but you look dumb when you do it at this point because we're a losing team. And it's just stupid, dude. It's like have a perception outside of you to see that, like, why are you doing that, bro? We're a losing team. We lost a bunch of games recently, and we're trying to get it out of the mud. And you're trying to be a show off and punk other people by doing like a little punk ass move. Honestly, it's completely unnecessary and is detrimental to our team. I wish that Thaddeus and Garrett and Otto and Dennis and Pascal and Darko and Pat Delaney and Jama would all come into the room and say, Scott, you can't do that anymore. Just stop fucking doing that. Seriously, it's stupid. Now, Dennis's freeze is different because it's after the shot, and usually he's having more smarts about when he does it and when he doesn't, because you can look really dumb showboating on the floor when your team loses. It's just stupid. It's dumb to see that happen, and I hate it. All right, Jimmy's saying that I love another slow start against one of the worst teams in the league. They're not one of the worst teams in the league. I'm going to say that right now, Jimmy. Team needs to wake up. Changes need to be made ASAP. I don't know what it is, but Darko needs to do something. We should not be 9-13, shaking my head. In some ways, we're similar to where we were last year right now. And in some ways, I think we're in better shape than we were in last year. So there is promise. In some ways, this is just where we're at, and it sucks. So all right, the slow start sucks. And I'm really going to come down hard on the team right now, the starters. And I'm talking about OG, Pascal, Scottie, Jakob, and Dennis. Y'all need to come to the game correctly. In some ways, I don't feel like y'all prep for the game correctly. I feel like y'all aren't ramping up motivation. I feel like there's not any pre-visualizing about what you're going to do. I feel like y'all aren't showing up to the game with the right mindset to get engaged and aggressive right at the beginning of the game. I feel like y'all are just showing up and there's a jump ball and we're just going to get in the game. I feel like y'all are trying to coast and come back later, and that's just not smart at this point because we're just not a good enough team to do that kind of shit like we were the last couple of years. And you can't do that. You got to fucking play right and ethical basketball right from the start. We saw a really interesting thing with Dennis deferring to everybody else last night because of the criticism from the other day. Everybody's saying, oh, he's shooting too much. He has the ball too much. So he made a very concerted effort not to be so prominent in our offense last night. In some ways, that was nice because it'll feed the people who are hating on him for it. But it also, in some ways, it hurt our team, honestly. Because in some ways, we need a confident Dennis. We need somebody who's not second guessing what he's doing at each juncture in the game, because the better he is in the flow and he's confident, the better we're going to win. So it sucks that in some ways Dennis had to dial it back, which he probably should have, but in some ways he may have dialed it back too much last night. Let's just put it that way. He was getting the ball to Scott, and Scott was trying to initiate the offense early in the game, and he was turning the ball over. One of the problems with Scottie is he has a really good court vision. He can see shit that nobody else sees, but not even our teammates see it. And he's making passes that are not good passes. I don't give a shit if he sees something and he's no looking to Precious over in the corner. Precious is not ready to catch it, and he does not catch it, then that is Scottie's fault. There's been times where he's tried to force the ball inside to Pirtle, where Pirtle has not got his body in the right position with the defender on his back so that he's got it sealed. He's not ready. He's still fighting the defender, and Scott is throwing the ball to him before he's ready because he's fighting the guy. He can't catch the ball and fight the guy at the same time. Scott, you really have to pay attention to what the person you're passing it to is ready for your pass. There was a pass that you threw with some extra shit to OG at the three-point line, and it went off his hands. You put a little too extra on it. You've got to understand silver platter theory and mentality. And that means you give the ball to your teammates in a way that's a silver platter that is catered to them specifically as individuals so that you will get them to have the most success in making the shot off your assist. And the problem is you're just throwing it because it's there. It's the vision. Oh, I'm going to throw it to him. But you've got to really kind of understand what a winning pass to somebody that will make it looks like. And it's, well, wait for Jakob to get that set position in the post before you try and dump it to him. He's going to lose the ball. It's a turnover every time, buddy. And if you're going to do a quick rocket pass to somebody, maybe say something right as soon as you do it, because the reaction time of OG to try and catch that ball was not quick enough. And maybe they got to wake up more. No. You need to use silver platter theory and set people up. This is why I like Dennis being the point guard more than Scottie, is because Scottie will cause way too many turnovers as the ball handler, the primary ball handler, because he's doing shit like what I just described. And Dennis is much better at getting the ball to guys on a silver platter in a way that they can handle it and finish, especially in traffic. We've seen some amazing passes to people like Pascal and Jakob in the lane, where they get easy dunks and layups. So this is why Dennis should be our starting point guard. Because in the beginning of the game, he establishes connection with the lower post players, and they can be successful in establishing scoring for the Toronto Raptors instead of a turnover because Scottie's impatient and he threw the ball to the guy before he had position. There's a lot he has to learn still. It's not just no-look passes and flashy court vision. It's about practical passing that connects to people, and they have a high percentage chance of making the shots. Now, the other big criticism I have with Scott last night is passing up his own shot in the paint and kicking it out to three-point shooters in the second half. That's very specifically right at the end of the game. We were only down by one, and we only needed a two-point basket, and Scottie gets perfect position right in the center of the lane, right next to the basket. Why didn't you just go up, young man? No, he's throwing it out to Boucher for a three. That's not the right decision, Scott. Your high percentage shot is 75% right in the lane when you get it there. Why, if we're going to fight so hard to get in the paint and get that kind of positioning into the paint, are you going to just give up and cede that positioning? This is war, motherfucker. And if you put that front line all the way into the paint, don't concede that front line that you pushed all the way to within the basket that close. As soon as you throw that kick out pass to a three-point shooter that does not shoot well, we can look at our three-point percentages. That's not a good decision. If we're not going to be shooting good threes, you need to go up in the paint every time your foot steps in that area. And specifically, you should know that you're only down by one and you only need a two-point basket and you don't need a three-point basket. It would have been so simple if you had just put the ball up in the hoop when you had it at that moment in the last couple minutes of the game, because we would have had a 1-point lead at that point, and it may have turned out way different at the end of the game. It's really like your unselfishness is a problem. You need to be more selfish, young man, and take that ball when you get that front line right into that lane. You fought so hard to get in there. Why are you giving it up to them? Why are you going and moving the line of the war all the way up into there? And then you're conceding our line that we fought for so far to get into the lane, and you're kicking it out for a three from one of the jabronis that's missing threes like crazy on our team. That's a problem. That's a problem. And you need to make the right read. And the read is you, bro, taking that ball up. And there were 3 plays where he did that. There was one at the end that was really bad. That was the worst one. But there were signs of him doing that already earlier in the game. I'm sorry, Chris Boucher, Gary Trent do not need to be taking threes. You need to be taking the shot up in the lane because 3-point shooting is obviously not our strength. Not our strength. So why the fuck would you give up a high percentage shot in the lane for a shitty ass 3-point shot that you know is probably not going to go in? I mean, seriously, this is just logic. Hello. And then the other thing, this really infuriated me, Scott, after the game. You said that, like, I thought that I had a good shot at the last shot at the end of the game. That was a garbage shot. And whatever that play was, I don't know if anybody drew up a play. In some ways, I wish Darko just drew up a play. In some ways, I saw Gary in the lineup at the last second. I'm like, ooh, this would be really interesting if for Gary, the whole fucking game, got his number called right at the end of the game and he hit a big 3 to tie the game to go into overtime. That would be awesome. And that's honestly what I wish they had done. But no, it was a lazy ass inbounds play to Scott. He fumbles around a little bit and he doesn't even get a 3-point shot off. And he said he looked at it backwards. I didn't even get a 3-point shot. So it wouldn't matter if I made it because I didn't have my feet in the right place. See, this is the thing. He's a young player and he has not got his fundamentals down right. If you're going to take that big shot it has to be for 3 to tie it. And if you don't even have your feet set in the right place, then it's a 2-pointer. You failed us already. And in some ways, you trying to do a one-on-one thing in that last couple seconds was not the right play. It's not the right play. And if you called your own number for that play at that time, that was a fail. That was a fail. And honestly, it's just not good basketball. It's just not good ethical basketball. Your fundamentals suck, Scott. Let's just put it that way. And it's not even fundamentals like your dribbling or how you shoot. It's the fundamentals of knowing the game, the rules, and the protocols in situations for what to do. Like, oh, we're only down by 1. Shoot a 2-pointer and get ahead by 1. You don't need a 3. Oh, make sure your feet are set in bounds, first of all, or on the outside of the 3-point line. This is the stuff that real professional NBA players understand for years and decades, and they don't make these kind of bush league mistakes. And that's the difference right there. That's the difference right there. I mean, that's most of my rant against Scott. I will talk nicely about him also, but I really, seriously, I blame Scottie for why we lost last night. And the man had an amazing triple-double, and he may have had one of his best games as a pro ever individually, but one of his worst games as a team player ever. That's the weird thing. That's the weird dichotomy of it. You can have an amazing individual game and fucking hurt your team and suck and lose still. That's the thing. That's the thing right there. That's a lesson. Meanwhile, the other side, they got 4 guys with 20 points each, and they got a nice balance, and they got different people hitting different stuff, and they're hitting all their threes. And that's a crazy thing. Charlotte played really, really high-level ball for them, and we still could have beat them. We played absolute garbage, and we still could have beat them if fucking Scottie had just done the right decisions in certain places. Man, you want this one back. But in some ways, it's a really, really important learning experience for Scott. Let's hope the lessons are getting into his head and that he understands some of the stuff I was talking about this morning, just now. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. All right. Let's see. Jimmy saying another slow start against one of the worst teams in the league. Changes being made. Yeah. We should not, our record is superfluous. Who gives a shit what our record is? Who gives a shit where we're at this point? In some ways, we do need to start acting like Charlotte in the last couple of years and just have kind of lowered expectations and just allow for the team to process through this new age of development on Scottie's schedule, the ups and downs of it. If y'all really want us to get better quicker, we need Scottie to play cleaner basketball. We need Scottie to play smarter basketball. We need him to get engaged in the game mentally and understand the smart things and how to play smart basketball. He has all the talent in the world, all the physical gifts in the world, but that don't mean jack shit if the stuff up here is just not mentally right. And that's the thing that pisses me off about him right now. Trevor saying, good morning, Raptors family. I'm not angry, but disappointed. We got hit threes. We got to hit threes and make free throws. You cannot win when you don't make free throws and hit threes. It is ridiculous. We cannot hit threes. We are shooting 18% to become a good 3-point shooter. To become a good free throw shooter, boards start from the hip. Okay, I'm not totally sure what Trevor's saying there, but I got most of it. All right, this is the weird thing. We had 6 3-pointers made last night, and 3 were made by Scottie, and 3 were made by Precious. Now, 2 years ago, we talked about our three-point shooting. Those are 2 guys that people didn't want shooting threes very often. So, how did we get to this point, Raptors team roster? That the 2 guys that were frowned upon taking threes, that everybody said, these guys, oh my gosh, I'm cringing and scared when they make them, are the only 2 guys making any of the threes last night. I go and look at the box score and I see an 0 for 3 Gary Trent, 0 for 4 Malachi Flynn, 0 for 1 Otto Porter, 0 for 3 Chris Boucher, 0 for 4 Dennis Schroeder, 0 for 6 OG Anunoby, and 0 for 1 for Pascal. Only 2 guys made threes yesterday, and it was Precious and Scott. What the hell is that, Raptors? What the hell is that? Oh my gosh, I'm looking directly at you, Gary Trent Jr. That's not how you get on the starting lineup, bro. There's speculation about you becoming a starter. Well, if you go an offer, that's not going to get you in the starting lineup. And anybody who's saying, oh, he's offer because he doesn't start, you're full of shit. He could be offer just as a starter, just as much as on the bench. And this is the thing. Gary is so streaky right now and so undependable right now. I have no interest in starting him right now. Y'all think it's going to help our team, but it won't. It will not. It will not. He will brick and miss those threes just as quickly and early in the game as starting as coming off the bench. So I really, it's so bad. And I couldn't believe when I saw at the end of the game that OG was 0 for 6. That is weird. Like normally OG will get at least one of those, but him shooting 0 for 6 is a really big problem. 18% from 3 for the Raptors. That's crazy. That is crazy. 6 of 32. All right, let's do the team stats real quick. The thing is, like, we only lost by 3. So how did that happen? If they made 7 more threes than us, that's 21 points more than us. They shot 52% at 3-point land, and we shot 19%. How does that happen? And how do we still almost make it up? It's insanely crazy because I don't even see it in the box score. How do we do that? We made less free throws than them too. How did we make up those 21 points one way or another to be only down by 3 at the end of the game? I don't know. I have no idea how they did it. In some ways, it's mirrors, smoke and mirrors. I can't figure it out. It's crazy. We didn't shoot totally horrible at the free throw line, but Scottie in particular was egregiously bad. 4 for 8. And those ones early that he missed did matter. So, oh my gosh. That was the bad one, was in the one late too. Like when he missed that first one out of the 3, I was like, oh my gosh, Scott, this is really, really bad. Let's see. We did out rebound them. That's a big factor in how we got back at them with 14 offensive rebounds. That's how we kind of made up for the 21 extra points they got at 3. We had 32 assists. There was some good passing in the game last night. So 7 steals, 2 blocks. We got less turnovers than them. In fact, the turnovers were a problem in the first half, but we cleaned it up in the second half and played way better. There was some fast breaking by us. We got 21 points of fast break, and we did dominate the paint, 74 to 50 in the paint. But none of that matters when the 3-point shooting is so diametrically opposite. That, 19% free 3-point shooting compared to 52% free point shooting. Which team's gonna win? Which team's gonna win? It's as simple as that. You can't hit the broadside of the barn with your 3-point shooters that are on your team. Every single one of the designated 3-point shooters are over. That's bad. That is just bad. Yeah, team stats were awful. Jimmy's saying every fan should be angry right now. This is unacceptable. We got Charlotte fans talking smack to us. That's what it's come to. Laugh my ass off. A team with Pascal, Scottie, and OG should not have this record. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, the deadline for us to make a trade has not come yet. So if you're calling out, you want to trade today, it can't happen as of today yet. The time will come very soon. And I'm very sure that Bobby Webster has an itchy trade finger right now. It could very well be he has a couple of scenarios already figured out and maybe ready to go as soon as that period opens. So it's not open completely yet. There is a deadline that starts it. And when that happens, I'm fully expecting the Raptors to do something quickly. Now, we did do a move yesterday, guys. I'm very sad to say that Ron Harper Jr. had a season-ending injury in the last game in 905 at Long Island Nets, and he will not be able to play for the rest of the year. So the Raptors have waived him. Ron Harper Jr. cut loose yesterday, and we have signed the younger brother of Michael Porter Jr. of the world champion Denver Nuggets, Jonte Porter. He's a 6'10 forward center who actually does shoot 37% from three. So he's a kind of on our wish list of things. He seems like he's a backup center, a third center, and he can shoot the threes. So we got Michael Porter Jr.'s younger brother, Jonte, is our new two-way. He's a two-way. So that means he's going to be playing on both levels, and we will probably see him coming to the Raptors and playing on the main roster. He's got a lot of length. He can shoot some threes. So we'll have to see how he does. And hopefully he can be a nice shot in the arm in some sort of way. I like the fact that we'll have more depth at the 5 position with him coming in. But yeah, I haven't scouted him very deeply. He was playing for the Motor City Cruise, the Detroit Pistons G League team. And that's where we grabbed him from. I knew that it wasn't smart to speculate from our own team because obviously they're all hurt. And then also they're 1-10. So why the fuck would we want anybody from our own team to come and be our new two-way with Ron going out? So we went and got a Motor City Cruise player who was drafted by the Grizzlies and played a little bit for the Memphis Grizzlies in the last couple of years too. So yeah, Jonte Porter is our new Raptor, and he's the younger brother of Michael Porter Jr. Now, Ron Harper Jr., this has been a whirlwind of a couple of days. He sees his little brother commit to Rutgers, and now he's waived and out of the NBA all of a sudden again. His brother tweeting after the game, the get back is going to be intense or something. The get back's going to be strong or something like that. And in some ways, I felt like Dalen Harper was implying that he was going to want to get back at us for what happened. But Ron came in and corrected him in a comment under his tweet saying the comeback is going to be great. And Ron is very much professing complete professionalism and appreciation to the Raptors organization for the chances he's gotten as a two-way the last 2 years. He's not bitter about this, but in some ways we worry that he may be pissed and this may fuel his fire. He may have some anger towards the Raptors franchise because of this situation. In some ways, it's bad for a team to cut a guy if they're injured like that. In some ways, that's kind of bad, but not on this level. This doesn't make any sense to hold on to him if he's going to be hurt for this whole entire season. We need him, especially with Koloko being mysteriously ill. We've got to make sure we have enough players to play. And if Ron's not going to be available for the rest of the year, that's the reason that he's not. It's not because he didn't play well. It's not because he's not somebody that we wanted to keep. It's just that it's not going to work if he can't be here because he's hurt and he had a season-ending surgery on his shoulder. So that's just how it is, Ron. It's a business, and your dad can tell you that very, very much. You know that. And Ron's being a pro about it. I don't think he has any ill feelings towards us. He is really happy about the chance he got from us. And I'll bet you he will be back in some sort of form. And the other thing, he's smart enough to realize, unlike Dylan, that he could end up being back with us still. It's not like this is a burnt bridge. It's not like this is a bad feeling or anything. This is an injury that has made him to get waived. And in some ways, we may be still interested in him down the road. And he may not want to shut the door on possibly coming back and being a Raptor at some point again. So it's smart to be professional on your exit and not get all bitter and pissed off. In some ways, when you're bitter about things and how they go, you close future doors for you that could have been open, is what I'm saying. So yeah, it's a weird thing, man, what's going on right now. It's a weird thing right now. All right, let's see. Dana's here. Canadian Dana. Good morning, everyone. She's angry. Yeah, there's a couple things that were angry for Dana last night. I'm sure the Ohtani thing is very upsetting to a lot of Blue Jays fans. Some of these tweets that were going on yesterday about the Ohtani stuff and the tracking of the plane were really kind of messed up. In some ways, I want to caution everybody. There are forces out there that will gaslight you. We've been talking a lot about the media gaslighting people. And this is what a good example of this. You really got to understand what's official and what isn't. And when you're hearing things on Twitter, don't believe every jabroni out there. There's so many fake accounts. There's so many accounts like Woj, just barely off by one letter, that's acting like Woj, that it's really easy to get misled and to feel like something is true before it actually is true. And this is what happened last night. There's a particular reporter saying that he knew that Ohtani was on a plane and coming in. And there's a lot of confusion about what the fuck was going on with Ohtani yesterday. So a lot of Blue Jays fans started celebrating early, and that it's not a good thing to do. You got to be really smart about this and trust your sources. This is something that I'm very careful about with what I read and tell you guys as far as information like the Ron Harper thing I just told you. I'm really looking at trusted sources. And this is important at this point. But yeah, Raptors Nation is all riled up partly because of the Otani bullshit last night, too. And I hope that he still does end up signing with us. I really do. Because in some ways, there was some psyop shit that was done to Blue Jays Nation yesterday that's just not right. And if there's a verified journalist that caused that shit yesterday, he needs to lose his job. He needs to lose his job, is what I'll say. Trevor's saying you should put all our concentration on making free throws and making 3-point shots because we do everything else well. Not everything else well. We don't do everything else well, Trevor. But those are areas we definitely need to get better. Definitely need to get better. The free throws have gotten better. I would say the free throws have improved a lot in the last 2 weeks. But the 3-point shooting has gone worse, is what the problem there. Callie's here. Good to see Callie Mayer. What a disappointing game. Even just hitting some 3-pointers would have helped. Yeah. You know, Scottie makes that 3, the first one he took, where he stepped out and they took it away from him. That's 3 points right there. Scottie makes his 4 free throws that he missed. That's 4 points right there. There are a couple different ways we could have gotten the win, but honestly, we did not deserve to win this game because we did not play the most professional game. When Alvin said that at the beginning of the game, he meant it. And he doesn't probably like some of the shit Scottie's doing either. Like, that's why he said that shit at the beginning of the game. He said after Scottie did the look back, Scottie said, you know what, Matt, the team that plays the most professional tonight is going to win tonight. And he was right. He was damn for sure right. In the first quarter, Alvin Williams saying that was right. The team that was the most professional and handled it the most professional won the game last night. Our team is not playing professionally. Our team is not. They're not coming with the consistent right effort and the right headspace and the right attitude, and it's not showing up on the court. It's kind of like they're half-assing shit, and I'm sick of this shit. You know, it's at certain points y'all wake up and you do different things, like Siakam in the second quarter, absolutely amazing and electric. Scottie late in the game, doing all kinds of stuff in the second half that I wish he had been doing more in the first half. You know, it's just that, you know, these guys disappear. And I really do question, like, don't talk shit. Don't do Bush League shit like lookbacks when y'all are not playing in a dog mentality like Terry Rozier is. Because all you're going to do is piss off a real dog on the court, and he might go off. And we don't need that. I worry about Terry Rozier's going off all of a sudden because he's that kind of guy. And y'all antagonizing them when you can't back it up yourselves, that's no good. That's a recipe for losing right there. That's a recipe for losing right there. Jimmy saying, but hey, at least we haven't lost 19 in a row like the Pistons. That's crazy. That's got to be an NBA record, Left Miles. It's not. There's been teams that have got almost a 30 losing games before. It's crazy. All right, let's do my 3 stars of the game. My first star of the game is Scottie. Even though I'm really down on him today, he had an absolutely fantastic stat line, but he didn't win the game. And it really is a lot of the reasons why they didn't win is because of him. I wish I could celebrate his triple-double last night with a good conscience, but I can't because a triple-double doesn't mean anything without this, Scott. 12 and 18, fantastic shooting. That's why didn't you take the shot near the basket? 3 of 6 from 3. That's great 3-point shooting. I love the confidence. And there was a section where he hit 2 threes right in a row that really kind of helped Brildas come back. And that was superstar kind of shit. And I was kind of a dual-edged thing when I saw Scottie hit those 2 threes in a row because the second one was really like a heat check. And I was like, oh, crap, this could be good or bad because honestly, I like it that he made it. But in some ways, I could have seen that as being something where he's just going to be lazy and he's going to shoot threes over and over and over and over and over again. And instead of never, ever going down low. But that's not really what happened. He went down low and he just threw it out to other people to shoot threes. But those 2 3-pointers in some ways opened my eyes and said, well, wait a second. That's a certain superstar kind of thing to do right there. Quick points, quick, fast, very confident threes in a couple of successive possessions. In some ways, Jack Armstrong would say you told on yourself a little bit more, Scottie. But in some ways, I don't want him trying to do that shit all the time. Because being lazy and just settling for threes over and over again is not the right thing for Scott. But that was really interesting when he did that. 4 of 8 at the free throw line, maybe his worst stat yesterday, other than the 5 turnovers. The 4 for 8 at the free throw line absolutely hurt us, killed us. And it was the free throws he missed earlier in the game that he banked in later that were really bad. And Siakam missed 1 free throw. and he's the only other person to miss a free throw. Everybody else was perfect at the line. So you can really, Trevor, if you're going to criticize about free throws, you got to talk about Scottie specifically. 50% at the free throw line, 4 for 8. 4 offensive rebounds, fantastic. 10 rebounds altogether, 10 assists. In some ways, maybe why Scott was passing it out of the lane when he had the easier high percentage shot was because he was trying to make his last 10 assists at the end of the game so he gets a triple-double. If you're a triple-double hunter like Kyle Lowry, you can't fucking do it where you don't get the L2. That was the rule for Kyle. He said, look, I can try and get my triple-double and I'm going to be a triple-double hunter, but not to sacrifice the L, to sacrifice the win and get an L. That's the problem, Scott. If you were passing off from yourself at the end of the game to try and make yourself get a triple-double, that's fucked up, is what I'll say right now. That is fucked up, and don't do shit like that. Seriously. That's selfish in itself. 2 steals, 1 block, 5 turnovers, +1, 31 points. Yeah, I wish I could just look at this stat line and it's a win. I would say, Scott, you're amazing. I love you. You're a superstar in the making. But the superstar in the making's having lumps of coal. And we're getting losses. So it really is, as we progress with Scott, we will progress as a team with winning. So if you guys want us to win more, Raptors fans, we need Scottie to play cleaner, more ethical basketball. And that will be the key to us winning more in the future. He has so many great tools. In fact, there were a lot of times last night where I was like, we're going to be in good shape in the future. So it's like a dual-edged sword. Some of it's really frustrating and it's just stupid. And then some of it is like so promising. And so like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy to be a Raptors fan because I'm going to get to see Scottie Barnes get better and better right before our eyes by the days and weeks and months and years coming up. So it's a crazy situation. But yeah, Scott's my first star. Reluctantly, his stat line is just too good. And in a lot of ways, he was the best thing for us last night. My second star is Siakam. Siakam carried for a long time in the middle of the game, like really unstoppable. 11 of 15, Siakam. I love when you shoot so well like that. 3 of 4 at the line, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 1 turnover, -9 with 25 points. Now, the criticism with Siakam is why weren't we using him more in the fourth? Totally. And I'm not criticizing Siakam for that. In some ways, this is a Darko criticism. In some ways, this is a Scottie and Dennis criticism. Why aren't y'all finding Siakam? He was obviously the best thing we had going. What he was doing in the game was this little thing where he'd get in the lane and the defender would kind of fall off of him and he'd be patient and he'd just put it in. It was so good. He did that so many times and Charlotte wasn't adjusting to it. In fact, they gave us that over and over again for a while, and that's why he shot such a high percentage. I wish that we had seen more of that near the end of the game in the stretch run. In some ways, Siakam was the best person to try and carry us and close us out in the game last night because he was so consistently making his shot and getting whatever he wanted to. So in some ways, I would say this is a Darko fail in it that you should have been calling 43 in the fourth quarter in some ways, and other numbers. So that may be a criticism with Darko, I'll say right now. Like Siakam should have been getting the ball late. My third star of the game is Achua. Achua is absolutely fantastic. Y'all see why I like Achua so much in the game last night. 7 of 10 from the field, 3 of 4 from 3, 4 offensive rebounds with 10 altogether. He got a double-double, 1 assist, 4 turnovers. That's the worst part. +4 with 17 points. Now, you see the stuff I'm talking about with Precious, whether it's recognizing to burst to the basket and just throw it down on them, whether it's like really, really smart defensive stuff. There was one play where he had to double with Malachi on Terry Rozier, and they put him in the corner, but Rozier got the pass out of the double team, and it went to their big, and their big was going to the basket with a free lane. Well, what the fuck happened? Precious sprinted from the double with Malachi on Rozier in the corner all the way back in the lane and stopped an open layup. That was like he was 2 people in one place in that one particular play. It was so awesome. I was so proud of him, seeing him switch back and get his assignment after going and helping Malachi with a double on his guy. He lost his guy and was doubling straight up, and he managed to get back in time to stop the layup. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot to Precious's game that is so valuable and awesome. People that think we can just trade him willy-nilly or something like that's not smart. And in some ways, this is another tell that happened yesterday in the game. Early in the game, I noticed who the dog people are on our team are, and the people who are not dog people on our team. And there's 3 dogs on our team, and Precious is one of them. That's the thing. When you have that kind of talent and he's put in that kind of will early in the game when other people are lackadaisical and they ain't doing shit, that shows something to me that this guy's really taking it seriously and he's coming in there hard. The other guys were Malachi and Jakob. In the first part of the game, the only guy doing anything worth a shit was Jakob busting his ass around the offensive glass and cleaning up trashy shots. He did that like 3 or 4 times right away at the beginning of the game, and that was pretty awesome. And then Malachi came in, and he had that one play where he saved it from out of bounds, and OG caught it. He was hustling all over the place. There was a lot of things that Malachi did last night that really gave me 2 thumbs up. In some ways, he was 2 things. He did kind of shoot shitty in a way, but he really made up for it in the second half by playing really sound defense with the team, and they really got us back together in the game, in that game. In some ways, last night was really good for our bench. Some of our bench guys really stepped up and gave me more confidence in them, and the bench was crucial in both halves to get us back closer to the Hornets with our score. And it wasn't Gary, which is crazy. It was Precious and Malachi, really those 2 guys that were our best bench players. And honestly, I'm not mad at Malachi at all last night. I thought he did really, really good last night. It was a mixed bag. I allowed failure for him, but there was enough good stuff otherwise that I'm like, yeah, this is what I want, Malachi. Somebody lied to you and told you it was a pro-am, right? And none of the stuff that Malachi did well was on the outside. It was all the layups and the little juke moves and going around and laying the ball in, and then defensive stuff. Yeah. And hustle. That's the thing. You can tell when people are working hard out there, and Jakob, Precious, and Malachi were busting their ass out there. I wish I could say some of those other guys were busting their ass as hard as them early in the game, because none of them were otherwise than those guys. The rest of them were very lackadaisical, very, very lackadaisical. All right, let's see. Trevor's saying, oh yeah, I already read that. Let's see. Nako's here. Good to see Gerald. Woo boy, is it hard to be positive right now? But I did like what I saw from Pascal, Scottie, and Precious. Gary, it also stings because I don't think the Hornets were playing that smart. They were actually really at a high level, honestly. Like the Hornets were playing very well. I was actually really impressed with them. They're not one of the worst teams in the league. In fact, we're very equal with them right now in some ways. We really are. I wish I couldn't say that, but it is true. Angry Mexican has every right to say that. And honestly, he was respectful in his gloating, and I'll allow it. We deserve it. And he deserves it too, because he's had a lot of anguish in years recently. So, listen, I don't get mad when lesser teams in the past have a comeuppance and they beat us. In some ways, I got to give them their flowers and say, you know what, you deserve this because you've been in agony for a long time. And Angry Mexican, respect, seriously. The best team won last night. I will say that. I will say that right now. But yeah, it's weird. It's a weird situation. Gerald, these guys are good. They shot really, really well. And they executed a really equal kind of attack. Like, it was really interesting, the different looks of the 4 Hornets that got 20 points. You got Brandon Miller being a dynamic new rookie, hitting threes early outside. He was 4 of 7 from 3, and then he was doing stuff inside. He's also a defensive presence. He had a couple blocks, and yeah, really impressive rookie. 20 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists. And then you had Hayward. Hayward was doing stuff early in the game that was this mid-range thing he was doing. And the other thing that Hayward does really well is he uses his body to shield the defender from blocking his shot. There was a couple times he went to the basket, and Jakob's there, and I'm like, Jakob, just block him. But Hayward uses his body to defend, to keep him off of him so he can make the layup without getting blocked. So he did that a few times, attacking the rim. And then his mid-range, he has this something where he comes in the lane and he stops and pops. And that was a really deadly shot early in the game. They got Hornets going offensively really well. Yeah, that was really interesting. They had different looks. And then you had Miles Bridges, who is absolutely like a problem on 3 every once in a while, a good athlete and somebody that could just be annoying. Like, you got to watch out for him in different ways as a defender. And yeah, he hurt us with 22 points. And then Terry Rozier, a double-double, 21 points, 13 assists. And Terry being Terry. The thing is, he's a baller. He really gives a shit about winning. He's intense, and he's out there competing. And that's what I wish some of our guys on our team were more like Terry Rozier. is what I would say right there. Yeah. Trevor's saying if we hit threes last night, we won this game. Scottie's mission missing four three throws. Man, you got to do a spell check. You got to do a spell check, Trevor J, or at least do a little bit of a read through before you send it, because you're going to set me up for failure when you write mission in instead of missing. And we beat them in every other category, but once again, they beat us by hitting enough threes. Painful lesson. Yeah, the 3-point discrepancy. It's going to be a really hard time to win any games when it's like that. In some ways, yeah. Well, we got a new player. Maybe he can make some threes, Jonte. But yeah, the threes are really hurting us in recent weeks. Extremely bad in the last week or so. Nako's saying Javon and Grady probably should be with the team right now. Well, Javon's hurt. He's not playing for anybody, Nako. So he's not available. He's not available for either team. Grady, he needs that time down there. And the 905 need him so bad. Part of it is the 905 don't have any players. They have like 5 regular players available, and they have 3 replacement players. So they're playing at the bare minimum of 8 right now. So it is the right thing where Grady is. He's not going to come up and save us. Trust me, especially the way he's shooting at 905. He's erratic down there. He's definitely not going to make the shots on the NBA. So he's not going to save us. Grady's not going to save us. The person that needs to save us right now is Gary, but he's fucking horrible right now. This year has been so bad for Gary. Gary's having one of his worst years as a pro ever, and this is not the year for him to have one of his worst years as a pro. It really isn't. It's such a crucial year for his career, and in some ways, it's really bad for him, other than us, the team, with what's happening with Gary. No, those 2 guys aren't going to save us. Those 2 guys, first of all, Javon's hurt, Marquise is hurt, and Grady is not ready, and he cannot produce any kind of stuff on the main roster. He's barely doing it on the lower roster. It's not like he's shooting the lights out down there or going crazy down there either. He's still adjusting to the NBA distances, and it's not going totally smooth. Let's just put it that way. Jimmy's saying it's more than that, Trevor. It's more than the threes. It's just being engaged in the game mentally the correct way, the right way. And I wish these guys could get through to Scott. In some ways, I worry that Scott is just impenetrable, that he's so arrogant in a certain way that he doesn't listen to people, that he's just very much, oh, I know what I'm doing and I know this. You need to listen to Garrett. You need to listen to Otto. You need to listen to Darko. You need to listen to Pascal and Dennis. You need to listen to everybody who's senior to you. And Scott, if you're some knuckleheaded youngster that just won't listen, then we are going to have a problem with you being our franchise player, because we're going to be limited by that problem with you. We're going to be limited by it the whole entire time you're in charge. So you need to start cleaning up your game in certain ways. There's some things you're doing that are absolutely exceptional. And the infuriating thing is some of the stuff you're doing is really easy to fix. And then it's just being more ethical with the way you play fundamentally, and stop fucking showboating. You have no right to showboat right now. You really don't. You really don't. You showboat when you're a badass and you're winning. You don't showboat when you're not winning. And it just makes us look Bush League and stupid, honestly. Let's see. Trevor's saying we cannot expect to keep on having slow starts and have to play catch up while the other team gets hot. We have to start bringing the energy from the beginning. Yeah. And this has been a chronic problem for a couple of years now. And I think it's indicative that some of our guys are just apathetic in some ways, or they just don't come to the game. Like if I was in the NBA, I would be gearing myself up mentally all day. I'd be listening to music, jacking me up. Like, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do this. I would be sitting in my home or at the locker room, pre-visualizing things that are going to happen in the game. Like if I was Scottie, I'd be like, all right, when I get in there, this is what I'm going to do first. I'm going to go do this, and then I'm going to do that. And then I would set it all up in my head ahead of time. Instead of just coming in with a blank slate and half-assing or just showing up, it's like, oh, we're here and we're going to play a game. No, you need to think about the game. You need to put pre-thought into each game and really fucking put some mental projection of what you want to accomplish. That if you do this in life, in any aspect of your life, what job you're in your own life, you can achieve shit if you pre-visualize things. Like if you have a big meeting with your boss and you're going to ask for a raise, you want to pre-visualize what you're going to say to them to have the best outcome. So why the fuck aren't our players pre-visualizing what they want to do in the games before the game and going out there and living the dream, putting it into action? Because that's a big, huge key that a lot of successful athletes, throughout the history of sports have utilized to be good at their game and be ready and on it right at the beginning of the game. See, that's the thing that bugs me. That's the thing that bugs me. These guys are not being professional with how they're coming into the game. They're being half-assed, they're being casual, and they're not taking the sacredness, the honor of being an NBA player and playing in the league seriously enough. This is not just granted. Just because you have God-given talent, you're amazing. No, you need to fucking do your part in it to respect the sacredness of competition and the game and going head to head against another team. If you're not going to do that, then Patrick Beverley's right. We don't have no dogs because these guys just don't fucking take it seriously enough in the way that an athlete should in competitive sports. That is a big part of it right there. That is a huge part of it right there. And in some ways, it emanates from a couple of our main guys. And it may be those three we just talked about. The three that we're talking about building around and having around. Those three guys may be the three biggest problems with this. Scottie, OG, and Pascal. That those three guys are not pre-visualizing and doing the things that they can do in the game ahead of time. They're just kind of leaving it open to things. Oh, we're just fill it in as it comes and just trying to, no, fuck that shit. Think about how you're going to get Pascal the ball down low, Scottie. Think about how you're going to do pick and rolls with Jakob. Think about how you're going to integrate with Dennis and do different things with him as a team and make you guys more successful. Because I feel like there's not enough pre-thought or pre-preparation going in the brains of our guys to get them up and ready for the jump ball. Oh man. All right, let's keep going. Jimmy's saying, and Gary had a bad game, but I'll keep saying he's red hot and his swagger and confidence is on another level when he starts. Plus, he's 24. Hang on, it jumped right in the middle of your comment. I want to make sure I read it correctly. A little bit of Looney Tunes today. All right, hang on. Here it is. And Gary had a bad game, but I'll keep saying he's red hot and his swagger and confidence is on another level when he starts. Plus, he's 24, so I don't know why we aren't developing him with our core. Everything about Gary starts with him. It has nothing to do with how we use him, where he starts. It has to do with him. He knows this too. If he talked to you, Jimmy, he'd say, it's my fault. I have to play better. It's not the coach's fault. He's not blaming because he's not starting. He needs to play better, and he would tell you that. And so would Trent Sr. It's well, Junior just needs to play better. That's the problem here. It may be that his injury is hindering him, but that's not an excuse in the Trent family. No, Junior needs to play better. He needs to make his shots. And for some reason, he's just off. I don't even think it's that mental. I think that he's just, I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know why he's so lame. In fact, he hasn't been so lame like this for this extended period of time in a long time. Last year, it would fluctuate. Sure, he may have a really bad game or two, and then he'll have like 2 or 3 good games. That was what the pattern was last year. But this year is nothing. And I don't think it has anything to do with starting. He has a lot of minutes on the court. He really does. And if anybody needs the confidence of starting to get confidence in themselves, they shouldn't be in the fucking league. They shouldn't be in the league. Seriously, if you have to have a prerequisite that you have to start to be a good player in the league, well, get the fuck out of the league then, because you're not a good player then. I'm going to stay on this hill with Jimmy the whole time and say him starting or coming off the bench is not the issue here. I know he thinks it is, and we'll just respectfully disagree. Let's see. Kareem saying, I just don't know what to say anymore. I'm tired of all the finger pointing, the blaming, the excuses. We need a shakeup and possibly have Scottie have the ball in his hands more. Well, if we do that, y'all need to get used to losing more, because that's what it's going to be. If you want to go on the path of him getting the ball primarily, we're going to turn the ball over a lot. We're going to have careless errors. The other team's going to get easy transition scores, and it may be harder for us to win. I really do feel like that. In fact, he showed it last night at the beginning of the game. As soon as he was getting the ball and being that guy that you just described, it caused turnovers. It wasn't like they were causing converted field goals. It was causing turnovers. He'd try and throw it in down low to somebody, and they weren't ready. It's a lot of the stuff I described earlier. So in some ways, you can't just say declare yourself a point guard because you have passing ability and a court vision. No, there's another side to it. There's the side that you do the stuff with your hands and looking and initiating. The other part is the delivery receiving. And he's not good at that part. In some ways, he's not good at connecting with his teammates to successfully that they receive the ball in the right way to not cause a turnover. That's the problem with him being the point guard. He can have the court vision and find people and shoot the ball off to them, but if they don't catch it and it goes out of bounds, that's a fuck up. So this is what he needs to clean up before I feel very good about him being the full-time point guard. We saw it in transition. He's badass. I love when he has the ball and he's a point guard and we're running. He's so good in the open court because he passes off and it's showtime, baby. It's like he gets it to the guy and boom, there's a layup, there's a dunk. That kind of shit is awesome. But when we're in the half court set, he can't be the point guard at that point because he rushes the pass, because he's not making the right decision. In some ways, somebody else needs to do that instead. Let's see. Kareem saying it's coming to a point where I don't know if Pascal or OG would sign with us in the offseason. I don't give a shit what they would do. You know, it's not that's I don't think that's something. I don't think that's something. They're going first of all, we know they're probably gonna want the money where they can get it. And then second, listen, just because they've been through ups and downs with this team, seriously, even right now isn't the worst that they've been in while they've been on this team. Shit, they were in Tampa. Come on now. So, yeah, let's not overreact in that kind of way, Kareem, and kind of think that that's true because I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. In some ways, they maybe like Pascal seems a little shaky about what's going on because he knows the writing's on the wall, and some that maybe he's the one who's going. And OG, I don't know. I don't know. In some ways, the more we figure this out, the sooner we figure this out, the more we get to the next chapter of the Raptors with the change, the better for everybody. I think the better for the fan nation, obviously, the better for the team so they can start improving and hopefully getting better. So it's just how it is. I don't know. I wouldn't read that far into it. Bryce is saying, good morning, Raptor Freaks. Good morning to you, Bryce, down in Kentucky. Thank God you're in Kentucky and not in Canada where everybody's pulling their hair out like crazy right now. Kareem saying at Jimmy Pope, I think it might be time to try Gary as a starter. We ain't got much to lose at this point. Yeah, we could lose even worse. That could honestly, I think that's a step in the wrong direction, y'all. I really do. I think that y'all losing confidence in Dennis is hurting us more right now. And that sucks. I hate that. I hate that. In some ways, Dennis being confident, FIBA Dennis, is way better than him being kind of like questioned and kind of treating him the way people are treating him right now. In some ways, that is really not helping us the way y'all came after Dennis the other night. In some ways, his confidence is in trouble right now. And if we're good fans, we're trying to support him. And Alvin said at the beginning of the telecast, as somebody who's been in the NBA and has been kind of like in a situation like Dennis before, he's like, no, you don't change the starting lineup. Did you hear what Alvin Williams said on the broadcast last night, y'all? Did you hear him at that point? We said, look, I was in this same position in Portland and Toronto at different times where we would go and start a season and we wouldn't have a very good start. And everybody was saying they needed to change the starting lineup. And they wanted to take me out of the starting lineup. And I always hated that because in some ways the fans don't understand that the continuity of the starting lineup is bigger and more important than the selfish, like, I want to get this guy to start instead because I just want to see if he can help him. No, fuck that. And Alvin was very explicit about this as a person who's been in Dennis's situation before. It's damaging and it doesn't help. In some ways, we want Schroeder to be the best he can be and prop him up instead of making him feel questioned or making him feel like his job's in trouble. Because honestly, he hasn't done anything to lose his job. Y'all are crazy that think he should not be starting because of the way he's been playing. He's been playing very well, other than not shooting well at times. So that's the thing. You can take it from number 20 behind me right here. That, you know, the whole starting controversy is stupid, needless, and it needs to go away. It's not for us to decide. And once again, you know, we're not the coach and we're not on this earth to criticize these guys and tell them how they should do their jobs. Every criticism that people have for Darko, everything I'm going to say today, he knows already. You don't think that he can get to this point as an NBA career and as a coach that he doesn't have awareness to understand a lot of the problems that the fans and people bring up on social media aren't things he's already fucking thinking about? It's not like he needs y'all to go on Twitter and give a bulletin list of everything he's doing fucking wrong. He knows what he's doing wrong. Nobody gave you guys those jobs to come out there and just go off on Twitter and say, this is what this is. You know, I'm saying some things about Scottie right now. Sure. But I'm really not trying to tell Scottie how to do his job. I'm trying to tell y'all and educate y'all a little bit more on what is going on. That's my purpose or why I say it. But some of these people on Twitter are going on there like they hope that Darko will read it or something like that. And he doesn't know what the fucking problems are. Because he knows what the problems are, trust me. And he's working on them. But it's nobody's job to tell him how to do his job. Seriously. And that's part of the problem I have with Raptors Nation. Everybody thinks that they're fucking in the GM office or they work on the coaching staff and they're trying to fucking help the team. Y'all aren't helping the team. You're just a bunch of unnecessary noise, is what I tell people. I don't want to go and call Scott and say, hey, Scottie, you got to take the shot in the lane instead of throwing it out when you have that high percentage shot. You got the position right there. No, I don't have to tell him that. You know who tells him that? Jama. You know who tells him that? Darko. You know who tells him that? Pat Delaney, James Wade. That's who tells him that. Maybe his teammates tell him that. Like Thaddeus. He say, Scottie, you had a very high percentage shot and we were only down by 1. If you just take that shot in the lane, we'll make it. There's a lot of voices around them that are educated and professional and understand the game way better than everybody on Twitter that are saying these things to these guys. So y'all go ahead and say it all you want. But in some ways, y'all thinking y'all have power over the situation is the problem. That's the main crux of this problem. I know that I don't have power over the situation other than I want to help shape and form the fan nation to be a little bit more critical thinking and smarter and positive and more supportive of the team. But I understand that, like, look, my ego isn't in this to go and fucking tell the coach to change this or this. And if they don't do what I want, I get upset. Fuck that. That's part of the problem with Raptors Twitter is that they're whiny crying babies that want certain shit. And when they don't get their way, they throw temper tantrums. And I don't want to be like that. I can critically look at the game last night and break it down and say, well, this is an area we need to fix. But I don't know if they're going to hear me. And I don't give a shit if they do or not. Like I said, I'm just trying to educate Raptors Nation a little bit better about the real issues that are beyond the bullshit issues that are maybe brought up by the media or other idiot clowns on fucking Twitter right now. So, all right, let's keep going. All right, let's see. Fiercely saying, good morning, fam, and happy Saturday. Despite the loss at Angry Mexican, chill and enjoy while you can. We're coming back for you. That's right. And maybe very soon. Like within this week, we're going to play them again. We play New York next Monday, and then we got 2 games with Atlanta, and that'll be interesting. Atlanta's in a weird place, kind of like us. They don't have everything totally clicking, and their record isn't exactly right either. We just got to take it game by game. And shit, Scott, if you can get pissed off about not winning last night, that's the thing. We just need you guys motivated different. And in some ways, it's like, look, I look at the in-season tournament that just happened. Was finishing up tonight with the final with the Lakers and the Pacers. All the games that involved the in-season tournament for the Raptors, we were 1-5. Yeah, and I'm including these 2 games this week because these were the fill-in games that were given to us as part of the in-season tournament schedule. Yeah, we lost 3 in-season tournament official games, those crazy courts, and then we lost the 2 games that were scheduled in afterwards. So we're 1-5. When it comes to in-season tournament this year. That sucks. That's so horrible. And I'm just pissed off in some ways. But in some ways, I'm optimistic too. All right, let's keep going. All right, I'm on the next one. Bryce, it comes down to the psychological state of our players, and they don't act professional or like they want it, really. They're just there to be there. Yeah, I wonder about that. Who's just showing up to get checks? Who really does understand how to win? Who understands what it means to be a professional? Who is doing the right things and carrying themselves in those kind of ways? This is the problem. In some ways, there's a disconnect between the younger generation and the old NBA and what it takes to be a pro. Some of these youngsters do not understand what being an NBA pro means at all. And in some ways, that's what worries me about the NBA, is that there's a lot of bullshit going on in this Bush League that would not have been condoned or wouldn't fly in the age of Oakley. If Scottie did that shit against a team with Charles Oakley on it, he would fucking get put on the ground bad for that kind of insulting kind of shit, turning back and looking back at Gordon Hayward like that. Yeah, if Oakley was on that team, he would have knocked him fucking to the ground and said, you don't do shit like that. That's Bush League. That's part of the problem with this league is there's a lot of out-of-pocket jeering and being like little fucking trolly shit, and nobody's giving them receipts. Nobody's giving them receipts. And that's a problem right there. Let's see. Fiercely saying, back to the fam. What can we do about not defending or hitting 3-pointers? I saw things in Darko last night that were really impressive. He really got pissed off last night. He was mad at the team. He was not being the normal, everything's fine, jokey, jovial kind of Darko. There's a dark side to him too, where things are not right. He can get very pissed off. And I'm sure that when he's angry with the team, he has a different kind of way he deals with them. Like there were times where, because that arena was so quiet and empty, at times there was loudness in there. Their crowd got loud, but most of the time it was very empty. You could hear Darko on the sideline yelling in the game. And he was yelling out missed defensive assignments during the game that these guys were just not getting. You know, he was saying, in the corner. And they running at Terry Rozier and he's bombing a three. You know, it was shit like that last night. Now, that's the thing. I love seeing Darko has different sides to him. That it's not just a happy, I'm a happy, fun coach and positive. No, if there's shit going wrong, he's going to get pissed. He's going to get angry. He's going to fight for his team against the refs. And he's going to also fight against his team against themselves. And he's going to try and get them right. I still love the way he calls timeouts. And he stops the bleeding early before things really start going wrong. I like that he gets some changes from them and energy and effort after those timeouts. So in some ways, Darko's doing a really good job coaching, even though we're losing. The amateur eyes would say Darko's horrible. And he's horrible. No, you have to see he's working his ass off right now as a coach. And he's doing a lot of good things. But in some ways, he's hurting kittens. And that's part of what Nick was saying with good luck with those guys. In some ways, this group of guys that we have are just not like, there's something weird about them or fundamentally wrong. And I just trying to figure out what it is. And when I put my thumb on it, well, Scott is the epicenter of it. And in some ways, his unprofessionalist and unfundamentalist is hurting us in major ways. So you got to be more pro in different aspects of your life. I don't know exactly what it is, Scott, because your life is private and I don't know. But if there are certain things in your life that aren't very professional or where you're carrying yourself that doesn't have to do with on-court performance, you need to clean that shit up if you want to be the absolute best pro that you can be in your career. Because honestly, it's going to hold you back. It's going to hold you back. In some ways, you should have been writing a fairy tale story last night of a comeback with you getting a triple-double and closing that game out and winning. But there's a disconnect in your head of what it takes to win in the 48 minutes of that fucking game because you're not doing all the little things. Everything matters. That's what Darko said to y'all. That's one of your mantras this year. Is everything counts. Everything matters. And that means every single free throw. That means every single turnover. That means every single decision on the court. Everything matters. And the stuff that happens in the first quarter in a shitty, slow start matters at the end of the game in a close game that you lose by 3. So that's the thing. You got to be in it all the way. This was an issue with him in past years. And it's still rearing its head. In some ways, he's got to figure this out and break himself of that part of the problem. Oh man, it's driving me crazy, honestly. Wayne's saying, I saw energy, commitment to win, and annoyance in missing shots and layups. The front office, coaches, and fans have done their part. What's next is solely on the players. Good luck to them. Yeah, and I think that this is true. Honestly, everybody can criticize the front office. People can criticize Darko, but it's the players' problem right now. It's the players' fault what's happening with our team. The disconnect and the problems are with them and them not being prepared or acting professional enough in their careers. You know, there's certain ones that are really good role models that are doing stuff. Go be like them is what I'm saying. And it could be there's blind spots in each individual. Pascal's an ultimate professional with how he schedules himself and works out and does all this stuff. He probably has a really good routine, but there may be a blind spot in how you could be a better professional, Siakam. So be open to it. It could be that you learn something from Dennis or from your buddy Jakob that could help you in that way. In some ways, I'm seeing strides with Pascal this year, that he is being more alpha and he is being more aggressive to try and take over and carry us in very hard times when nobody's stepping up. So I will give Siakam some real credit that even in the whole ambiguity of the confusion of what our team's going to do with him, he is still progressing as an individual, as a player right now. I see it, Siakam. You are leveling up as a very top scorer in this league. And I appreciate that in all the confusion, you are actually still getting better right now. I can see it. But there's still some more that you could do to get it to the next level. Just as much as I say criticize Scott for not doing things at the end of the game. And in some ways, your number was not called. But who gives a shit? You shouldn't have to have your number called. You're Pascal Siakam. And you should be getting that ball and carrying us home to a victory against the Charlotte Hornets. In some ways, that has to be inside you, just like Scott is overriding Darko in the timeout, saying, "No, coach, call my number. I'll take the shot." You should be fucking doing that. And then maybe there's a little bit of past Scottie that you need in you to say, "No, Darko, I want the ball. I want the ball in the last 2 minutes, and let me do the spins. Let me spin the shit out of them and make those shots I've been making all game to close the game and make us win." In some ways, that is a disconnect. Where it's like maybe Siakam needs to just go and be alpha and say, "Darko, give me the ball. Call the ball from me." Because he could do that. I don't feel like he does do that. And maybe he's too nice. Maybe he's just like, "Well, we'll just do whoever you choose, Darko." No, fuck that Siakam. Go to Rajakovic and say, "Call my number and I'll carry us home." Do that. Seriously. That's the next step in your evolution. Seriously. Let's see. Kareem saying, "I don't want to say this, but Darko may have lost the locker room. And once that happens, there's no coming back." I don't think that's the truth. I don't think that's the truth. Because, like, even last year, even though it seemed like nobody liked Nick, that wasn't true totally. They were all weird about it afterwards. They're like, "No, Nick was a good coach. We kind of liked him. No, he was fine. I always liked Nick Nurse." They all said that. I don't think that really is it. I don't want to put this out there, Kareem, because this is way too early for him to lose it. And honestly, he's the kind of personality that you don't lose a team like that. You really don't. In some ways, he's so likable. It's not like these guys hate him or anything. That would be where you lose. The coach loses the team is if all of a sudden he's feuding with one of the players because they hate each other. That's not what this is. This is something different. And it really is about preparation, mentality, and being a professional. It really is what it is. In some ways, I want Darko to be more controlling of them. Say, "Guys, you come to the arena at 3 p.m. on game day, and we're going to have extra tape. We're going to do a practice, and we're going to get you guys set up for the game ahead of the game by really working with you." Maybe these guys are coming in right at the last minute, and they're going in and doing their massage and their tape, and there's not any communication. There's barely any prep before the game. I don't know. In some ways, if Darko wants to help them with the way they start in the game, maybe he needs to call them early and get them to the arena earlier and have them do a little extra more stuff with him, connecting and getting on the same page for the game plan for the night so that they come out correctly and with the right energy and effort right away, instead of fucking figuring it out like after they're down by 10. So, all right. Yeah, I really hope that's not true. And I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I mean, in a lot of ways, we've seen him very encouraging, patting people on the back and just really fired up in a lot of different ways. And I don't think any of them really don't like him. I think that it's like I said, it's Scottie's development curve as a superstar. We're catching L's. It's also Darko's development as a first-year coach. We're catching L's. So those are kind of like they're two people trying to figure out their careers and what they do. And it's early in some ways. Scottie is still very early for him to be the number one and be the superstar. Seriously. And that's really kind of this year is the first year that this is emerging more. So there's going to be a learning curve with him at his level and his time that may be similar, kind of like what we were with Pascal, like 3 or 4 years ago. So that's what I'm saying. There's different schedules going on right now. I don't think he's lost them, though. G saying losing to the Hornets sucks, but this loss didn't irritate me as much as others for a few reasons. Number one, Scottie dribbled into the paint and facilitated inside and looked to the rim. Yeah, that was really good stuff. And that is going to bear a lot of good fruit in the future. And it's just really, I want Scott to be more alpha and understanding with his decisions. And we're going to be fine. It's just that Raptors fans are going to need to be patient. We're going to lose more than we win for a little bit. But it's going to turn around and it's going to be better. Now, can y'all keep the band together and let Bobby and Masai and Darko do their jobs without y'all fucking putting pressure on them from the public to make huge changes before we actually break through and get to the good stuff? I don't think you can. And that's why we should drown y'all out and not even listen to y'all. Because honestly, it's not helpful or productive. As I said earlier, these guys know how to do their fucking jobs, and they don't need anybody on social media telling them how to do their jobs. Just trust me. G saying Scottie and Pascal can work. Scottie with his emerging three and Pascal as tops and points in the post. The bench looked better. Maybe I'm delusional, but I feel they now have a tone where they can turn it around. It's obvious. Give it to Scottie and Pascal more. Yeah. Yeah. And it's weird because they're interlocking in certain ways. They were kind of talking about it on the broadcast last night. Alvin saying with Scottie and Pascal both kind of being the man, In some ways, it was like what I was describing last year, where it happened all the time with Fred and those guys. There's a ball that needs to be caught that's fallen from a building, and somebody has to catch it to win. But they're all standing around and the ball's falling. And who is going to jump in and grab the ball and catch it before it falls? Well, if nobody steps up to be the man and take over the game and carry neither Siakam or Barnes or Van Vliet last year, then the ball falls on the floor and it breaks. And that's part of the problem. There's stuff and responsibilities to carry and get us the win that these guys are both capable of. And if there's a couple of different guys that are capable of it on the team, sometimes there's like, well, why didn't you do it? Well, why didn't you do it? No, you should have done it. No, one of y'all needs to just go fucking do it. Whether Siakam in the second quarter carrying or Scottie carrying in the second half. At the end of the game, somebody's just got to decide, I'm going to take over and take it. Just like Siakam says, Darko, give me the ball. Call my number. I want to take us home to this victory. In some ways, that would have been the right call. Siakam trying to get the shots at the end to score because he was the one who was scoring the best last night. Scottie was scoring good, but in some ways, Siakam was more money. And he would have been the right decision, the call for the last couple minutes to score and go through and much more. The other thing that was weird was the Raptors came back with their bench unit in the fourth quarter and evened up the game. And it was like a weird situation where Darko had to either ride with the bench into the end of the game or bring back the starters. And he brought back the starters instead of playing the guys on the bench. And, you know, in some ways, we're going to have to second guess him no matter what happened that game if we lost. Because we could have kept Boucher, Precious, and Malachi out there for the last couple minutes. But would we have won with that? Maybe. We'll never know. But that was such a tough point for him. And I was like, holy shit, these guys are actually got a really good vibe going. The bench guys in the fourth. And I wonder if Darko's going to actually pull them for Pascal and OG and Dennis and them. And he did. And in some ways, that kind of hurt us in the last couple of minutes. Once again, these starters are not – I hate this. In some ways, Darko, you need to just reward the guys who are playing the hardest for the whole entire night, regardless of starters or bench. And some nights, Precious is going to be electric. And Gary will hit his shot. And you need to get them out there for the crunch times if those are the hot hands for the day. And you can't just say, okay, these are my starters. Dennis, Jakob, you're going to be out there at the end of the game. Fuck that. I'd much rather you bench Dennis Schroeder at the end of the game and Jakob Poeltl and put Precious and Malachi out there at that situation if they're playing at a high level at the time. So if there's another criticism I can give Darko is go with your hot hand. Go with your guys that are actually playing with good energy and winning basketball. And don't just default just because those guys are the starters. They shit the bed all the time, too. So I love somebody loves that I'm saying that. So I love that you love that. I love that you love that. Oh, so much love. All right, let's keep going. Jimmy's saying, not bro. Not bro. All right, let's see. Monique is here. All the best to Ron Harper Jr. Yeah, it is what it is. I know David's probably like, yes, finally, Ron's gone. He's like, why was he here in the first place? David Saborin, very critical of Ron Harper for a while. And he's just like, why is he on our team? Well, he's not anymore, David. As of today, he is not. I do wish him very well, too. He's a great young man. It's a great family. I wish all the best to the Harpers. And please, don't come back and kill us later on in your career. Please don't. All right, Angry Mexican is giving me a super chat, y'all. I appreciate that, Angry Mexican. Dap. And this is a part of building good sportsmanship. I'm not hating on the Charlotte Hornets for what y'all did last night. Kudos to y'all. Y'all earned the win. We did not deserve the win. And you got a lot of bright things coming up with you guys. So see, look at that. That's how you can be a good relationship with other sports nations and be fine with it. You have to have grace in losing also and be able to admit when your team wasn't as good as the other team and give the flowers to the other team. And that is an important thing to do in sports. That's what good sportsmanship is, and having dignity and being a respectable person. These there's other people that are all fucking crazy. The way they act in that way, is bad. Jimmy's saying, nah, bro, nah. Troy Henry saying, such an embarrassment to be a Raptors fan. Them boys let us down. Yeah, they are letting us down, Troy Henry. In some ways, you can choose to be embarrassed or not. It doesn't. I still wear this old Keon Clark jersey with pride. That's right, number 7, Keon Clark. You know why I'm wearing the Keon Clark jersey today? There's a very specific reason. Because Keon Clark was one of the most unprofessional Raptors that ever played with this uniform on. He was drunk every single game. that he played for the Raptors. I don't know. People know that he was drinking at halftime and you saw his glassy eyes. And sometimes if you saw Keon Clark playing, you'd see him sway like a really weird way. Well, that's because that motherfucker was lit. And I'll tell you, that is the most unprofessional kind of shit to do in the NBA. Now, in the plumber leagues of the 70s and 80s, most guys were drunk and on cocaine. But in some ways, in the 2000s, and you're drunk in the NBA games, that's a problem. You're alcoholic. And I'm just saying that the unprofessionalism of Keon Clark coming to games drunk and playing drunk, in some ways, is another brand of unprofessionalism because he's not coming to the games prepared. And he's coming to the games in all crazy, like alcohol craziness. In some ways, it's not the same, but some of our guys are not coming to games prepared correctly. And I'm not saying it's drugs or alcohol. I'm just saying the unprofessionalness of Keon Clark, there's other levels of unprofessional. And our Raptors need to search their souls and see if they're not being professional enough in certain ways with their approach to the game. Yeah, that's why I'm wearing this today. That's right. Bryce is saying, Lex, why you keep saying Scottie, man? That's a crazy take, Lex. That's a crazy tale. Yeah, a take. Listen, I have my own takes, and people can be thinking I'm crazy and stuff. I'm hardest on Scott to a degree because I understand that he is the best player on our team. And that if we really want to be the best version of the Raptors we can be in the next couple of years, a lot of it is keying on Scott. And in some ways, I can tell what the issues are with him to a certain degree because of partly knowing him from Twitch and then partly just from my many, many years of watching basketball and knowing what good ethical fundamental basketball looks like and what is not necessary or kind of messed up. So, yeah, fiercely respect to you from Angry Mexican. Look at this. We're bridging gaps. We got new friends from Knicks Nation, and our old friend from Hornets Nation has reappeared. Were you at the game last night, Angry Mexican? There were not a lot of people there. I know that they had the sales very much just for a week. So it's like really hard. And it's not the most attractive game, Hornets and Raptors, but it was very interesting to see how empty your arena was. But if there's any diehard that would be there, and if you're in Charlotte, I would bet you would be there. I bet you would be. Jimmy's saying, take. Yeah, that's right. You got to quit. You guys don't like how I'm talking about Scottie. Well, I understand that some people will be turned off from my channel if I'm critical of Scottie. I don't care. I'm not blindly loving Scott like the Scottie lovers are. I love Scott in a way that I want him to be better and not kiss his ass. And in some ways, there's a lot of things that were all around him and the reason why we lost last night. And, people don't have to agree with me. We can all have different opinions. But can you at least listen to what I'm saying? And maybe the possibility of some of what I'm saying may be true. I don't know. G saying, I don't blame Scottie at all. Pascal had to go through this with end of game closing. I personally will give him grace like I did Pascal. Some things he does need to clean up fundamentally. Yeah. And that's all I did. I just pointed out the things that I saw that were egregious. That's what I'm saying. You can't take the last 3-point shot if your feet aren't behind the 3-point shot. And in some ways, you really should have worked the play, Darko. Those inbound plays work so much better when you have guys working off each other. You just throw the ball into Scott and you say, all right, do your one-on-one, use your own athletic talent. That's not going to get a good, clean shot. So it's really kind of like you need to do screens and have somebody coming around. If you had Gary coming around the top, around like a big pick from one of the big guys, and boom, he's right there to catch it and shoot right when he comes in. That's the kind of shit you need to be drawing up for a last-second shot when we're down by 3. Is something like that. It can't just be like, okay, Scottie, go do some amazing thing on your talent and do it, especially if it's a 3-pointer needed. In some ways, that's not the thing. Like if it was, we needed a 2-point shot just to make it, that's perfect for Scott. Get him down low and do it. But if it's a 3, I'd much rather it be Gary, even though he hadn't made any all game. I trust him. And that in fact, I was expecting him to get the shot at the end of the game, even though he's missing, because it's a great strategy wise. It's like, oh, he's missing all the game. And, in some ways that could really help his confidence after an 0 for game too. It's an opportunity for the coach to boost a guy who just didn't make any shots, but he hit a really key shot right at the end. So I really thought that at the end of the game, they maybe should have called Gary's number, honestly, for the last shot at the end of the game, because that would have been something that nobody would have expected, and it could have been successful. Let's see. Jimmy's saying, isn't our starting lineup shitting the bed? Didn't Scott and the bench come back into the game? No, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. The starting lineup is just not coming in with the right energy. And I don't know if the bench would do that either. We've had a lot of times where the bench is the problem, where they come in after the starters and they shit the bed. It's not totally clear if it's like it's not really a lineup thing. It's like Jakob said 2 days ago. The problems aren't with the lineups. There's a disconnect with how the guys are coming with their effort and energy professionally, and that's the problem. There's certain guys on certain nights that are just not showing up correctly in the game, and that is the problem. It's not even like the combinations of who's on the court or anything like that. Now, Darko lucked into a really good combination in the fourth quarter with Malachi and Precious and Chris out there doing a lot of busting their ass work with OG and Scottie as the other team. That was a fantastic lineup. That looked really good out there. That looked really, really good out there. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, the starters need to get off to a better start. And that's, in some ways, there's a couple things that contributed to that last night. Couple of things. Let's see. Bryce says, that doesn't make sense, Lex. Regardless if you think it's stupid, look at his number. He's improved. He's got swagger, win or lose. That's what I'm saying. It'll hide the fact that he was a great individual player yesterday, but in some ways he was not a good team player, is what I'll say about Barnes. Yeah. I'm being very critical because we didn't win. I don't give a shit that he got a triple-double. I don't give a shit that he shot well and he looked good in certain ways. I give a shit about whether the team wins. And if Scottie is a real good player, he will feel the same way as me. In some ways, in his after-game interview, he was interesting. He wasn't totally down, but he wasn't like jubilant or anything. And Savannah was pretty good with him. Like the really good questions last night, Savannah Hamilton, in the post-game with all three of the people you interviewed. Really, really good questions. But yeah, in some ways, it's like, I want Scottie to feel like Dennis right now. I feel like he should. Forget about his own accomplishments. He should be taking the loss seriously himself. And he should be feeling like Dennis did after Miami, is what I'm saying. Let's see. Say this after a 30-point triple-double is insane. I don't give a shit about personal stats. I give about team stats, and winning is the ultimate team stat. None of that other shit matters. And if you're a real player in the NBA, most of the good players in the league would say, I don't care about my own stats. We should have won. And in some ways, he can be like, he's not gonna be feeling like champion. Oh, I got a triple-double. I had one of my best games of the season. No, if he is a real one, he's like, I'm fucking pissed we lost. That's where he should be. Yeah, Jimmy Pope saying 10 straight points. Dude, I'm telling you, Jack Armstrong said it. He's told on himself. He can do this. And then some people are saying, why does he not show up until the second half or the fourth quarter? Where is that in the first half? I agree with that also. See, look, that's the part of it. Siakam doesn't show up early in the game. OG doesn't show up early in the game. Barnes doesn't show up early in the game. Pirtle is busting his ass trying to get like misses and put them back in. So he showed up. Out of the 5 starters, Jakob was the most prepared and came out there and busted his ass right from the beginning. The other 4 guys were nothing. In some ways, Dennis was fucked up because he's in a bad place with his head because he's all screwed up from the Miami game. So in some ways, you got to give him a pass for that. And he's also, everybody's watching him to be like, oh, he's trying to shoot the ball too much. Oh, he's trying to like do too much. And like he was really kind of deferring away from himself in a lot of ways on purpose because he is hearing that criticism. In some ways, Dennis may have been counting how many shots he's taking in relation to Pascal and Scottie and OG so that he doesn't get the criticism after the game from Raptors Nation that, oh, Dennis shouldn't be taking as many shots as them. There's a lot of more going on in his head that he has to think about because of stupid shit that people are saying. I just wish people would let him play and let him play like freely and confidently because he'd be way better. And now that he's in a weird place, he's not going to be as good right now. And hopefully he can turn it around. I was hoping he was going to come out and just kick some ass and shut everybody up. But that didn't happen. He was very sheepish and in some ways not confident. And it sucks. So I would say out of the 5 starters, only Jakob showed up correctly and did his job correctly and was busting his ass out there, cleaning up missed shots and putting them back in offensive rebounds. So yeah. Fiercely saying that Angry Mexican, all love. You honestly deserve the win yesterday. Nice of you to donate to the channel. Thanks for supporting. Yeah, respect. There's some things bigger than competition. There's humanity, and there's just we're all common and the same in a lot of ways. And in some ways, it's just it's unnecessary to draw lines in life and divide each other. And all kinds of different ways they try to keep us apart. And in some ways, I always like bridging these gaps with people like Angry Mexican. So yeah. Monique is saying 3 stars in the game. Scottie, Pascal, and Precious with a bonus of Chris and Malachi. All right, Monique, I like that. My 3 stars were the same: Barnes, Siakam, and Achua. Let's go look a little deeper at some of the other Raptors real quick. Uh, you know, OG was really not shooting well last night. 3 of 12, 0 of 6 from three. He was perfect at the free throw line, so I like that. There were some things that I really liked that OG was doing. But the missed threes really hurt us. In some ways, if OG had just been more normal OG, we would have won last night. So in some ways, I could say OG being 0 for 6 and not dialed in with his threes really, really hurt us. Just 11 points for OG in 36 minutes. The defensive stuff wasn't good enough either. There wasn't like he shut the water off on anybody on the other side. And part of our slippage recently is OG not playing a racer mode on the top guy on the other side lately. That the other team is getting their top guy to go off, and OG's not working his plumbing company right now completely right. So I don't like that. Pirtle was 4 for 4, perfect 4 for 4 with 8 points, 4 offensive rebounds, 8 rebounds altogether, 1 assist. And honestly, that was all pretty much early. It seemed like all those points were mostly just right at the very beginning. In some ways, once again, we could have probably maybe used Pirtle in the second half to bully ball them to get a couple extra points when we were stagnant. So, man, I wish we would call numbers in more logical ways. Dennis, tough night, 3 for 10, 0 for 4 from three, one rebound, 5 assists with 2 turnovers, a 5-to-2 assist turnover ratio. That's not the best. But -9 with 7 points. So we can't afford to have somebody like Dennis be sheepish and scared to play, because we don't have a good enough offense and we need him to step up and be a part of scoring and helping carry for us. So in some ways, we can't have this. It's just the same as Gary. It's hurting us that Gary is not scoring right now. Well, it'll hurt us even more if both Gary and Dennis are not scoring all of a sudden. So we need both of them to step up to a degree and start making the shots. Chris was awesome off the bench, 4 for 9, 0 for 3. He knows his role. He plays within his role. Some really good chemistry between Scottie and Chris last night that I love seeing. If Scottie could have that kind of bond with all of his teammates, we would be a better team. And I don't want you picking favorites and just being best friends with OG and Chris to the detriment of other guys on the team, Scottie. This isn't a clique thing. And in some ways, you should be finding guys just like you do Boucher. That connection you have with Boucher is fantastic. And in some ways, you should have that connection with every single fucking Raptor, is what I'm saying. If you want to be a point guard, well, that's what you got to do to be a good point guard. But yeah, Chris was awesome. He had the highest plus minus on the team, so he must have been doing something right in the minutes he was out there. Plus 11 with 9 points in 13 minutes. Once again, I may say this, Darko, you got to play Chris more. You got to play Chris more. He's a real key to winning, and he's doing so many good things. He's just like Jakob. He's cleaning up a lot of trash near the basket and putting it back in to get second chance points. Otto got hurt last night, and this is not good. It's like all of a sudden we hear, okay, Otto's going to be in the rotation now. He gets out there for 6 minutes, only takes one shot, misses it, and then he gets hurt. And it's the foot that he had the surgery on, y'all. So this is not good. So hopefully he can be all right and available as soon as possible. But there could be a time that Otto's not going to be available for a little bit right now. Malachi, fantastic last night. Even though in the first half I was mad at him. He was 0 for 4 from three. He couldn't buy a three. And I'm like, oh, Malachi. And it was a roller coaster with him, because there were a lot of good things he did also. 4 assists with only 1 turnover. He won the assist to turnover battle last night as far as those guys that are point guards. 2 steals, 8 points, a +8. Perfect at the free throw line. Yeah, Malachi, a mixed bag, but overall more positive and a very positive effect in the game. And in some ways, maybe he should have been playing at the end of the game. Gary's 0 for 7, 0 for 3. 0 points, -7, 2 assists, 2 rebounds. I'm not going to pile on Gary anymore. It's just he knows what he's got to do. He's got to play better. That's him. It's like, and it has nothing to do with where he's starting or not. It really doesn't. All right, Monique's saying we got to hit first from the jump, and we didn't. That's right. That's right. These old heads are saying it to them around the bench. Thad, Otto, Garrett, they're saying you guys could be so much better at the beginning of the game. Why aren't you guys listening to those old heads? It's like Thaddeus said a while ago. He said, put your impression on the game. You impress what you want on the game. You go out there and take it. These old guys know what it takes, but they don't have the ability. And they can only tell these guys that are the guys who have the ability on our team how to do it. They can't get them to do it. So it's on them to get the gumption and go do it and be that kind of guy. Yeah. Let's see. G saying Hornets have problems with strong wing players. They all should have gone to Pascal and Scottie to the net right away to set the tone. They pass way too much at the beginning of the game, in my opinion. That's an interesting take. I feel like we just got to go and take what's given to us in the smart ways and really recognize where the high percentage is, because we really do need to take high percentage shots because we're not a good shooting team. Jimmy's out, laughing my ass off. He's peacing out. I love you, Jimmy. I know you're the Pope of positivity. I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm trying to be fair, is what I'm trying to do. Fiercely saying, I somewhat agree with Lex. I would not say Scottie has been the cause for losing, but definitely for the division within Raps Nation. Some want him to be the focal point so bad they discount others. Yeah, I just worry that he is kind of this the problem in the middle of all this. That he is kind of a common denominator in some of this stuff. And I just worry, knowing his personality from watching him on Twitch, that he has some blind spots. And he can be a bully. And he can be like, in some ways, he said it at the beginning of the season. He says, I learned I have to talk more nicer to my teammates. You know, in some ways, he can say out of pocket shit, and he doesn't realize he's an asshole for saying it. Let's just put it that way. I've seen that in him, that he can be, he's a nice guy and he means well and he loves people. He's very personable, but he can also be a dick. And I've heard him talk shit to people and kind of be an asshole on his Twitch stream. That if he's like that with his teammates, like if he hierarchies himself above other guys and he feels like he can just put them down and it's just part of like being fun teammate stuff, that's not going to being a good teammate. That's not being a good teammate. In fact, the whole three amigos of Justin, Delano, and Scottie, I was worried about these guys being assholes as rookies coming in the league, and that Fred was saying people are being unprofessional because these youngsters are coming in and talking trash and kind of like talking more than they can do already. Now, Scottie could do a lot already, and he could get away with it more than Justin and Delano. But in some ways, I got those vibes from those guys that they were constantly talking shit, and they're talking shit to their own teammates on the team with them. And that's no good. You can't have people like that on your team. It's toxic. And Scottie, you got to cut that shit out. This is your team, and you can't play favorites either. You can't be like OG and Chris are my best friends, and the other guys will suffer for it because I like these guys the best. No, you have to be very much, I love everybody, and I'm with everybody. And I could be completely wrong and off base with my comments right now, and I apologize if I am. But I'm trying to figure this out. That's all what I'm trying to do from the outside. I'm trying to look at it and without the like very much, I'm just going to dote on Scottie and just say, no, he's not the problem. He's not the problem. No, I'm going to be looking at this fairly. I'm treating him the same way I would treat Siakam, same way I'd treat Fred VanVleet, the same way I would have treated DeMar DeRozan when he played for us, the same way that I would treat Kyle Lowry. I'm not treating Scottie any differently than any of those other guys. I've been critical of those guys in the past for different things for them also. So anybody who's getting mad at me for criticizing Scottie after a triple-double last night, just pause, because the reasons why is the same reason why I would say, Siakam, you need to be more alpha 3 years ago and be more aggressive and take over and be the man. It's just the same kind of criticism stuff. Wayne saying, I'm with you, G. The players are having to taste being losers. We will see if they have any gumption. Our players are dependent on just playing sufficient and not elevating their play when it's needed. They're not cutthroat. They're not like going and taking it. There's other teams in this league that want it way more than they do. And that's the thing that scares me. There's some other teams in this league that absolutely will die to win. And they will do crazy ass shit to get to the win at the end of the game. And our team is not one of those teams, unfortunately. And I hate that the whole dog comment by Patrick Beverley is it's not shaping our team, but our team is maybe what he said. And I don't like that. In some ways, we need more Terry Rozier. We do. We really do. Let's see. Stargate saying, Lex, I wish you could come to Induzazu spaces after the games. I had to go off on one of these adolescent prattle talking arsonist, tradeaholic, tank commander, Bob the Rebuilder fans last night. You did that on purpose. You knew I was going to give you a dunk for that. He's doing that Bob the Rebuilder stuff again. And I have a sucker for that because I think it's hilarious. Listen, I'm not going in there on a night like last night. Hell no, because I ain't got no feet to stand on in there. It's not like I can defend the Raptors after a game last night against out-of-pocket crazy-ass statements. In some ways, I'm outgunned. It's not a good gunfight to go to the OK Corral with. Let's trust me.
Now, on a night where we do well and people feel like they want to be critical, I might go in there. In some ways, I'm going to maybe just give up on it. I think that we may just need to concede that Twitter is going to just be fucked no matter what. I don't even know if it's worth me getting involved in that space. Seriously. Jimmy's saying, are we developing around a 30-year-old Dennis? Laughing my ass off. We ain't even trying to develop around our best assets. It's confusing what we're doing right now. It is in some ways. And that's the whole thing that everybody keeps saying. Are we trying to win? Or are we developing? Well, we were developing last night. And we were definitely developing around them. Like, you got what you wanted, Jimmy. Dennis didn't shoot as much and he wasn't a focal point. So it was really, we were developing Scottie as a number one. He got a triple double. He was successful individually, but we were not successful as a team. And in some ways, I don't care if a guy gets a triple double. Allen Iverson can score 50 points, but if the Sixers lost, that doesn't mean shit to me. So in some ways, the stats of an individual, I don't really look at them as so great if they don't win. And in some ways, it is a huge impressive accomplishment to get a triple double in the NBA, but it's hollow if you don't win, is what I'm saying. So no, we're not developing Dennis. Dennis is a safety for Darko to try and run this team efficiently in some sort of ways. But right now, things are kind of all screwed up. And in some ways, he was doing a good job at the start of the season, running the team and really doing what Darko wanted. In some ways, Darko has lost control of the team as far as the players are kind of just doing what they want to do on the court. Because if they were doing what Darko wanted, they would be doing his defense right, and he wouldn't have to yell at them to the spots where they're supposed to be. And then maybe on offense, we would see a little bit more of the play action, with two-man action and play sets and stuff, instead of kind of reverting to some of the selfish shit that we're doing last year right now. There's a little bit of some of the shades of last year's offense going on currently in recent games right now. And that's part of the problem. Maybe we are getting away from the 0.5 philosophy and they get the ball around more a little bit too much right now. Matt's saying, stop blaming Scottie for them not being ready. I was at the game. Those are great passes. Listen, they're not great passes if they don't connect. And listen, we can have differences of opinions on this. Matt was at the game. Well, I'm glad you were at the game. There were not very many people there. And were you rooting for the Raptors or were you rooting for Hornets? Are you a Charlotte guy or you were a Toronto fan there? That'd be awesome if you're a Toronto fan there. I commend you, Matt. If you were down at Charlotte at an empty arena rooting for the Raptors last night, much respect to you, man. Yeah, I'm going to blame Scott if they're not catching the ball. That's half of the pass. That's a half of being a good assist maker is you get the guy to catch it. It's a silver platter theory. And if he's not doing a silver platter, these guys aren't going to catch it. OG, maybe, yeah. That one he should have caught. You know, maybe OG was a little bit like daydreaming and he didn't get the ball exactly right and it went off his hand and went out of bounds. Okay, maybe that one was OG's fault. But the one to Jakob was Scottie's. Because Jakob's got this guy and he's fighting him and he's trying to be in the post. And the pass is not, he's not ready for it. He has to have his guy under control. His guy's still pushing him and stuff like that. You know how it is if you play basketball. You have to have your post set. And he's not ready for it. He didn't call for it. That's the other thing they used to do in the NBA when they'd set up a post player. The post player would put his hand up and say, I'm ready for the pass. No, Scottie just threw it to him. He's not ready for the pass. It's going to be a turnover. And that's his decision to throw the ball away. It's not Jakob's fault. He didn't catch it. But I'll give you the OG one. All right, I'll rescind the one on OG. That's OG's fault for not being awake and catching the ball. Okay. All right. But in some ways, that's indicative that there's problems with connecting with people. Jimmy's saying, laugh out loud. Peace out. This ain't FIBA, bro. I want it to be more like FIBA. FIBA is a more pure part of basketball. And if we can be more like FIBA in the NBA, that might be a good thing. Seriously. You know, I get it. Jimmy, I love you, bro. Don't get all mad at me because I'm saying what I'm saying today. This is just my truth. You can choose to agree with some of it or not any of it. It's fine. This is just what we do here. Fun guy saying the Hornets broadcasters were laughing at us. That we gave up a first-round pick for Jakob. Laughing my ass off. Wow, even broadcasters clowning us. This is a new low. Listen, broadcasters have clowned us a long time. This isn't new. That's why I don't listen to those guys, the other side. Listen, they can say what they want to say about Jakob. I don't understand why they're coming down on him. He was a perfect from the field. And he really honestly wasn't part of the reason why we lost last night. So that's kind of ridiculous. You know, anything about the Jakob thing and that stuff like that, I still stand that what we did is right. And people can have their own opinions on it, but it's people that just don't value the defense and the rebounding and the really important things that he gives us. in some ways. Listen, there was one thing that Jakob did poorly yesterday. I will give him this criticism. He was not getting back on defense quick enough to get past Mark Williams. Mark Williams was killing us in transition because he was beating Jakob down the court. So I will give him that criticism. Jakob, you're getting beat down the court by the center of the Hornets. That is the one that stands out in my head, at least. He didn't miss any free throws, did he? Did he take any free throws last night? No. So he was 4 for 4, perfect from the line, 8 rebounds, 8 points. I don't understand why the Hornets guys would be making fun of him. I don't give a shit what they think anyway. Fuck the Hornets announcers. Who gives a shit what they think? All right, let's see. G saying, not just Scottie, but our players do not pass in the pocket well. They need to bring the ball up, and by that, and the defense is on them. That's why we need to be aggressive and push it and get them on their heels. We do not do well once the defense is set. And even Courtney Kirkland, at one point, they wanted to inbound it really quickly. And Courtney Kirkland held the ball, and he said, no, you give me the ball, Precious. You can't just quickly inbound it to try and have a fast break to come down and catch the other team on off their guard on defense. This is one of the ways the refs manipulate the game, is they don't allow any kind of transition by holding the ball for a second. Then you can inbound it. Oh, the other team's already down there and set. There was a little bit of that last night, and I was dead right with the ref report last night, wasn't I? I told you Courtney Kirkland's not our friend, and he's screwy as fuck, and that was totally true. Matt saying, your take is so wrong. Have you seen Jokic pass? What do you mean about Jokic? I would love Scottie to be more like Jokic. I would. Oh, my gosh. If he could play more like Jokic and we could forget about this whole point guard thing, that would be great. That would be more what I would love for Scottie's future. He can be a passer and get a whole bunch of assists, get triple doubles, but he should be the passer that Jokic is, because that would be fantastic. Yeah, you can say my take is wrong. We all have opinions. We all have asses, Matt saying Dennis is not a point guard, period. Well, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. All right, let's see. Bryce is saying, Lex, honestly, your Scottie slander is ridiculous. It's not slander. It's constructive criticism, and it's fair. And honestly, like seriously, in some ways, I'm more educated on Scottie than any of y'all. And I have the hours to prove it. I spent 300 hours on his Twitch with him, interacting with him and talking to him. And in some ways, I love the man so much. But part of it is I love the Raptors more than I love Scottie. And I want the team to be good. And in some ways, I'm not blinded by Scottie love like some people are. I'm very constructively critical of him because I want him to be the absolute best version of Scottie Barnes. And you guys can kiss his ass and say, oh, you're doing great, Scottie. But he may never get better if we go about that kind of attitude with him. He may never get better with that. And in some ways, he needs to be pushed. He needs to be pointed out where he can improve. And that's all I'm doing. That's what a friend or somebody that really loves somebody would do instead of just kissing their ass blindly and say, oh, you're so good, Scott. You're so amazing. No, fuck that. I want the Raptors to win more. And that's all I care about. I don't give a shit about personal things for personal players. I just want the Raptors to win more. And the way for them to win more is for Scott to do some improving in certain ways. And I don't think any of that anything I said is that egregiously bad. Seriously, I don't think it is. After a game where he was 1 of 2, who actually hit a 3 and led us in every stat, you still blame him. Well, there's very key places where he fucked up that I can blame him for. I can blame him for the very first one was stepping out on that first 3. That's not professional. You should know the dimensions of the court. And we've had way too many stepping out turnovers recently with our team. They're just as bad as the turnovers of Precious traveling. They're just as bad. They're a turnover. They're unforced turnover because a guy stepped out of bounds because they don't know the dimensions of the court. That's a problem. And then very much at the end of the game, I pointed it out and said it at the beginning. He should have taken that shot in the lane instead of passing it out. He should be intelligent enough and aware enough of the situation in the game of what the score is and what our team needs in that moment. And he wasn't. In some ways, like, what the fuck are you doing, Scott? You just need 2 points. You don't need a 3. You don't need a 3 here. How often we heard in the watching NBA for many, many years that in this situation, you don't need a 3. Take it down and get 2 points. Well, that was that situation last night. And he failed to recognize that. And then, like I said, the 3 free throws, I don't expect him to make all those 3 throws, but he has in the past and he can do it. But he missed the first one. So there are very crucial plays in this game that he took the onus on him to take the shot at the end of the game and be at the free throw line for 3 free throws. And it was his responsibility. So yeah, I can look at all the other stuff, but it didn't add up to winning, did it? And that's why I can do this. Seriously, he had a fantastic game last night. He was amazing, but there are things he needed to tighten up. And you guys can be upset. You guys can be upset about what I'm saying, but honestly, don't, because honestly, I have my good intentions. Why I'm saying it, and I just want him to fix these things, and it'll be better. Let's keep going. Stargate saying everything is Masai did this wrong, Masai did that wrong, blah blah blah. Yeah, they're all blaming Masai on there because some of them may be Rogers people. They're very much all about coming after Masai right now. Well, that's what a lot of people want. They want to destroy our Raptors championship vibes and our team all the way through. They got rid of our coach and Fred this summer. Well, the last two pieces that everybody in the world, other than real Raptors fans like me, want to see go are Pascal and Masai. And once they're gone, then our Raptors championship year of 2019 will be a distant memory because we won't have anybody of our team that is championship caliber. We won't have anybody we can say that's the Toronto Raptors champion, Pascal Siakam. We can't say, oh, that's the architect of our Raptors championship in 2019, Masai Ujiri. This is the thing that people in spaces don't understand. When you go out and slander Masai, as y'all are saying the word slander, I don't think that's the right word, criticize, it really doesn't help anything because honestly, he's part of the winning in our team. And if you want to erase our championship team from 2019 completely, well, you're helping to do the work. Whether it's wanting to trade Siakam the hell out of here, you all running Fred out last year, the fucking sabotage of Nick Nurse and his bullshit last year, everything that has to do with our Raptors championship team from 2019 and 5 years later is almost gone. And they just want to finish the last pieces. Those people in spaces are not Raptors fans. Those are confusing, fucked up people that are coming in to confuse the situation, hope that we fire a really good vice president chairman so that we are worse and worse and that we get more and more of a beat up dummy like what happened last night. So I will say that over and over again. People that want Masai fired, that's what you're going towards. And Pascal is the last linkage to our championship team on the court. And y'all want him gone too. They really didn't like the words Toronto Raptors NBA champions. And they didn't say it hardly at all the year we were the champions. They really did not say it in the broadcast hardly at all. They didn't like the whole idea that Toronto Raptors were NBA champions. And they've tried to wipe the whole memory right off the map. And a lot of y'all have helped them. Not you guys here. I'm just saying Raptors Nation. A lot of y'all helped this process. And I would feel so shitty and guilty if I was a part of why. And honestly, it just pisses me off. So yeah, that's what that is, Stargate. They're trying to put the final nails in the coffin of sending everybody who had anything to do with our 2019 championship away from our team. And they've been very systematic about it. I wish the Warriors had the whole league after them to get rid of their championship core at the beginning of their very first championship. Well, they wouldn't have had a dynasty if they had had so many forces working against them to take them apart. So, yeah, we got to keep perspective here, y'all. Bryce is saying, except the team needs change and that Masai needs to do something to help Scottie to be even better. I'll accept that, Bryce. I think it's a fair thing. The team does need change, and we do want to do things to help Scottie get better. So I'm on the same page with you that. Matt saying, I'm out. Your take is rubbish. Well, Matt, I don't even fucking know who you are. And you want to be out? You're out. You're fucking out for good, bro. You can't even come back, bro. Because I don't know who you are. If you were like Stargate or Bryce or some of these other people, I would be fine with going back and forth with you because we have an established rapport and relationship of talking already. But I don't know who the fuck you are, Matt. So yeah, there's the door. You don't even have to tell me. You told me. Now you can't come back, motherfucker. Bryce is saying, I like Pascal, like trade Pascal, tank. We suck as it is. Well, listen, there's ways, there's directions we can go in. We can go towards winning sooner, or we can go worse and be even worse and more suckier. I mean, there's not just one direction. You don't just make a trade and it always just works out all the time. You have to be very careful because it can hurt your team sometimes and make it worse also. So you really got to be careful about what you wish for, especially when it comes to our man Siakam right now. Fun guy saying, I just arrived. Please tell me there's no way Lex is placing even a pint of complaint on Scottie. Yeah, I am. I'm blaming him completely for why we lost last night. Bro, are you watching our team? Scottie is our only bright spot by a large margin, even when he sucks. No, he's great. And he is our bright spot. And he is our future. I just want him to be better. And there were very egregious mistakes that he specifically caused and were a big reason why we lost. If I had to point one finger at one person for why we lost last night, it's Scottie. It's Scottie. And you can say, oh, no, he was so good. Look at his stats. Yeah, but there were key things that happened last night that led to us losing, and they had to do with him. And that's just me watching with my eyes open and not being just a dazzled Scottie fan who's like, oh, Scottie just does so many things so good. No, we got to see where the lumps were, the warts. And I mean, I'm fine with you guys standing up for him. I appreciate that. I like that. But in some ways, what I'm saying is fair. You guys don't have to like it or be like, oh, Scott, you're way out of line with Scottie on this. And in some ways, I commend y'all and respect y'all for being like that because you're standing up for a guy. And I like that. That's what I want y'all to do. Country Con St. Lex. I actually thought Scottie played well last night. I also think Malachi and Precious played well. I think our starters have no chemistry and no spacing. Scottie makes Magic Johnson type of passes. And Bryce is up in what Country Con saying. I think everything you said is great. I don't have any problem with this. Scottie did play well last night. You guys got to understand, I can say both things. I can say Scottie had one of the best games of his career, but he also was the reason why we lost the game. They're not mutually exclusive. Like they can be both. I can say Scottie had one of the greatest games he's had stat wise ever, and he shot really well too. It's just that he did key areas was part of the reason why we lost. They can both be true. There's nothing wrong with that. He's saying also, I think Malachi and Precious played well. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm really proud of Malachi in the things that he was doing last night, and Precious was amazing. Precious made me feel good because like, oh yeah, everybody's going to see this and be like, I know why Lex is always saying things about Precious now. Because you saw a little bit of the bag of tricks and the different things he could do. I still think it's so crazy that Precious and Scottie are the only two guys who made threes for us last night. I think that is so weird. That is so weird. You go, Precious, and you go, Scottie. I love you guys. You guys are awesome and keep getting better. That's what I'm saying. He's saying, I think our starters have no chemistry and no spacing. This is what I'm worried about. There is a chemistry problem with our starters. There definitely is. And I don't want it to be like a repeat of last year because there was obviously a chemistry problem with our team last year. And there seems to be another chemistry problem this year. And I just want this not to be a reoccurring problem because in some ways we were supposed to get rid of the problems this summer. But if the problems are still here, then it's somebody else and it's not Fred. Let's just put it that way. Scottie makes Magic Johnson type passes. Yeah, he does. He's amazing in the fast break, isn't he, Country Kong? Oh my gosh, JP. I love seeing Scott when he has the ball and he's coming up the court with speed. The other team's shitting their pants when they see either a Chu or a Barnes coming quickly down the court with the ball. Yeah, they have to make quick decisions, and usually it's a good score for us. And Scottie's so unselfish. I love how he passes off, and then like Chris is just putting it in and stuff like that. That's really good stuff. One of the things that the Raptors did really good to get their game going in the first half when they started slow was it was a quick first step. When Precious came in, the thing that activated us getting scores was Precious taking a quick first step around his defender, get around him and attacking the rim. And then Siakam, shortly after that, started doing quick first moves and getting around guys and getting easy scores. And then Barnes and it was doing stuff like that too. I'm telling you, when these guys really are motivated and they'll put a quickness into their quick first step to try and beat somebody, that's when good things are happening. When they're just kind of like dribbling and passing around and nobody's trying to do like a quick lightning move or something to get something going, we're not cultivating anything. That's why we get stagnant. So these guys have to have very present in their mind to be aggressive like Precious and Pascal were at times in the game last night, where they were really trying to go around their defender with quickness. And if they're standing around too much and they're not ever utilizing that quick first step, that's hurting us. We need them to be aggressive in that way because there was a lot of good stuff derived from that in the game, from them trying to do a quick first step. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Monique's saying just by Darko's face in the post-game reactions interview, he wasn't having it. No, he's, listen, this reflects a lot on him. This reflects a lot on him. He's a new coach. He wants to look good. And in some ways, his players are making him look bad. They really are. In some ways, it's not totally like people are wanting to blame Darko this, Darko that. But in a lot of ways, the players are letting him down and they're making him look bad. And it's not fair to him. It's not fair to him. In some ways, if he had a perfect world, these guys would show up perfect and be prepared and play right every single time. He was so frustrated at the beginning of the game that they shat the bed at the beginning of the game right away. He was really mad. And he's like, what are you guys doing? What are you doing to me? This is our reputations. This is our Raptors culture. This is my reputation as a coach. This is y'all's reputation as individual players. What are y'all doing out here? You're making us look bad. And he's like, that's why quick timeouts. And he's like, and in some ways, a little bit of a different edge to him than normal. It's not totally nice Darko right now. It's very angry and like frowny and fighting and yelling and being a lot more demonstrative. And I like that. I like that there's a difference to him when things aren't going right, because he needs to step it up and he needs to be coaching his ass off, coaching for his life. Because in some ways, this kind of bullshit kid lead and snowball to bullshit. And he may be like Adrian Griffin, but I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen where people are calling for his head, because it's not helpful. We need to let him have his chance to do this because he is a good coach. I see it. I see all the signs. He's a fantastic coach. It's just his players are letting him down right now, letting him down. All right, let's keep going. Nako's saying, I can get behind criticizing some of Scottie's play, but like Gary was 0 for 7. Gary should at least get us 12. I can't blame Scottie for this loss. Yeah, Gary and OG both could have hit more threes, and that would have helped us. Yeah, those guys could have definitely helped us win this game. I can blame them a little bit too. But in some ways, Gary hasn't been really showing up consistently for us, so I don't expect it from him right now. I really don't. You know, he's had a couple of really good games recently, and that's awesome. But in some ways, to me, that's just like extra on top. We can't rely on him right now because he's just not there from night to night. And in some ways, I don't get mad at Gary for that because, once again, as somebody pointed out in my comments the other day, why are you getting mad at Gary when he's hurt? And that's the whole reason why he's usually not playing that well. Well, I don't know how much of it was that he's hurt last night, being so bad 0 for 7 last night. I don't know what it was. I mean, sure, I'll criticize Gary a bit right now, but that's easy. He was 0 for 7. It's real easy to see. Yeah, Gary could have hit shots and it would have helped us. Stargate saying, yeah, Lex, last night was not on Scottie nor Pascal. Respect your perspective, but it's off about Scottie. Well, I'm looking a little deeper. That's the thing. Y'all may be looking at this very surface level. I'm looking at this a little more deeper in some ways. And I just seriously, this is the thing where I'm going to gauge this game in Charlotte, and I'm going to remember this game. And maybe there'll be a game like this in a month from now or two. And there may be a game where it's very close, and Scottie has a similar situation where it goes way different, where he does do the correct decisions at the end of the game that leads us to the W. And then I'll say something like, you know what? Remember that game in Charlotte where I really came down on Scottie? Well, I just saw the progress of what I was hoping would happen in this game last night, and that he got us the win in the way that I wanted, and he got the triple-double still. That's what I want to be able to say in like a month or two from now, is that Scottie has progressed the way that he understands what some of my criticism today, that he can understand how to control things better throughout the whole 48, so that at the end of the game, they're not scrambling to try and make up the game at the last end of the part, just half-assed right at the end, and not being successful in that way. That's what I'm saying. I want to see progress from him, and it adding up to winning, and him also being individually great also. So it's an interesting thing. I'm glad y'all are really mad at me for being down on Scottie. I really am, honestly. But I feel like this is necessary to say. And I know that it bugs y'all, but listen, it's true. It's fair. It's fair what I'm saying, y'all. It's fair. You guys can think that I'm off on it, but it's fair. MSJ saying, yeah, sometimes our team falls into playing moron ball. Moron ball. That's kind of a good term for it. Country Kong, it does seem there is very little chemistry out there, too many mistakes, and the bad shooting continues for some, but I remain positive. I don't know if it's little chemistry. I think that there's lack of chemistry in certain places with the starting lineup, but there is good chemistry there also. I think there's good chemistry between Scottie and Pascal. There's good chemistry between Scottie and OG. There's good chemistry between Dennis and Jakob. There's good chemistry between Dennis and Pascal. Now, Dennis and Scottie maybe need to get together a little bit more. Maybe Dennis and OG need to get together a little more. You know, it's stuff like that. Maybe Jakob and Scottie need to get together a little bit more. I feel like the chemistry between Jakob and Scottie is a little off. I feel like the chemistry between Pascal. Pascal's fine with everybody. Pascal has good chemistry with everyone. Scottie has weird chemistry with Dennis and Jakob. Let's just put it that way. And in some ways, Scottie needs to bridge that. He needs to bridge that because he's the more talented player out of all three of those. And he needs to bridge that where he gets good chemistry. Like, this should be on his itinerary. It's like, Scott, you should have a little thing to say, all right, okay, my plan for practice today is work on my chemistry with Jakob. That's all you have to do. Get more involved with these guys. Talk to them more. Respect them more. get to know them more, get bonded with them more. And boom, things on the court will be better. Trust me, things on the court will be better. But yeah, I think that those, if I'm really eyeballing it and looking at it, I think that the chemistry problems were with Scott with Dennis, Scott with Jakob, and maybe like Dennis a little bit with OG. But otherwise, it's Siakam's good, and for the most part, OG's pretty good. I mean, this is just me eyeballing it. Wayne's saying bye, Matt and Bryce. No, we're not going to say bye to Bryce. Bryce is our dude in Kentucky. We like Bryce, and I'll give Bryce. He's been here. He's been putting in time. He gets more leash. Matt just showed up today. I don't know who the fuck Matt is. Let's see. Scott wasn't the issue with me for the loss. I see him adjusting during the game. OG made no adjustments when his shots weren't dropping. Our offense is very static, no movement. Yeah. I want them to start moving again. Darko said recently that we've been getting away from the pick and rolls and the two-man games that we were doing so much more earlier in the season. Why the fuck aren't they doing it now? And that's why I'm saying Scottie and Jakob get together. Do more stuff like Pascal and Jakob would do. There's a lot of fruit to be get for points for the Raptors off of a two-man game with Scottie Barnes and Jakob Poeltl. And they're not doing it enough. You really got to make these connections with these guys. You don't necessarily have to think these guys are cool or anything in your real life, but you have to have a connection with them professionally as teammates. And in some ways, I see that there's a lack of interacting between certain players in certain ways on the court in play. And it's not good. You can't have that. And that's part of what I think we're detecting. Let's see. G saying, I hear you, but I have been saying this. We need players to be selfish. We don't have the roster, shot creating, shooting, makeup to not be. Best players need the ball more. It's not even selfish. That's what I've actually said that today, G. So we're in agreement. I wanted Scottie to be more selfish and take that 2-point shot when he passed it out for the three to Chris. He should have took that shot then. And that's recognition. That's just recognition. That's basketball protocol recognition in his head. Scott, you got all the way into the lane and you have position. I know there's guys around you, but throw it up over them. You'll likely get fouled or you'll make the shot. And in some ways, the way we're shooting threes, don't rely on the 3-point shot, especially when the margin's only one. That's just being in your head in the game and being a smart basketball player and understanding the particular situation you're in. In some ways, you got to know that at all times when you're playing in a game. You got to know how many timeouts you have. You got to know about how much it would take for you guys to overcome and win the game with the margins at different times, and when you really need to go and start making stops and making baskets yourself. You need to be on top of all these things to be an ultimate professional. So him not having his foot outside the 3-point line for the last shot, so even if he had made it, it wouldn't have mattered because we would have lost by 1 point. And then him not taking that shot in the lane. Those are the two biggest criticisms I have of him in that game last night. I can take him missing that free throw. In some ways, he's human, and he's going to do that. Although he missed 4 all game, that's the problem there. That's the problem right there. See, he has to be perfect. He can be absolutely fantastic, but I want him to be perfect. And that means all 8 of his free throws go in. That's what I'm saying. Let's see. I want them to be more selfish, G. I agree. Siakam, call your number. Tell Darko, I want this ball. Say, I demand it. Just like Scottie's doing it. You should be doing that like Scottie. You should be saying, I want the ball to close out the game. I can carry us. I carried us in the second. I can carry us at the fourth. At the very end of the game, I will score these baskets and take us home to victory. That's what I would have done yesterday. Let's see. Scottie could have done it too. Scottie wanted to do it and say, I'll call my number. Well, take the shot. Don't kick it out. Take the shot yourself. Fiercely saying, thanks at Stargate for fighting the good fight in Zazu Spaces. Much respect, Stargate. And seriously, I was telling people in the Facebook chat, don't go there. Just don't even go there. It's not worth it. You won't get anything done. And you'll just be like talking to a wall. Seriously. So Stargate, you going in there and doing it still last night, that's amazing, honestly. Kareem saying, I'm going to need Shohei and Tani to play for the Raptors. He's 6'4". It's funny. Some people were tweeting on Twitter all kinds of different things, how he could help the Jays, the Leafs, the Argos, and the Raptors. And we just says he's such a good athlete. He can do everything. He can pitch. He can hit. He can go play basketball. Yeah, maybe we do need Otani to come down there and teach our guys how to be a winner, how to be an all-around great talent. That'd be awesome. Fun guy saying, bro, what? You're questioning Scottie's mental, bro? He's like 10 times smarter than the vets we've had running this team to the ground for 4 years. Boneheaded veterans. Wow, Lex, that's not true. And that's wrong right there. That is not true. He is not more smart about basketball than our vets. He does not know more about the NBA than Thad Young. He does not know more about the NBA than Otto Porter. He does not know more about the NBA than Garrett Temple. He does not know more about the NBA than Dennis Schroeder. And that's just the damn truth. He's still very young and he's still learning. You got to realize also, Scottie's in his third year, right? Well, he's not like super old. He's only like 21 or 22 still. And there is a certain level of maturity that he's still got to gain in his early 20s before you can say that. In some ways, the maturity of him as a person is holding back him from being a mature NBA player. I'm serious. And that is the big problem. You can't say that. That's not true. Thad Young has how many games in the NBA over a decade, almost 2 decades. That there's just this is crazy, fun guy, that you actually think this, bro. Seriously, they know more about the game and know how to play it. And he may have a higher level of playing in it and have more aptitude and talent, but that doesn't mean he's smarter about the game than they are. That doesn't mean that. No, it doesn't. And honestly, a lot of it's the fundamentals and understanding how to play the game right. And as a professional, they know how to do that better. Garrett Temple's the only one who shows up in a suit every single time. That's professional. Let's just say Jillian's giving me a little bit of money. Thank you for the super chat, Jillian. I appreciate you. You're such a great new addition recently. You're real shot in the arm, goodness. And I'm really happy to have new people come in. It really makes doing this stream over and over again every day a lot easier when I have new people to talk to and have a lot of new time. So, Jillian, you've been awesome. And you're on track for that Raptor Freak Rookie of the Year. Watch. Cream saying, yes, Stargate and Blackhawk out there fighting. I see y'all in the space. All right, Blackhawk's getting a dunk too. Even though he's not here right now, we're going to give Blackhawk a dunk too because I know Neil's doing the same thing. I know Neil's doing the same thing too. Jillian's giving me a cry super chat too. Cry. All right, Patchouli G holding it down in the kitchen. Let's see what Patchouli's saying. I love Scottie, but he needs to stop this fourth quarter effort only. If he showed as much effort even on at least 3 quarters, we would probably be fourth in standing. His triple-double don't mean jack shit. There you go, Patchouli G. This is what matters. If you're a real Raptors fan, you care about the W more than the triple-double, is what I'm trying to say to y'all. I agree with this. In some ways, like Jack said, you told on yourself, Scott. We want a more consistent level of effort throughout the whole game. It doesn't even have to be this crazy, maniacal going to the rebound and I'm taking it and I'm putting it back no matter what. You do that, and you could do that all the time. I don't expect you to do that for 48 minutes. That's very tiring. That's part of the mental part. That's part of the Jordan part. That's part of the LeBron part. It's picking and choosing your spots to maximize against mismatches and maximize your energy that you have in the right situations. And as he progresses as an NBA player, he's going to be smarter and smarter and more veteran savvy about picking the times when he needs to burst and energy and do those kind of things to make it. In some ways, he needs to read the waves of the game and how a game goes and the story that is told in a game and understand when he should be writing the narrative and imposing his force of energy on the game at those particular crucial times. And in some ways, he's still reading when those times are. And in some ways, he's missing when those times are and when he should be stepping up and doing them. So there's a lot here with what Patchouli's saying. And I appreciate having at least one person who's kind of standing with me on this side a little bit as far as things, because you guys are very overwhelmingly being supportive to Scott and very mad at me for talking bad about him. But Patchouli's a little bit with me here. I appreciate you, Patchouli, and I hope everything's good. I don't know if you're at work right now, but whatever you're doing on this Saturday morning, all the best to you, Patchouli G. MSJ saying it's actually amazing how bad our three-point shooting is so bad. We are now 33% from three. I think we're less than that. I mean, seriously, I'd be surprised if we're 33%. I think we're even lower. No, this is crazy. Like, in some ways, you got to be trying hard to be bad to be this bad. Like, I don't get it. Like, you guys are supposed to be three-point shooters. Malachi, Dennis, OG, Gary. You guys were all over. It's crazy how bad they were compared to, Scottie and Pat Precious. Take them out of the equation. They were together 6 of 10. So you take that out of it. So our team was 0 for 22. 0 for 22 other than Scottie and Precious. That's crazy to me. That is crazy. We could blame the three-point shooting just as much as Scott. If you want me to take something off of Scott, and I'll say, yeah, our three-point shooting killed us last night, and that's why we lost. I can say that too. If you guys want me to write the story that way, I can do that. Jillian saying, I actually can't feel too bad. Sorry, peeps. It's one possession loss. On to the next. You are a badass, Jillian. You're becoming more and more my favorite right now. Because honestly, that's the right attitude people should have today. Instead of being so crazy and chicken littling and overreacting to one game, be more like Jillian. And honestly, in fact, I was going to say this after the game, I wasn't as upset as I was going to be if we had lost by 20 or a double digit lead last night. If we had absolutely gotten blown out because we showed fight and came back, and it was great because it was the bench dudes. And that's confidence building. We got really good quality minutes from Malachi, Precious, and Chris in the fourth quarter. And that's fantastic. That's absolutely awesome. So in some ways, I was like, I see some really good positive things happening with the Raptors. At the end of the game, we just didn't close it out and win. And in some ways, I am like Jillian. I'm like, all right, you know what? We only lost by 3. It's a one possession game that we lost. And if it had been a blowout, like it looked like it was going to be in the middle of the game, yeah, I'd be a lot more pissed off and depressed this morning. But there are some signs of good things. And Scottie is a really big, huge one of those signs of good things. Yeah, yeah. Good attitude, mature attitude by Jillian, and a very good role model for other Raptors fans right now. That's right. G saying Scottie did make some bad decisions and his fundamentals need work, but the decisions also come with experience. Exactly. He's going to get there. And I'm going to be so proud of him as he gets this cleaned up more and more over time. Seriously. He's closing out games and needs to fail forward in high pressure situations. G, exactly right. These G people, Jillian and G, are right on point. Right on point. These high pressure situations, he has to go through the fire and learn from them. And the next time he's presented with these situations, he will do better each time. That's what we said. We've been saying it. Cool Cat has been saying it. It's no longer Siakam's development schedule. We were on that schedule the last couple years. We're now on Scott's schedule. And in some ways, we're taking some steps back as a franchise because Scott's schedule is behind where Siakam's schedule was. And astute Raptors fans will understand what I'm saying. And other people will just be like, well, we're gotten worse. Well, do you understand why? Is because our world revolves around Scottie now. And to a degree, we live and die with him at this point. And that's part of it. Kareem saying, I'm running out of ideas to solve the Raptors' problem. What if we switch Eric Curry and Darko spots? Could we be beneficial on all levels? I can't give you a dunk for that because I hate that idea. It just made me laugh. I know you didn't want me to answer that seriously. All right, so I'm going to keep moving. MSJ saying, we win by playing ugly. But in the game of basketball, this thing called shooting, the basketball is kind of a thing. Laugh out loud. How can NBA players shoot so bad? Why is the entire team not in OVO all night? That's fucking Noah's system. God damn it. Can we go down there and get rid of Noah? Seriously, I told y'all, we going to get down there with the pitchforks and the torches and go down to OVO and rip that motherfucker off the wall and throw that bitch in the fucking Lake Ontario at Sunnyside Beach. Right fucking now. Let's go down there right now and get that Noah system and throw that motherfucker in the trash. Because that shit, ever since it showed up, our shooting has been so horrible. It's like, that shit don't work. Nick Nurse, you're like, oh, we should get this Noah system. We'll put it in and our shooting will get better. We put it in the Noah system, our shooting percentage. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Seriously, turn that motherfucker off. Seriously. I made the joke in the last year that the Noah system setting was on bad shooting. Oh, this is a switch on the side. I didn't just notice it. It was on bad shooting. Oh my gosh. I don't know what the fuck it is. But it is weird because the Noah system kind of showed up the same time when the Raptors field goal percentage plummeted. It's true. It's true. And what the fuck is that? Seriously, what is that? Country Kong saying our starters refuse to defer to Scottie. Whether we like it or not, Scottie needs the ball. Thing I like about Malachi is he respects Scottie and gives him the ball in his spots to be successful. Okay, I'm going to say that's not true. We saw a lot of like Dennis giving the ball to Scottie and letting him do what he wanted to do last night. If the criticism was that Dennis wasn't allowing him to do that, he was last night. In fact, he was deferring overly to Scottie last night. If you really go and watch it, JP, you'll see that. Really, Dennis's criticism has made him become like, all right, I don't want people to think I'm trying to do too much. And he's very much giving the ball to other people. And that's rightfully so to a degree. But also in some ways, I really don't like blunting Dennis's confidence. I feel like this is a big issue that's not going to be good for us. And we may lose even more partly because Dennis's confidence is going towards Gary's now. And that's no good. That's no good. We don't need these guys to all start being in their head too much. And I feel like that's a problem. Nobody's not deferring to Scott. Scott is the center of the universe on the Raptors at this point, and all of them are finding Scott in different ways. Nobody's freezing him out. Dennis specifically is trying to connect with Scott as much as possible. Part of it is that Dennis needs to be connected from him the other way a bit more also. So in some ways, I just want these guys to get better relationships on the court, if not behind the scenes also. So I agree. Malachi definitely looks for Scott, and everybody's looking for Scott. Trust me, they're looking for him. He's not getting froze out, and they will defer to him. They know that that's the hierarchy. Monique is saying shots will fall eventually for OG. Not sure about Gary, man. 905 need everything right now. Laugh out loud. Welcome, Jonte. Yeah, Jonte Porter, new Raptor as of yesterday, replacing Ron Harper Jr., who's been waived because of a season-ending injury. Yeah, I think the shots will fall eventually too, but we said that all last year, Monique. We're like, oh, the averages will balance out by the end of the year, and the Raptors will have a better shooting percentage by the end of the year. That's what we were hoping last year. Never came. So I don't know if that's just going to happen this year either. There's no guarantee that the shots will balance out in the law of averages because that shit didn't happen last year. So there's no sign that it might possibly happen this year. In some ways, we just need our shooters to start shooting better, and that'll help everything. Let's see. Fiercely saying, oh, shoot, that's too bad for Ron Harper Jr. I wish him a safe recovery and hope he can get picked up by another team next year. Yeah. In some ways, it is run its course. In some ways, this is an opportunity. Seriously, if Jonte can do something worthwhile for the Raptors, this may be a very good development. So we'll have to see. 6'10", 37% three-point shooter, has some defensive chops. Yeah, I want to see Jonte Porter possibly in the place of Christian Coloco right now, because we don't have Coloco. Well, maybe Jonte could be that guy. We'll have to see. That's exciting. We got a new player. You guys are going to get to see him soon. Fun guy saying, yes, Country Kong. We need to get rid of our low IQ players, replace them with shooters and younger players with energy, not this slow ISO veteran stuff the last 4 years, to be honest. See, I can agree with Fun Guy on most of what he's saying here. As much as I've been out of pocket and all the things I've been saying today, see, we can still come around and agree on stuff here. I mean, I really want higher IQ players. I don't think it's higher IQ or lower IQ. I think our guys are smart. It's just the gumption. In some ways, it's maybe the fire that burns inside them that we need more of. It's not necessarily an IQ thing. I think these guys are very smart and understand X's and O's. It's just that some of the fundamental stuff is going out of the wayside and we're making dumb, stupid turnovers. But also at the same time, I think it's a fire. It's a desire thing. It's not necessarily a smarts thing. It's about a will thing. It's like, where's your will to win kind of thing. That's what I want more of. I want guys that want to win real bad more on our team, like really bad, want to win really, really bad. Replace them with shooters and younger players with energy. Yeah, I mean, we do need shooters. We definitely need shooters. That's the number one priority for this team going forward right now is we need better shooters to develop and get more and more coming up. Grady, in the next couple of years, hopefully will be a huge answer for this. And, I keep pushing. Let's get Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield's going to be available in the trade deadline. Let's try and do a deal with Indiana and get him and Mathurin and Nebhard. I think that a deal with Indiana where we get those three players could be really, really good for the Raptors. It's not huge and flashy, but it could be exactly what we need. And it could be for either Siakam or Anunoby. I don't know which one. But if we could trade one of those two guys for Buddy Hield, Benedict Mathurin, and Andrew Nebhard, I would be all about that deal right now because it would cover a couple of different things we need really badly right now. Really, really badly. All right. Yeah, let's keep going. I'm not going to – the last part I don't agree with. That's the part of your comment that I don't agree with, the slow ISO veteran stuff. Now, the slow ISO Pascal and Fred stuff from last year, yes. But there's no slow ISO stuff going on like with it's all with just Siakam. Siakam's the slow ISO stuff, but even that's not that slow. Nako-san, I'm sure Ron gets it from the business side. Even the 905 does need some help with players. Yeah, we can't help having a guy who's now going to be out for the whole year. We just don't have roster spots, and we have too many walking wounded on that level. So in some ways, they had to make this move to get a good replacement two-way player that we can utilize right now. Ron's shelf for the whole rest of the year. He's not going to be able to play for the rest of the year. And it's not like he's a big time contract or a player that's absolutely coveted to keep for long term. Absolutely. This is unfortunate. And this is completely because of his injury. It's not because of how well he's played or anything like that. It's not a detriment to him that he got cut because he didn't play good enough. No, it's the injury that forced this to happen in the whole situation. Let's see. Jillian saying, I find it hard to blame specific individuals if they all play so amazingly when Scottie gets that dog in him. Yeah. It's just that I can look at key moments of the game. You can look at key moments and say, well, this had just been executed better or this just happened. I think that's fair to do as far as there are turning points in the game and very crucial points in the game. And that's all I'm trying to point out with these things with Scott today. That's all. Country Con saying OG is the only starter that is allowed to play with the Scottie plus bench lineup. He defers to Scottie and it works. The lineup that brought us back and got us the lead, those guys knew Scottie is him. Yeah. I love this comment, JP, and I'm completely with you on this. I love that lineup too. And I think you're exactly right that OG plays in a nice little relationship with Scottie in it. And that maybe if it's Pascal and Scottie out there, maybe it isn't exactly right with the bench. I don't know. I don't want to read into it too much, but we found that combination last night and it was absolutely working. And it was cool. And it really got good stuff out of Malachi, Precious, and Chris. So, yeah, I really like that lineup too. And I hope that Darko put a pin in it to remember for the future that that's a great combination. Scottie, OG, Chris, Precious, and Malachi. Don't put Gary out there with that team, though. Don't put Gary out there with that team. Put those other guys there. Fiercely saying, I agree with Patchouli G. Every quarter should be like the fourth quarter. Yeah. They can't rev up and try and come back. They've been doing this lazy shit for a couple years now where they don't come correct at the beginning of the game and the other team slaps them in the face and takes a double-digit lead and they have to play catch-up. Fuck that shit. We don't want to play catch-up. We don't want that ketchup bottle. We're trying to get the ketchup out of it. We want to fucking be ahead. We mustard get ahead so that we don't have to play catch-up. That's right. We want mustard, not ketchup, motherfuckers. So stop making us ketchup. We need the mustard. We mustard. We mustard. That doesn't work. Anyway, yeah. Jillian saying, told you, Lex, Otani bomb for Christmas. Otani bomb. Now, see, Jillian, you're kind of giving a spoiler away, but I won't say why right now. But listen, what's happening with Otani? I don't know yet. I just hope he shows up. I don't want us to all go through a roller coaster of emotions from Blue Jays Nation because Otani's being jerked around with us. I don't know. I just want him to show up in that Blue Jays jersey as soon as possible, just so everybody can just know what's going to happen. Yeah, because honestly, we're getting a little jerked around in Blue Jays Nation right now, and I don't like it. Kareem saying, Dylan Brooks is my TV for like 3 minutes after we lost last night. I'm such a disarray. What? Dylan Brooks your TV for like 3 minutes? What do you mean? You stared at it? You did like this weird, like, I don't know how he does it. I don't want to look comical. It's very serious. It's like, it was like that, wasn't it? It was like that, wasn't it, Kareem? That did pretty good. He just stares. And I like the whole clip of him doing that the other day against the Lakers. And LeBron was fucking with him. He's like really coming over. He's like, Dylan's doing that weird stare that he does before the game. And LeBron's just like he's like trolling him and messing with him while he's doing it. That's fun comedy stuff right there. Dylan's gonna do that shit, and he's gonna have such an open versus with the Lakers. You need to expect LeBron to come and troll you like that. That's just so funny. In some ways, I am not the biggest LeBron fan. LeBronto and different stupid shit like that. But in some ways, I really do have an immense respect for his comedy. There's something about LeBron that is really funny. Like, he is a funny guy. Like, there's a lot of dumb shit that he's done throughout his career. Like, what was this shit where he's picking up shit off the floor? He took the guy's glasses and he put them on at one point last year. There's a lot of funny shit about him. So in some ways, I respect him for his career and his accumulation of amazing stats. And over all these years, I appreciate him for his sense of humor, and I appreciate him for his private life and the way he's carried himself as a family man, an entrepreneur, and who he is outside of basketball. I just hate him as a competitor because he's kicked our ass. There's a lot I love about him, though. There's a lot I love about him. And when he retires, I'm going to love him even more. It's just while he's an active player. I have to be a hater. But once he retires, I will really honor and love LeBron a lot more than I do now. Bryce is saying it's our vet's job to get the team together, not Scottie. He's still developing, man. Pascal, OG, Dennis, even Jakob are all the vets. I agree with this in some ways, Bryce. I want it to be the vet's job. But the thing is, Scottie wants to be the man. And in some ways, he may be like, I want to be the leader, and he's not the right person to do it yet. He's not ready. So that's part of the problem with the power structure of the Raptors is there are these old great vets, but in some ways they have to defer to Scottie as the franchise future. And in some ways he wants to be that dude and be that guy, but he's not ready to be that heady right leader in that kind of way. So I agree with you, Bryce. It should be the job of those guys. But I think that Scottie's encroaching on that job too much, and he's not totally prepared to do it correctly. Does that make sense? So, but I agree. I think that it should be Siakam and Dennis that are more vocal and in charge of talking to them and telling stuff. And Scotty's not totally ready to do that. And it's not totally on him yet. But it will be very shortly at some point in the next few years. Mo's saying, I think you missed my comments from earlier. Gary Trent Jr. needs to hit 3,000 shots in the dark like Clay. I didn't see that comment earlier. I don't know. There's so many comments. And Mo, I'm doing so many hours and stuff. Yeah, just repeat them if I miss it. I apologize for that. I don't know what Gary needs to do. Gary needs to do a couple things. It's mental and just get his shot back. And honestly, it is what it is. I mean, I'm hoping for him and I'm rooting for him, and I just want to see the regular Gary back. Fun guy saying, yes, Lex, that aspect of Scottie absolutely fucking pissed me off. Can't be passing up shots on the rim to try to get triple double. That was dumb, and fuck that shit. He did that stupid shit. Didn't like that. The right play was him to go up and make the 2-point basket to put us ahead by 1. That's just the right play. And honestly, they're probably in the film room this morning and they'll point it out. He knows it already. He probably knew it right away, actually. It's like, damn, wait a second. I was really that close and I could have just thrown it up and it may have been a way better outcome than me tossing it out. Jillian's saying, Leo Routens keeps stating that Darko needs to recognize a hot hand. Pascal would have been this last period. Sigh. Yes. Leo's exactly right. Siakam's killing them, cooking like crazy in this first half. Well, why isn't he cooking them in the second half? It's going to just get better. And that's true. And that is on Darko. He needs to call 43. And 43 is cooking. You got to keep him cooking, is what I say. Bryce is saying 7 people didn't hit 3. We lost by 3. Those 7 people shot 0 for 22 collectively. Come on now, Lex. All we need is 2 for 22 and we win the game. Come on now, Lex. I'm with you, Bryce. I will spread the blame. It's just that in some ways I knew today everybody was going to toot Scottie's horn, and I wanted to make sure everybody understood his part and why we lost. But yeah, that's a big, huge, egregious problem. You guys are advertised as 3-point shooters, Gary and Malachi. Where's the threes? OG. Yeah, where's the threes? And you're exactly right, Bryce. That is one of the reasons why we lost. That was a key to the losing. Instead of keys to victory, keys to losing. Missed a lot of threes, a lot of y'all. G saying, my first reason we lost was Darko, not deferring to Pascal, and Scottie to start. Hornets can be beat by forwards, but to Darko's credit, the bench is looking much better. Yeah, it's like a sinking ship. There's different things. You plug one hole, and then all of a sudden another hole like springs up, and you got to go fix that. Yeah, we just got to, we can be a good team, but we're not a great team. And to be a great team, you have to be really good as far as the little things. And in some ways, we're not taking care of the little things that could make us a great team. We're talented. We could be a good team when we could win, but we're not going to win consistently and against the top teams in this league until we're great, until we do the things, all the little things correctly. And they know this. They're talking about it a lot on the inside. Trust me, they are. Let's see. Wayne is saying, not buying this Scottie critique. Dennis played way worse, and the criticism was more measured. Scottie's bad habits weren't our biggest problem. Scottie is a dog. OG is not a dog, just a great player. All right. Somebody push it back on my Scottie critique too. Well, once again, I'll say the person who wants to be in the forefront and carry and do those big, high responsibility shots at the end, you may get a little bit more focus from me. In some ways, Dennis didn't try and hot dog it and take over the game like he did in Miami, and I blame the hell out of Dennis for that one. Well, I got to do the same kind of action on this one. So if I'm going to fairly blame Dennis and let Dennis take the blame himself on the Raptors show, we got to be fair and do it the same way. And the crucial time of the game is the end of the game, who takes the big shots. And that's why they get a little bit more of the scrutiny, even if they have a really good line. So that's my whole line of thinking with that, Wayne. Does that make any sense? In all respect. Let's see. Darko's saying, or G saying, Darko is in a tough spot trying to develop and win. I believe he will figure it out. And at some point, when our bench looks decent to good, we will win more and fans will be happier. Yeah. In some ways, I don't really care about winning at this point. In some ways, I don't care. Y'all can be obsessed with wins and just getting wins over and over again, but I just want to see progress. And in some ways, if we do lose more, the byproduct of it in a positive way is a lot of these casual fans will go away. They'll just shut up and they'll go away. They'll be like, I'm not even going to watch them this year. And in some ways, we need that. We need some of the people who are not really invested with them, who really don't care, and they're just kind of haters, to just kind of go, okay, they suck. I'm just going to go away and watch the Leafs more now or something like that. We just kind of need that, honestly. We need some breathing room and allow for us to develop and lose and fail on our own without all these fucking people hawking them and all over them all the time. So if we go really bad, that's one of the good byproducts. Is some of these assholes will fucking take off and then go do something else instead. So I'm going to try and game this for the winning, no matter what, even if we're losing. All right, let's keep going. Fun guy saying, I can almost swear I just heard Precious is a dog. Laughing my ass. What? Aha, I can't breathe. Laugh out loud. Yeah, he is. And the reason why I said that is because at the beginning of the game, once again, there were 3 guys that showed above average energy when other guys were lackadaisical. And that was Pirtle, Flynn, and Achua. And that was in the first half. They were making the extra effort. They were busting their ass. And they were doing a lot of things when other guys were not working as hard. And that I saw the contrast with those 3 guys in particular compared to the rest of the guys. There's a lot of other guys that weren't really putting themselves into the game as effectively. Now, Siakam woke up in the second, and I added him to that list. But in the first quarter, in the very beginning, the only guys that were working hard first was Jakob. And then when Malachi and Precious came in, they did it right off the bat when they came in with their minutes. So, yeah, Precious is a dog to a degree. I think that there's a more of a dog factor in Precious than some of the other Raptors, honestly, because he does give a shit. And I can tell he really does get violent or angry, and he does try and take it out on people by throwing it down on the rim. So, and the other thing is that, like I said, that play I described on defense where he recovered from the double on Rozier to get back to stop Mark Williams from getting a layup, or Nick Richards, whoever the fuck it was a huge defensive play. And honestly, it was amazing. Honestly, it was such a talented thing to do, to have the wherewithal and the quickness to get back and stop that and be in 2 places at once. That is dog kind of shit. I'm telling you right there. Mo's saying open gym was really nice this episode. All right, Mo's bringing up something good. Yeah, we might have to start critiquing the open gym episodes on whether we like them or not, because last night's was a good one. They had a nice little moment with Spike Lee and Masai Ujiri that was captured at the beginning of it. That was nice. It was nice. It was interesting. And then it was all about Giants of Africa. And it was a positive, good spin. They didn't even talk about us losing to the Knicks that game. Thank God. And they just kind of talked about the whole event and the whole thing about Masai and his history with Giants of Africa. Really well done. Nice interviews with Jama and Precious in the latest open gym. And yeah, I give it 2 thumbs up. It's finally, you got a good one there. I didn't mind the Dennis one last week. I just thought it was a filler one, a cop-out one. And yeah, I just wish you guys would not miss big, important games like the Detroit game with your coverage. Open gym, we're going to critique y'all. And I might have to say 2 thumbs up or 2 thumbs down, considering what you bring out each week. We'll have to see. Yeah, the open gym was good yesterday. It was very good. Nice bounce back. Kenrick is here. Kenrick is in line possibly to be winning this tonight. We'll have to see if the Lakers beat the Pacers in the final of the in-season tournament tonight, the only game on the docket. And whoever wins is going to get this, either Kenrick with the Lakers winning or Edmond if the Pacers win. So we're going to find this out, Kenrick, tonight. All right, let's see what he's saying. I'm glad you talked about Scottie under the rim. I am over 4th quarter Scottie numbers look meaningless after those losses. Darko should be spamming Pascal, Scottie attacking the rim. They are both elite closers. There you go, Kenrick. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, the thing with Scottie in the paint is just you're giving away 700% shots, 70% shots for 19% shots. It's just a percentage thing. If you really want to do analytics, The Raptors are different than other teams. You can't apply Billy Ball analytics to our team and say, well, the three is worth more because you're going to make it. No, but with our percentage being so low for three-pointers, you can't do analytic arguments that the better shot is the outside three-point shot in that situation over Scottie in the paint with established closeness that he's very high percentage. No. It's the Raptors. We're not a good three-point shooting team. And I don't care. You can't make any analytics argument that is the right decision, Scott not taking the shot in the lane. It may be on other teams, Draymond kicking it out to Steph Curry to hit the three because that's a bucket, but not with our team. Scottie needs to take that high percentage shot if he's in the lane and he establishes that kind of post-interior paint touch. You need to take that shot. Thank you, Kenrick, for being here. And you know what, Kenrick, tonight, depending on what happens, if the script goes right for Adam Silver, I may be having to organize a rendezvous with you very soon in person to meet you in town at your place of your choosing to bring you this trophy. And we're going to be taking a picture. Now, if Edmund wins, I'll be going to find him. But luckily, both of y'all live in Toronto, the two finalists for the in-season tournament. So I will probably be able to give this trophy, the Trevor J. Cup, to one of the two people that are going to win tonight. We'll see who it is. Is it going to be Indiana or is it going to be the Lakers? If it's the Lakers, Kenrick's getting this. Kenrick James, LeBron James. That's right. Fiercely saying Gary Trent opting in was the smart move, provided he produced and upped his value. Unfortunately, this year is not it. Yeah, he's got a lot of time still. But you know what? He could be involved in a trade package. I don't know if he has the value right now that he should have because of the way he's playing. But I think in some ways he's still an attractive trade piece to other teams. So even if he's slumming and not playing very well right now, it could very well be he could possibly fuck around and play so bad he gets traded. So he needs to be careful, seriously. Country Con saying Terry Rozier is still looking for Malachi after that crossover. That was really good. I had to give Malachi some. He did play a little bit like he was in a pro-am yesterday, didn't he? I think if Darko had the cojones to keep the bench in the game, we would have won. I'm going to wonder that, JP. Like, that is something that keeps somebody up at night. It's like, damn, if I had not taken that good bench unit that was out there with Scottie and OG, would we have won the game? Maybe I didn't need to put Dennis back in. You know, in some ways, I was thinking that he should have done this. He could have been halfway with it and said, put Pascal back in, but leave Jakob and Dennis on the bench and mix and match, like put Malachi and Precious out there instead of Dennis and Jakob for the last few minutes. See, I'm not such a diehard for Dennis and Jakob that I won't say, yeah, bench those motherfuckers for the end of the game and let fucking Malachi and Precious play instead. You know, I'm not blinded in some ways like, oh, I just love Dennis so much that I don't want to make the right decision for what's right. Dennis didn't shoot well last night. So in some ways, he could have been on the bench for the last 3 minutes of the game, and I wouldn't have been upset. In fact, I was surprised that Darko put Dennis back out there at that time because I didn't expect him to. I thought that he was going to get this because he's at one point he went to Dennis and talked to him on the bench. I saw him. He's like right in his face. He's talking to him. And I thought maybe he was explaining to him, you know what, I may not put you back in for the rest of the game. This team out here is playing really, really well. And you might just, it's nothing like, I don't want you to get upset or have any confidence. So I want to be communicative in telling you. But no, he did put him back in. And in some ways, I could say that maybe was a mistake by Darko. That maybe he should have brought Siakam back in for sure because he was cooking earlier and he could have helped us close. But maybe he shouldn't have brought Pirtle and Dennis back in at that point. And it should have been Precious and Malachi that were allowed to finish the game. Seriously, it shouldn't have been Gary. It shouldn't have been Gary. It shouldn't have been him. If we're going to go by the rules of who's shooting and making the best shots and who has the good vibes and the good winning chemistry that's going on the court, yeah, he maybe should have left them in Country Calm. And I think this may be one of the biggest things he's second guessing about last night. Let's just say. Monique saying, pray for Otto. Don't be negative about his injury woes. Yeah, I don't want him to be hurt, but yeah, it's the wrong foot. It's his surgical foot that got hurt last night. And let's just hope he's okay. Because honestly, if he's going to have another like 8 games of him for a year and that's it, just like last year, people are going to be like, he's stealing money. He's stealing money. Click is here. Longtime original Raptor freak. Click is come back every once in a while. He comes to say what he wants to say to us, and we see what he has to say. Let's see. Hopefully he's being fair. Hopefully he's ready to jump. Let me make sure I get back. This is like a therapy session, y'all. It really is. This is what we do on these days after losses like this. It's sometimes very much a little bit of a therapy session. And it's important. We need to have better mental health in general. And this is part of why I try and help you guys. It's good for my mental health too. Trust me. All right. Wow. There's quite a bit. I definitely need a cutoff, guys, because if I'm going to catch up and get everybody's comments, then I'm going to have you guys stop commenting at this point. Hang on. No, 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 no. All right. Wow. You guys really filled it up. I want to make sure I don't miss any comments. I know I probably already have missed a bunch of comments, but it is what it is. All right. Here it is. Okay, wait, no, that's not the first one. This is Click. This is what Masai gets for not choosing a direction. It will be forced for him. Well, all right, Click. I'll say this argument. He's going to choose a direction, and he gets to choose it himself. He's not going to get it forced for him. He still has time, and it's once again, it's not on y'all's schedule. He will make the decision when the time is right, and I trust in Masai that he will. And once again, you're going to say he's going to get forced to make the decision. Well, he's on a fact-finding mission, and maybe the decision is forced because of what happened, sure. But he has the decision, and he gets to make it. And trust me, I'm not upset about this. And I think you're crazy for saying that way, because honestly, this is a GM doing his job, him and Bobby, and they're going to make the decision when the road is there to cross. And it's not on anybody else's schedule except for the one that makes the most sense to them as far as steering the ship for the Raptors. Yeah, all the fans can make all the decision they want, but honestly, they can't trade right now. They're not allowed to. So go make the trade very soon when trading opens up. Watch, Click. And you guys are going to be very surprised by what they do. I'll bet you. I'll bet you right now. Everybody says, oh, they're not going to do anything. They're just going to wait and do nothing. No, they're going to do something. Trust me. They're not happy with what's happening right now. And in some ways, they know y'all are going to criticize them if they don't do something. So they will do something. Trust me. They will. They will. Mischief saying Raptors bench got us back in the fourth from a 13-point deficit, gave us a 5-point lead in the fourth. As soon as we brought in half our starters, we lost the lead. I know. And that's the second guessing you might have to do about that decision last night, Jay. Click saying, if we have to watch a middling team again next season, I'm not. I refuse to. Okay, well, that's your choice. That's your personal choice, Click. Nobody's forcing you to watch Raptors games or do anything. You do whatever you want with your life. That's fine. I have no problem with whatever you're going to do, bro. G saying, I think the bench just started to lose the lead before the starters came in, to be honest. But the bench did fantastic and was wanting at that point only Pascal to be subbed in at first. He said that way before I said what I just said, and I did not see what he said there. So once again, G and I are kind of on the same page as far as our thinking. I really did think, okay, bring Pascal back in, but leave those other guys in. That's what I was thinking at that moment. When Darko made that sub in the fourth quarter. And G was thinking the same thing, obviously. MSJ saying Gary looks too fat to me. You're going to keep doing that, Chris. You can keep bringing up you think Gary's overweight and that's why he's shooting so badly. I don't know what to do with you, MSJ. You're hilarious. All right, Jillian is saying, Lex, guys need to visualize before the game. This is the coaching staff. I'm reminded that the U.S. Army is rumored to show their military PM when they want them to do their best. Just a rumor. I have no idea. All right, let me make sure I'm reading you correctly because I'm not totally sure what you mean. Yeah, every single player in the NBA should be pre-visualizing. This is just a smart, really good thing. If Chris Boucher does meditation, he does. It's very much known. Scottie does yoga. He's brought it up. These guys, when they're doing the yoga or the meditating, they need to go to a place. And Magic Johnson wrote about this in his book a long time ago. And this is something that I bring up all the time. Magic said the key to his success as a player in the NBA was that he pre-visualized everything. He would think about situations that would happen on the court way before they would happen. And in some ways, because he rehearsed them in his head, he was able to succeed in those moments, even if he had never been in them before. That's the whole thing. Like if Scottie really wants to get next level, he needs to pre-visualize like Magic and think about, well, if I'm in this game against the Knicks on Monday night and RJ Barrett in this situation, I get this mismatch, I need to go and do it. It's really kind of like pre-thought into what you want to do in the game to accomplish to try and win it. If these guys are just showing up to the game and they're like, we're playing a game and we're just going to go out there and beat them, we're going to follow the coach's plan, that's not good enough. They need to be very much pre-preparing, just like OG would. OG's going to look at New York for Monday and say, all right, RJ, Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle, this is my book on how I guard Julius. If I get switched to him, if I play RJ, then I want to make him go this direction away from that direction because he's not as good as that direction. And if I'm Jalen Brunson, I have to stay in between him and the basket, and I can't allow him to get around me. That's what I'm talking about. There's scouting reports that OG does on the defensive players that he may have to play night in, night out. And part of this key to his success as a great defensive player is really understanding the specific recipe for how to defend each individual player on the other team he may have to guard. Now, let's take that and apply it to Scott and thinking in an offensive way. Now, he may be playing against Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, or certain New York Knicks on Monday. He needs to think about, if I get this matchup with Brunson, I need to go down low and beat him in the post. If I get this matchup against Randle, I need to beat him off the dribble so I can be quick. And some of it is just pre-visualizing. Like Magic Johnson would pre-visualize himself at the free throw line. He said that I would think about, I'm in game 7, last second of the game. If I hit my free throws, I win the game. And he would pre-visualize success and thinking about the ball leaving his hands. He would get so micro that he would think about it on such a small level and not a general huge level. It's really about preparedness. It's just like in school when you take finals exams. Some people are going to half-ass it and cram right at the last second before they go in there, and their grade may reflect that. Meanwhile, somebody may be really doing a lot of pre-work, studying and working and busting their ass to be absolutely prepared for the finals, and they ace it, A+. That is what it is right there, Jillian. We want our guys to study for the games ahead of time and be predisposed for success because they pre-visualized the success in their head before they even got to the court. And they're not doing this. They're not even coming in the game with the right energy or the mindset at the beginning of the game. They're finding it during the game. And that's why I know they're not doing pre-thought. And that's why I want them to start maybe thinking about that. And this is maybe why I need to be down there as part of a semi-coach or whatever. Maybe I just need to be a personality around their team. Maybe I can be Flavor Flav for the Raptors, like Flavor Flav was for Public Enemy. And I can just come down there and say, yeah, boy, you need to go in pre-visualize more, Scott. Like, let's think about this. Let's think about New York right now and start pre-visualizing all kinds of situations you might be in Madison Square Garden on Monday. And maybe you will have more success because you've already written the script in your head a little bit, and you just need to go make it reality from your dreams. It's really a big thing that a lot of athletes do. And some athletes maybe aren't doing it, and that's why they're not as successful. And I think that may be part of it with us. Let's see. Stargate saying in Zazu spaces, these are individuals who are the most toxic. Raptors fan 23, who I suspect is a Pensorite, another named Fresh, who I also suspect same, and a dude I had to go off on named Sean, aka Blackula. All right, well, there's different categories of the trolls. Some of them are real Raptors fans, but I don't really consider them, but they're cynics. They're negative people. They are miserable in their own lives, and they're very ultra critical, and they can't have anything good. And anything like is kind of like failure, they really pile on it, and they really just feel good and high and mighty because they're coming at it and saying, oh, I'm right. They suck. They suck. In some ways, they say they root for the team, but when they're awful, they just pile on them, and they really, really get a lot of enjoyment of going on them. In some ways, that's what it is. These are little people with not a lot of power in their own lives that they derive power from putting down the Raptors in certain ways like this. In their own twisted head, they feel all high and mighty, and it's feeding their ego. So that's a lot of the symptoms of these people in those spaces, I'm sure. Some of them may be immature little 6-year-olds, and they're just children. That could be part of it. Some of them could also be wolves in sheep's clothing, meaning a Sixers fan who's masquerading as a Raptors fan, and they just find it really funny to get in there, act like a Raptors fan, and talk a whole lot of confusing shit. So there's different varieties of these trolls and idiots on spaces, and some of them may be in different categories like ones that I just described. And you'll find out. Yeah, Penserites are a part of that toxic, supposedly Raptors fans, but not really acting like fans, acting more like, jabronis. Let's see. Fun Guy saying, nope. He said, nope, nope. 100% believe the ball rather in Scottie's hands with shooters around him is 100% a better team than the trash we have right now. 100% Scottie is the answer. You don't have to see it, Lex. It's cool. No, I see that, and I agree with what you're saying. I don't disagree with that. I think that in some ways we're kind of around. We're not really in disagreement. It's just you guys may be mad at me for coming hard at Scottie in criticism today. I think that you're right. 100. I believe the ball rather in Scottie's hand in general is right, but he still shouldn't be the point guard. You can have him be like a Jokic and the ball goes through him, but he's not directing things as the leader and the point guard like Dennis. There's different kinds of ways to be the distributor or the guy who touches the ball. He should touch the ball every possession. I will say that, and that's the ball going through his hands. So I mean, we're agreeing on this. I'm not saying nope to you. I agree with what you're saying. It's just we're coming at it in kind of different directions. Stargate saying, yes, I'm going to start calling names because there's types of individuals are very dangerous to our fan base. Well, I'm glad you told me the names. I've seen Raps Fan 23 before in places. I've not seen Fresh or Sean, a.k.a. Blackula. But yeah, you want to bring their names to me, I can put them on blast and say, don't listen to this fucker. Don't listen to this fucker. This is a Pencerite, this is this person or whatever. Yeah, you want to put them on blast? Give me the list, Stargate's list. That's right, give me the list. Fun guy saying, or perhaps you're dangerous to our fan base, Stargate. You ever sat and analyzed and thought of that? Because you are technically in the minority that want to keep doing this same crap for more years. Nobody wants to do this same crap. And stop pushing that on Stargate. Stargate's in a good place. There's nothing wrong with Stargate saying that he wants to tell me who the negative bad Raptors fans are. In fact, I don't mind that. In some ways, if I know who they are before they even come in here, that would be good. Like if Raps Fan 23 shows up in here, I'll know he has a reputation that precedes him. So I have no problem with Stargate telling me who these people are that he sees in spaces. It's actually helpful. And I don't think Stargate's a bad person. Stargate works for Rogers, and he's on our side, and that's a good thing. I don't know if he's in the minority either. I think every single one of us wants this team to get better. I don't think that any of us is like, yeah, we want to continue to do this, fun guy, for like years and years in perpetuity. That's part of the thing that I'm arguing for is the good things for our team matter to continue us going up because we could get worse. And some of the things that the people that think they're helping our team by crying out for this and this are actually going to make us worse. And that's the thing that I think that people that want to change things so quickly and drastically don't understand. Is like there's levels to this. Once again, we bring up the Pistons. There's levels to this. The Hornets are on the rise. Do we want to cultivate good things happening for us, just like the Hornets that are going up right now? Yes. So we want to make sure we're going in the right direction. And in some ways, there's no minority or majority. Every single Raptors fan that's a true blue Raptors fan wants the team to get better. There's nobody wants us to continue to be shitty and mid. No, we will get better eventually. But we need people to just kind of be patient right now. MSJ saying, visualize the death of the other team. Jillian Moody, but the team can't shoot. I feel as they are a bunch of power forwards. When they were younger, they didn't learn to shoot pure. Hard to learn later in life. This is a gamble that Bobby and Masai did with Vision 6'9" that isn't exactly working out. Is that you can draft guys that are just athletically good and teach them how to shoot later. Well, there's varied success with that. I mean, Siakam's been a huge success with that, I think. I would say OG's been a good success with that too. And even Scottie has. So in some ways, it's like temper your results. It's not like these guys are going to go from being poor shooters in university and coming in as rookies to like Steph Curry at some point. That's the whole thing. And in some ways, if you really want a high-level shooter, you got to go draft a guy targeted like Grady Dick. You can't draft a really athletic guy who has a flaw with shooting and expect them to become a Steph Curry level shooter. That's just not realistic. Wayne's saying, I seriously think Dennis has basketball overload. He's played so much ball. His body, both mentally and physically, might just need a few games at low altitude. Having a competent second would help. You know what? I think Wayne's got something here. I think that you're right. I think that Dennis has not really had any time off for a while. The FIBA World Cup ended not too much longer. He had maybe a couple weeks, and then he hit it very hard and right away. In fact, when he came into training camp, I was wondering if Darko was going to ease him in or give him a chance, but Dennis did not want that. He came in full steam running. But this could very well be very true. I think that Wayne's onto something. that Dennis may be hitting a little bit of a tired wall because he's been going for so long, much longer than just the season. He was very intense this summer and had a lot of very high pressure, a lot of minutes games at FIBA. So I think there's something really true to this. And I think you're right. And maybe him being a little less usage right now, like if his minutes are cut a little bit, I won't be upset about this because this may actually help in this situation that Wayne's talking about. That Dennis may actually get a breather and he may be able to rejuvenate himself a little bit and come back more correct with a little rest. So yeah, I like this idea. I think it's very apropos, and I think you're astute in seeing this, Wayne. I think you're right. I think this may be true. G saying Scottie will be effective with shooters only if he continues to dribble into the paint and penetrates defenses and zones like he did last night. When he passively sits on the perimeter, it won't matter. Yes, yes, that is a huge difference. Is when these guys get activated and they get the paint touches. We keep hearing Darko and these guys say we need to get paint touches. That means dribbling in, getting around your defender, and getting in the paint, whether you shoot it yourself or you kick it out. And yeah, I think that this is true. Our worst offense and when we stagnate is when we're too much around the outside. We really got to get close up to get good offense going. When we're just relying on threes, we suck. And we go through 5-minute periods where we don't score at all. So they got to get more aggressive instead of being lackadaisical and just hanging out or on the outside. I agree with this completely. Stargate saying, I'm a fun guy. You must be one of the people I just mentioned under another name. I threw a stone and that dog that got hit yelped. That's such a folksy Tallahassee kind of fucking saying. Like I know people down south that would say something like that in their southern drawl. I just threw a stone and that dog that got hit yelped. You just made me feel like I was back in Florida for a second there. Listen, Fun Guy is a long-standing great original Raptor streak, and he has gone different ways with, and we don't always agree. Fun Guy and I have been very acrimonious in disagreement at times, but we always seem to find that the common bond of being true Raptors fans is what keeps us together. Now, I don't know what Fun Guy's doing in other spaces, and Fun Guy has a right to have his own opinions and be whoever he wants to be. Trust me, he's a big dude living out in 905, and I wouldn't fuck with him in real life. So I'll let him have his own opinions, even if we don't always agree. We have enough respect for each other on this channel that we allow for it. And I love the guy. He's a great guy. And honestly, he could be in the other places being a little bit more critical of them than he is here. And that's his right. That's his right. Fun Guy saying, yes, at G. And good thing is that what Scottie loves most, that's what Scottie loves mostly, involving his teammates, put shooters there. And oh my God, it's beautiful basketball. I agree with this. I love it too. And he's saying, nope, I don't have Twitter Stargate, but I see delusion. I call it out. All right. Once again, I don't like verses between you guys. We can disagree, but let's never make it personal. How about that? And you know what? I think what you're saying here is great. Scottie is a team player. We'll find the connection stronger with some of the connections that you're not going to as much. And we need a more complete coverage of the connections. You connect with Chris, you connect with OG, but you need to connect with those other guys and work on those relationships even better, is what I would say to Scott. Bryce is saying, this is why I say our team needs a shakeup. We want Scottie to be the guy, so we need to have the correct personnel around him. Yeah, we're going to continue to work on this and tinker with it. But we don't want to go too fast with it, that we go too many steps too quickly. And we do really want to be ultimately analytical to make the right additions and subtractions so that it makes sense. You know, that's part of the hard job of being a GM. Nothing's set in stone. And you got to kind of project or think that if we make this deal, how will this change our wins and losses? How will this change Scottie and his usage and what we want to do with him? Will it help or will it take away? That's why Zach LaVine would not probably help Scottie in some ways, because he may be more of a black hole. So we really got to think about who's going to fit with him and make it right. Jillian said, if we just up and take Dennis away, this will make things worse. They need to double down. Yeah. I think that Dennis is such a steadying thing that people don't understand exactly all that he's doing right now that is really essential and good for our team to be professional. And, they're not really putting any weight or respecting that. And in some ways, this is true. You take Dennis completely out of the picture, this team's going to be looking a lot different. And you guys may not like how it looks. Trust me, you may not. G saying yes and no. He needs to be able to break down high-level defensive teams, or they will all just sit on the perimeter like they did against the Heat. He still needs a better handle, in my opinion. He will in time. I'm not sure who you're talking about. I'm not sure if you're talking about Barnes or another player. Stargate saying, I'm a fun guy. Then why you took what I said so personal when my comment, nothing had to do with you? I don't know. In some ways, you guys are both feisty personalities on this channel. Stargate, you've had your interactions with other people in the past, and so is Fun Guy. And it just seems that you guys are bumping heads today. It's just you guys are very certain personalities, and you just happen to step into each other for a little bit here. I wouldn't say anything about this. I honestly don't want you guys to continue this because honestly, you guys are both great additions and people on this stream, and I don't really like infighting. And I know Stargate, sometimes you do get into it with other people on this channel, and it is what it is. I just want y'all to keep it civil. I have a rule because I administrate a very large wrestling Facebook group on Facebook. I'm in charge. I'm the administrator, and my rule is in there is y'all can comment about the wrestlers and talk trash about the different things, but don't go at each other. As soon as there's personal attacks from one Facebook group member to another Facebook group member, I kick people out for that. So I'm not about personal attacks on people that interact in my stream either. I'll treat it the same way. So y'all tread lightly. There's no reason to go after each other individually, like saying people are delusional or making a vendetta or a versus between two people in this chat. And I frown upon it. And in Facebook world, I kick people out for it, especially if they're people that are doing it chronically over and over again. Because I have no tolerance for people personally attacking each other in social media spaces. It's just unnecessary. Y'all have your own lives. There's much more important things than putting out that negative stuff and being versus against each other. So just for further reference, guys. Fun guy saying, but gee, good shooters are usually guards. So when you have those that can also break down, defend, you get the Pacers, Orlando Magic, you get guards because we've had like no guards but Fred over the years. Good shooters are usually guards. So when you have those, you can break down defense. Yeah. Once again, I feel like our guys have been able to do some of the stuff they did last night, and they're just not doing it because they're lazy. When I saw Precious take that first step and burst into the lane, I was like, well, why don't you do that more often? When I saw Siakam cooking people and getting around them and spinning and getting into the lane and hitting really short shots and very effective and making most of them, I was like, well, why don't you do that more? I feel like it's a first step initiation that some of the guys are capable of doing it. Maybe it's certain matchups with certain teams you can't, like the Celtics. But in some cases, I feel like it's there for these guys, and they're just not aggressive enough to go take it. And it may be not necessarily like we go get a bunch of new guards. We just light a fire under our guys' asses and say, you could do this, Precious. In the last game, we saw you make a really quick first step, and you beat your defender, and you made really good things happen. So we may just need to remind these guys and say, go do it. Go out there and fucking make a quick first move because good things were happening in the middle of the game last night when guys did that. Pascal, OG, Precious. Let's see. Jillian's saying at MSJ, visualize the death of the other team. Well, that's what the soldiers would do. The soldiers have to get ready for war. They pre-visualize killing the other side. It's kind of fucked up. Jimmy's saying, y'all need to watch film and see how defenses play us, and then you'll come to senses. Doubling down on one the most mediocre NBA offenses will not end well. The film shows it. It's right there. In some ways, Jimmy, I have to be honest. I'm slacking on my duties because I don't want to watch the highlights after the game. When we've lost these last couple games, I'm like, I don't even want to watch the highlights. I don't want to see this shit because I kind of remember everything and what I'm watching and stuff like that, and I already understand. We are watching, and we may all see different things because some of us are trained to see different things in different places and stuff like that. Some of us are very basic basketball watchers and just watch the game. Some of us see a little bit more detail and different things that are going on out there. I am paying attention to some of the stuff. And, it is not, some of it's hard to discern and really figure out, Jimmy. So it's different levels of people being able to read what's happening in the game on different levels of what is actually happening. G saying elite defensive teams will trap from high. If you get guards, that's different. People want him to be the guard and not sure what he wants. As a Joker role, yes, that would be cool if he buys into that. I think he would love to be like Jokic. I mean, it would be great. And it really does fit his player type. It really does. If he's playing backup center, defensive stuff, in some ways that makes more sense. Fun Guy saying, so I'm basically saying surround Scottie with mostly guards, preferably young guards with energy. Young guards with energy. Well, we have one young guard and he sucks. And his name is Malachi. I wish he was better. I don't know. That's a weird team build. That's a weird team build. I see. This is the thing. I don't want to go wholesale changes. I really want to tinker. I want to tinker. Y'all will keep wanting to rebuild and completely destroy everything. No, I think that there's just minor changes that we need to be. And then finally things will click and fall into place a little bit more smoothly. And that's not my job to analyze and figure out. And I feel like Bobby and Masai will do the best thing within the parameters of what's realistic with a deal and making a shakeup and a change. But don't expect it to be a huge, huge deal. It could be a minor deal, or it could be a huge deal, and it could be OG or Pascal getting traded too. Forgetful saying, "Hi Lex, agree with your take, except I don't see a future star in Scottie Barnes. Lots of skill, shit attitude. Hope he gets traded. Offer him to Houston for Sengun. Answer would be, who else are you throwing in? Wow, forgetful. Going even a step further than what I'm willing to say and kind of saying he's ready in some ways to say that Scotty's a problem and maybe we need to trade him. I wasn't going to start saying stuff like that because I don't think that that's true still. But if this continues to be a problem like 2 more years from now or at the end of his rookie contract, we may need to really think about whether he is a part of a winning puzzle or not. In some ways, it's real easy to say he looks like a part of the winning puzzle because of his overwhelmingly good talent. But in some ways, we know players have to be a certain way to be a championship caliber. And if they don't do the little things that make a team great to be great enough to be a champion, well, then they're not going to be a champion ever. And that's why I'm crying out to him to tighten up his game because I want you to be a champion, Scott. But if you're not going to take care of the little things, everything that matters, then you won't get there because you're not doing it the right way. You can't skip steps, as Darko has said over and over again this season so far. These guys, you can't skip steps. There's a lot of things that the coaches are saying to them. Win every day. Everything matters. You can't skip steps. These are the things they're trying to grind into his head to get it through to him. Yeah. Bryce is saying, I'm a fun guy. Hell yes. Crying. Crying. Forgetful. I'm glad to see you again. It's been a little bit, man. And wow, what was that one? Maybe not the most popular comment here today. Jillian keeps dropping me these super chats. I appreciate you, Jillian. I feel like I'm a stripper and I'm like, woo, woo. And I said something nice and she's just like putting little dollars in my G-string. Woo, you said something cool about OG. Woo, put that in there. Bryce is saying that is exactly what needs to happen. Fix the timeline. Let some young legs make mistakes and learn. I would rather be mediocre young than mediocre with talent that we have right now. There's a point in what Bryce is saying that I get. I get it. I get what you're saying. It's so tough. In some ways, I do not envy Bobby Webster and Masai Ujiri. It's a high pressure situation. There's all kinds of ways that they could fuck this up. And I'm just going to trust that they're going to make the right decisions with all the conditions and parameters that we don't know about to make the right decisions and what is actually possible and not just some dreamed up ESPN trade machine bullshit that I think people think, well, why didn't they just get Dame Lillard? Well, Dame Lillard didn't want to come here and was never realistic. So in some ways, it's going to be what it is. We're going to see. Stargate saying that Jillian, huh? What are you talking about? I'm not criticizing Lex for anything, so I'm confused with that comment. I don't even know. I don't even remember that comment or anything. It's all good. Y'all can criticize the hell out of me. It's all fair. If I'm going to criticize a team, if I'm going to criticize people in this world with my stream, y'all can criticize me too. In fact, I enjoy the feedback because it does help me to get better. That's the thing that I understand. It's like Chris Boucher with Nick Nurse. Nick Nurse had to be hard on him and tell him what he needed to not want to hear, but he needed to hear. And Chris thanked him for it eventually and said, Nick said stuff to me that I didn't necessarily want to hear, but he was right. And I got better. And I'm the player I am today, partly because of that. I'm telling y'all, we don't get anywhere with sugar and spice and everything nice. You get somewhere with, hard truths and people telling you what you need to fucking do to get better. And that's why anybody who's like mad at me for criticizing Scott, understand that's why I do it. That's why I do it. And I would love for y'all to criticize me. I can't be a fucking hypocrite and say, oh, don't criticize me, guys. I'm perfect. No, fuck that. I'm not perfect. I'm very much not perfect. And I don't mind criticism. Somebody says, oh, you cuss too much. Okay. I've heard your criticism. It'll be my choice whether I want to cuss less or not. You should have shorter streams. Well, okay, I'll take your advice. I'll to see how maybe I can do it shorter somehow, some way. I don't know. Maybe I don't mind spending my whole morning talking to my friends about the Raptors. I don't care. All right, let's keep going. But yeah, criticism's open here. Listen, I'm gonna criticize Scott. Y'all can criticize me. There's nothing wrong with that. If I'm doing something crazy, and you scratching your nose too much, Slex. Why? It's itchy. Fun guy saying, go look at the best offensive teams. They have like 10 guards. Pacers have like 7 guards. Boston has like 5. Magic have like 7. Seeing the trend, we have like 2. Yeah, no, I agree what you're saying. The Pacers are very interesting. I get what you're saying, and that is the roster build for other teams. Now, this is a copycat league. We know that. And sometimes when people do something successfully, everybody tries to pile on and do it the same way. Now, what if I told you the goal to get to something is not the same for every single team? That, the Detroit Pistons with Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace and Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, they went and got that championship in a totally different way than any of the other teams that were playing that year that they won, the Detroit Pistons in the early 2000s. So in some ways, you can get to that championship goal in a different way than other teams. And we're already committed to a different kind of build. And in some ways, to overhaul our roster to get to a build like Indiana, it would take a lot. And it may not be the right thing to do. In some ways, we have a totally different kind of build that kind of goes against what the trends in the NBA is. And in some ways, that is powerful. I'm just going to say that. There's certain things with our defense that is very, very dominant. There's certain things with our rebounding that is very, very dominant. And I like these aspects of our team. And if we're going to switch to being more guard oriented, like what you're saying, fun guy, we're going to sacrifice those things. And in some ways, I want to see if we can win the other way, like the Pistons did, because we're more set up to do it that way. And that may be why people think we have no direction, we're not doing anything, is because we're doing our own shit and we're being our own personality and we're being our own character. We're not copycatting other people. We're not trying to be like the Pacers or the Magic. We're our own thing, and we're building our own identity. And it's just that people don't want to accept our identity because it's not successful right now. But it could very well become successful. And in some ways, they say, you want to go far in this world? Don't go down the beaten path. Go on the path that is less traveled, and you'll go further and you'll have deeper success. And that's what I would say about that whole thing right there. Bryce is saying exactly, and that also has to do with our depth. You're talking about the guard stuff. That 6'9" team of wings doesn't work. In some ways, you're right. In some ways, it has not proven to be working yet. But in some ways, it's still a smart way to build your roster because you have incredible athletes. And once again, Bobby and Masai have very, very purposefully hedged the market on long, outstanding all-around wings that everybody wants our guys, and we have extreme value. So that's the thing. If they make that deal very soon and they do trade one of our top guys, they're going to get a lot for them at this point. Watch. And it's going to be because they really went and got like rare guys that are very hard to find in this NBA, and their value shoots up because everybody wants Siakam. Everybody wants Anunoby. And that is partly because they went and got the scarce stuff. It's like they went and got the gems that are very rare and that everybody wants. That's good GMing. If not, for the 6'9" wingspan defensive craziness that is also. Let's see. You need more ball handlers than wings if you want to run a fast-paced offense. Well, if you want to run a fast-paced offense, you should play in the 80s or the 90s because the NBA don't allow fast-paced, fast break kind of game anymore. In fact, I would be mad at the Raptors if they built a team like y'all wanted, and the referees just stopped us from being effective in that kind of mode because they just stopped the game all this time and wouldn't allow us to run like other teams. That's the folly of it, is in some ways you're putting all the power in the hands of the referees, and they could just start calling challenges and timeouts, and you completely kill your transition, fast break, up tempo game. Because in some ways, it's not smart to build a team that's built around up tempo because the referees control that aspect of the game at this point. And if you want to have them totally in charge of whether you win or lose, well, that may be part of what happens there. Fun guy saying you can have some 6'9", but you need guards, a reasonable amount. Flynn and Dennis not doing it, and Gary doesn't have guard handles, so he's kind of useless in guard aspect. Simple team building, man, Masai. All right, I'm gonna keep going. Jillian saying, Lex, I feel that everyone's still trying to adapt to Darko. Scottie is just a follower, man. It could be right. It could be right. Darko's Euroball. Yep, yep. And Bryce is saying, who else plays Euroball on the team, Jillian? Well, Dennis, Jakob. Siakam probably play some Euroball. He could probably play some Euroball. I don't know. In some ways, I love the idea of incorporating more FIBA philosophies on the Raptors because honestly, in some ways, it will make us distinctive and it is winning shit. Like it's basic winning principles and philosophies of basketball, a lot of the FIBA philosophies. And just because the NBA doesn't really want to play that kind of style, if you could play a little bit of those styles and integrate it in the ways that help us win, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. So I'm not anti FIBA. Some people in here have said that they're anti-FIBA, kind of doing FIBA stuff, but I'm not. I think there's a lot of merit and reward in it if we do that. Let's see. G saying, I am not a trade talk person, but I have this feeling wanting OG may happen. They have the lowest payroll, and they have young players that like Nembhard. They need defense. We need shooting. Yeah, they've wanted OG for a few years now. The deal that was always talked about was OG for Miles Turner. And that was when we didn't have a center before we got Jakob. When we got Jakob now, we don't really need Turner. So it's other guys we need to look at. In some ways, they already have said they're looking to shop Buddy Hield. And that is a really good person for us. That guy may be the most important savior for our season this year. If we were able to bring Buddy Hield to this side of the border and play for the Raptors, I think G's exactly right. They have the lowest payroll in the NBA. And in some ways, they need more defense. Well, OG's that guy. So this could actually be a trade that really works out for both sides. As much as we don't want to see OG go anywhere, this could actually fix our team. I'm serious. If we traded OG to the Pacers, and the package I really want is Hield, Nembhard, and Mathurin. I want all three of those guys. In some ways, you're getting a very premium two-way player, Indiana. And I would want Mathurin because I want a promising young player coming up. And it doesn't hurt that both those guys are Canadian. And it doesn't hurt that Mathurin particularly has dog and he has closer scorer mentality. And he has some of the shit that we need more on this team, like really giving a fuck and really coming down there and forcing his will in the game. Nembhard, a great backup point guard that would fit that role. And then Buddy Hield, an amazing pinpoint 3-point shooting champion that could absolutely help right out the ground starting for us. So if that deal is there for Bobby, when the trading opens up in the next couple of weeks, I would do it. I would do it if it's him, even if it's sad to say goodbye to OG. And that's that. In some ways, I'd much rather, in some ways, we're going to choose between Siakam and OG. In some ways, I do want to send OG out over Siakam because in some ways, there's certain things about Siakam that we don't necessarily want to lose. Seriously. So, man, it's crazy. It's crazy, G. And in some ways, look, that Pacers deal that I just described, it could really be huge and crazy. It'd be fucking crazy if I got it exactly right. Holy crap. What if they did this in like 3 weeks? Everybody be like, whoa, the Raptors streak, he never does trade talk. But he did bring up a trade recently. And holy shit, it happened. If that happens, I'll be like one of the highest percentage trade talk prognosticators ever around fucking Spaces or Twitter or anything like that. These motherfuckers are shooting shots every day. I don't take shots at whatever. I don't shoot to miss like OG. Maybe I got it right. If I am, it'd be very interesting if I am. Very, very interesting. Bryce is saying, can't keep talking about Scottie when everyone else isn't on page. Simple. I don't want to go on Scottie too much more. I wanted to start the stream off with him because he was the most prominent person in the game last night. But I'm not going to dump on him anymore. I've said my piece, and I'm not going to continue to harp on him. I'm going to say this, Scottie, listen, I think you're an amazing player. I want you to be the absolute best NBA player in your career that you can be. And I say all this from the bottom of my heart that I love you and I want you to be the best. That's the only reason why I criticize you. And I will give you praise also. Great triple-double last night. How about that? How about that? I don't have to dump on him. I just want to say the critical stuff, get it out of the way at the beginning. And, we can talk about the high praise of the amazing aptitude, the stuff he's coming in there and just grabbing the ball over guys like a man and taking it down and putting it right back on them. The way he's going at the rim above and higher, and it's scary to other teams. Like they can't stop him. He's unstoppable. He really is. When he wants to be, he's unstoppable. He's unstoppable. I can talk nice about Scottie too. A fun guy saying, gee, I'd rather give Siakam. I don't know how you feel of that, but OG is a dynamic forward that would work better with Pacers trade returns like Nembhard. Well, some of it may be what they want. I know they want OG. I'm not totally sure if they want Siakam. And then the other thing is, Once again, I have a heavy value on Siakam because of his linkage to our championship. And that seriously, I don't want to erase that memory completely from our franchise. In some ways, people don't say enough in the press. Pascal Siakam, NBA champion, because he is an NBA champion and he's one of our NBA champions. And do you really want a clean house of all of our NBA champions? In some ways, OG's a champion too on that team, but he didn't play. And in some ways, he's not a part of that very distinctive memory of us in that championship run against the Warriors, the Bucks, the Sixers, and the Magic. So that's part of the reason why I'm more likely to say, you know what, maybe we could trade OG, even though, oh my gosh, OG's such a good player. And I don't say that very easily. Let's see. Wayne's saying Boucher has a perimeter defender. As a perimeter defender is a liability. He stays on his feet and he blocks very good instead of jumping on the first fake. He needs to understand that. Not saying anything they don't know. They talked a little bit about the running out at 3-point shooters and like going past them, and then they just sidestep and then they take the easy shot. Yeah, there's a couple of things about closeouts on 3-point shooting that the Raptors need to work on and be better. And Chris had a block on a couple threes last night. They were awesome. They weren't like bad shots. He actually got a piece of one of them. He got up there and he tapped it, and it just missed. And Matt Devlin said, "Oh, it's a bad shot." No, he actually got a piece of the shot. He actually got there, and then there was a straight up block he had in one of them too. So I don't know. It's a weird thing with Chris, and you're right. He's not the best perimeter defender, but he does block threes sometimes. G saying because the Pacers need defense, and he's young. Yeah, he fits better with what they would need with their deficiency, and that's exactly why. Jillian saying, yes, Lex. What I'm saying is in reference to Darko. Yes, get them that fourth period mentality now. That's right. Pre-visualize. Coach, get them in there and get them oriented at the beginning, really ready, and really check with them and do that stuff. Dennis is doing this thing in the back when they do their little prayer circle before the game. Like he came up to Scott and he smacked the shit out of his chest. Like he went bam. You know why he did that? Because he wants to wake him the fuck up. This is maybe something that he learned from another team he was on, maybe with the Lakers, maybe with the Hawks. That one of the ways you can make sure your guys are awake and ready is go up to them and smack the shit out of their chest like that. Boom! Whoa! He just hit me hard. Whoa! I woke up. In some ways, I think that's why Dennis is doing that. Like he does it to all the players in the back. You watch in the pregame ritual. Dennis will come up to Otto, smack him the shit out like Ric Flair hitting a chop. Bam! Ow! Why'd you do that, Dennis? I want to make sure you're woke, that you're ready. That's why I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. Oh, it's crazy. All right, let's see. And G saying, I don't want to get into trade talks. It's just a feeling also because OG has history in Indiana playing for the Hoosiers and the Pacers want to contend. No, it's a perfect fit. And G, from your many years of being here, you've been here since the beginning, 2 years now, that I don't talk trades very often. And if I do, I'm serious about it. And we don't do this normally. All right, we got Knicks fan in here. Let's see. We got Charlotte fan earlier. Now we're going to hear Knicks fan for a sec. Let's see what he's saying. Melbester, be nice. All right, let's see. Happy Saturday, Raptor Streak. Knicks lost a game to the Celtics, but by 10. They really can't beat Boston now. Hopefully the team gets some players to help them at the trade deadline. Man, I wanted y'all to beat them. Like I said, I root for you against the Celtics. Listen, I think y'all are closer than you think. Don't get too down on this. Seriously. In some ways, the Celtics have been embarrassed by getting put out of the in-season tournament by Pacers. So they're a little bit more like uppity and wanted to prove something. So they had bad taste in their mouth because they did not get to the further in the IST. So they may have been working it out on you a bit. So don't overreact to this. Y'all are on the right path. And honestly, when you play the Celtics next time, learn from the things you've learned from playing them already and come back at them the right way. RJ and them, I want to see y'all beat them. And you will. You're going to beat them some point this season. The Celtics are tough. I know. We've lost twice to them too. But I believe in y'all. And I don't think you need very much sweeping changes. If you're calling out for a trade or something to save you, I wouldn't do that. I think you guys should look within, and you guys will find it from in your team. Jalen Brunson, RJ Barrett, Julius Randle. That's right. Bryce, is good to see you, man. You know what? I appreciate you not bringing up certain things just now. Bryce is saying, gee, you better get comfy because a big change is coming soon. No way we keep the same roster this year. Yeah. Well, G's going to be ready for it. He's a real one. He's the ultimate good Raptor freak, and he really is a smart guy. and he will ride whatever the changes are in the right way. He's very logical and intelligent, and I'm sure G's going to be fine no matter what we do, and he's going to be pleasantly surprised with the deal. I know I will be, and I'm ready for it too. I think there's a change coming too, Bryce. I think you're right. Jillian's saying also, we're still freaking out about a one possession loss. We'll get there. There you go. Jillian bringing it back again. She can get a dunk again for the same exact comment earlier, just because it needs to be said. It needs to be said over and over. So, Jillian, you got another dunk. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, fun guy saying, I'd fucking cry if we kept the same shit. Lol, laugh out loud. There better be major changes. G saying, I don't like trade talks because I have no control over it, so I don't get into it. It's not about being comfortable. I don't set myself up to be disappointed. That's their job. That's right. And that's part of the reason why Raptors fans are so silly and overreactive. They all have designs on what they want because they have it in their head. They should have drafted Jalen Suggs. Jalen Suggs. Why didn't you draft Jalen Suggs? That's the problem. Their own ego gets in the way when they have designs about what they think Masai and Bobby should be doing. Like, I just proposed this trade for Buddy Hield and them with the Pacers, and I have no stock in it. If they don't do it, if it never happens, so what? I don't care. Some of y'all are acting like you live and die whether they make the Kevin Durant deal or the Dame Lillard deal. And it's really ridiculous, honestly. And that's what they're saying. The smart person understands what they can and cannot control in their life. And the idiot person gets bent out of shape over things that they can't control. That's unnecessary suffering. Learn the teachings of Buddhism. Nako's saying Raptors should do everything to keep OG. Only trade him if you don't think he's signing, and OG deserves a bag. This is very tentative, and this is very sensitive. We need to handle this very, very carefully. Let's just put it that way. We really, really do. And in some ways, these are very high-level decisions that everybody on Twitter Spaces is not qualified or mature enough to do. Thank God we have people that are. And their name are Ujiri and Webster. So Stargate saying Scottie and Pascal have kind of started to figure with each other. They have worked well together for the past few games. It's the complementary players that have been doing their part. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of more leaning towards Siakam staying more, is because the synergy between him and Scottie is improving. It's getting better and better. It's not that it's bad with OG. It's just that it is going to be somebody like that. If it isn't, it'll be a smaller deal with some people off the bench. Jillian said Keon Clark went to jail. Wow. Yeah, he did. He's out now, I think. I think he did eventually get out. But yeah, he's had very much substance abuse problems, and he has had a very sad life. For having such a charmed NBA life, the UNLV product of Keon Clark. Yeah, it's sad, man. I got a Keon Clark jersey on today because we're unprofessional. All right, MSJ saying it's a fine line between having the spirit to just play or win. I saw OKC last night as well, and SGA and Chet. J-Dub has that edge to beat the Warriors. The Raptors don't carry that edge. Yeah, we need it. We do need edginess. This is often a complaint about nice guy teams like the Spurs and the Raptors. This is not. They're too nice. David Robinson's too nice. OG, you're too nice. God, man, you're so nice. Look at how much you love Luka, and you guys go at each other, but you're best friends, even though you should hate each other. You should hate each other. MSJ saying, Jillian Moody, when did he go? When did he go? What? Oh, Angry Mexican, congrats on the Hornets win. Yeah, he was here earlier. He's all right. He's cool. Let's see. Bryce is saying, you just said give it to the guys who are hot, and Scottie had the hand, so he took the shot. It comes down to us hitting shots as a collective, and that is rare for some reason. Listen, I have no problem with Scott taking the shots. That's not my criticism. My criticism is you need to know where your feet are set so that you know you're taking the appropriate shot for the amount of points that you need. And you also need to make better decisions with the situation at the end of the game for what the score is and the difference in how much the score is. Those are two mistakes. I have no problem with Scottie calling his number or shooting the shot himself. But if he's going to do that, he has to show the basic fundamentals that he understands where his feet are placed so that he's not shooting a shot that wouldn't win us the game anyway because it's a 2-point shot. And he said that after the game. He said, it wouldn't have mattered if I made that last shot because I was inside the 3-point line and it would have only counted for 2. See, that's no good. That's losing. That's a losing kind of thing. I love that he took the shot and he wanted to take the shot, but he didn't take it properly and he didn't do it in the way that it would have won us the game. And that's the difference right there. KSM's here. Good morning, Lex. I keep thinking I saw the worst version of the Raptors, and they surprise me every week. Same number of L's as the Hornets. Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, we're a different team. We're in a different place. Everybody can't keep holding us to a standard of like 2019 or even DeMar and Kyle years. You guys got to let go of the standard of what you want to hold the team to. It is what it is. We got to just ride with them and allow them to be who they are and just root them on as unconditionally loving fans. That's really what it is. If you really love the Raptors, you got to be unconditional with your love at this point. And you can't be like, oh, I don't, you can be if you want, but if you want to be a truly passionate, devoted fan like I am, you got to be unconditional with your love for them and allow them to fail and catch L's right now. Forgetful saying Barnes leading scorer in 10 games and 8 losses. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. That's an interesting stat. Let's see. All right, Trevor's saying everyone is going crazy about the Raptors right now. We could be like Detroit right now, 2-20. So stop all the negative. We will get better. We have another chance against the Knicks. That's right. And Trevor Jay's going there himself personally to be in the arena, new MSG, and he's bringing 45 rowdy Raptors fans to be loud for the Raptors in enemy territory. So you go, Trevor Jay. You get that busload of Raptors fans to the game on Monday night and help cheer on the Raptors to swinging out of this losing streak and back to winning. I'm all about that. Infamous saying, salute, freak. This is what development looks like. Exactly. Infamous is just stating the truth. The process is not linear. The concern that I have is we are developing bad habits with the recent movement of cutting players. Something is happening. Well, we only cut Ron because he got hurt. We only cut Ron because he got hurt. But hopefully Jonte will be very good for us. Yeah, I agree with this. I do have a concern that we're developing bad habits, and that's why we need to cut them off and stop them. Scottie has a bad habit of looking back on a fast break, and that is a bad habit. That is a bad habit. But he's been allowed to do this by coaches in the past, and I don't understand why. Leonard Hamilton, did you not talk to him when you had him at Florida State? And you should have broke him at that time. You're the kind of coach that would do that. So I'm kind of disappointed. In some ways, Nick, why didn't you talk to Scottie about that in the first couple of years of coaching him? Why isn't Darko getting saved? Is it because Scottie's untouchable? Is it because nobody can come at him and criticize him? You cannot criticize those that rule over you? Is that what's going on here? Is there a blind spot to criticizing Scott about his dumb look back dunks? It's his whole point in his whole life that nobody's ever told him no. That's dangerous. And that's why I worry that he may be developing bad habits because nobody can get through to him because he's so powerful and you can't go against him. That's the thing. You need to be able to be criticized and put in your place, even if you're Michael Jordan, even if you're LeBron James. And in some ways, I feel like Scottie's untouchable in this way because a coach at some point should have told him to stop fucking doing that. Seriously, some point, some coach should have benched him and said, you don't ever fucking do that again in a game if you're fucking playing for me. Seriously. If I was his coach at some point, I would have done that to him. Seriously. I would have said, you're fucking sitting the whole rest of the game because you did that cheap Bush League look back fucking shit on your dunk. You don't do that shit, especially when we've been losing. You're going to make Terry Rozier get pissed off and he's going to fucking go off and make a whole bunch of shots on us because you're fucking doing a Bush League look back move. I wish a coach had set him straight on that because that is a bad habit and somebody should have cured him of that already. Yeah, infamous saying, I don't blame Scottie for this one. OG knocks down a few of those wide open threes. We win. Darko needs to take the gloves off and start laying into those guys. I'm with you on that. And yeah, there's blame to be had in a lot of different places. I'm just keying on Scott because I feel like some people are going to like sugarcoat him and just kind of say, oh, you got a triple double. But no, in some ways we need to talk about what he did wrong. Mischief saying when Scottie was out there in the paint, he looks like Jokic passing the ball around. Yeah, we want to see more of that, derive more of that, develop more of that. Firebolt's here. Good to see Firebolt's been in and out a couple times in the last couple months. Appreciate you being here. I agree with you. I feel like immaturity, arrogance is a big problem with Scottie. We saw it last year with that interaction with that. I love him, but it's going to hold us back if he can't overcome that. That's exactly right. Firebolt, this is the biggest thing. Listen, in some ways, the younger people may not understand this as much as people that are older. That in some ways, look, I know y'all are rebellious. I know that we fucked this world up. The environment's fucked up and everything's fucked for y'all. I hate that too. And in some ways, I'm in the same boat as y'all. But don't hold it against us and just disregard all old head advice. just because you feel like we suck and we screwed up the world for y'all, younger generation. There is still very much good merit in information and learning from people ahead of y'all. Just because we fuck things up and you say, oh, I don't want to listen to old heads because look at the world is burning down. I get it. I get that mentality. In a lot of areas in the world, I would be like y'all and say, we need to do something about this because the older generation fucked this up and they're not doing anything about it. I get that mentality from that young generation. This does not apply to Scott in this situation. It does not apply to Scott in this situation. That kind of mentality of being arrogant and young and that you know everything and old heads can't teach you anything does not apply in Scott's situation. And Firebolt's exactly right. The Keys have been there to see it. The way that interaction with Thad went, it was not right. Seriously, you don't go against a 17-year pro that survived in this league that knows how to stay in this league. Scottie is wrong. I don't even know what they said. I don't care what they said. I know Thaddeus is right. He's just going to be right in that situation. Everybody was going after Thad after that. They're like, oh, you can't have Thad, you old head. How you telling him this? Like, that was the fucking wrong side to be on because Thaddeus was right in that situation. I said that. And that's why I'm worried. There's a couple of tells that tell us that Scottie's arrogance and immaturity is the issue with our team right now. And Firebolt's got the guts to actually say it like that. I haven't said it, spelled it out exactly like that yet. But that is what I'm worried about with this team in the long term. So, Scottie, you got to grow up. You stopped playing so much Twitch. That was good. You worked on your conditioning this summer. That was fantastic. You are growing and maturing as a normal young 20-year-old would. It's just in some ways, the Raptors aren't going to get better until you mature and you figure this shit out that we're talking about. Isaac saying bench is playing better. The Raptors bench deserves a dunk. All right, Isaac. I don't have them on the list, though. I'm going to give you a dunk for being so benevolent instead. Isaac's getting a dunk. Let's see. Fun guy saying, Lex, bro, you're kind of caring about the wrong things. Championship was 5 years ago. Next goal is next championship. Who cares about keeping linkages in the franchise? That doesn't mean shit. It does. And I'm going to explain why in a sec. Bro, the linkages will disappear one way or the other. Bro, wrong thing to worry about. Warriors guys will be gone too eventually. Got to care about next chip, bro. It's not linkages from 5 years ago. All right. It's a culture thing. In some ways, the culture of our championship team has been dissipating and disappearing. And in some ways, I want to hold on to that. Like I said, fun guy, in some ways, it's a thing that where the NBA media does not want to have any kind of connection to NBA championship with Toronto anymore. And it really is a lot deeper and darker than you think. There's not people that were going after trying to pull apart Clay, Dre, and Steph. And Iguodala and Steve Kerr and everything that happened there. There have been very much nefarious forces on the underneath trying to pull our team apart and destroy the memory of our championship team. So forgive me for that. History and culture does matter. You can ask Steve Kerr in that core that is still there and how that has mattered in transitory situations where they have not been very good in the last couple of years. In fact, their team has mirrored our team very closely every single year. Last year, they were the same as us, middling, confusing, having problems. This year, they have a very similar record to us right now. But in some ways, the Warriors get treated a whole different way because of who's on their team, because they have in the bank respect already banked in. And Siakam has that. They don't give it to him properly. It's a lot of that kind of stuff is what I mean with it. I get what you're saying, and you're right. You don't want to hold on to the past so hard that the future dries up. But in this case, this makes sense to keep him around. It's good for culture, and it is good for the esteem and the way people look at our team from the outside. I'm telling you, once he's gone, a little bit less respect will be had for the Toronto Raptors around the league in general. And that's part of it right there. I get what you're saying. You want to look towards the next championship and not back. But in some ways, the linkages between the first championship to hopefully the second championship can happen and stay intact, but it may not. And I may not get my wish anyway. I will be one of the last people that will fight to keep a champion on our team from our championship team. I will be that person, even if it's somebody that's like, okay, you're this minority and you're not realistic about where we're at, and I'll still do it. It's just who I am. I'm sorry. Cool Cat saying, good morning, Raptor Free crew. Fans are heated today. Laugh out loud. Bummer we lost our game. Yeah, don't go to social media spaces. And in fact, tomorrow we're going to do a Sunday special report on being a Raptors fan in a very toxic era of social media and things like that. I'm going to give tips to people on how to deal with this kind of stuff so that you can have a happier life, even though the Raptors are losing and social media spaces are fucking crazy. So yeah, Sunday special report, toxic social media and how to deal with that as a positive Raptors fan, a how-to guide. That's our special report tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. I hope you join me, and we'll talk about this more. Let's see. Fiercely saying, agreed with Infamous. It's the development phase. Frankly, with the way things started, it may be like this throughout the whole season. I hope not, but setting myself higher expectations. Yeah, I say lower expectations. Yeah, just be ready for whatever and just ride with them. Let's just ride with them and just take it as it comes. In some ways, once again, y'all put yourself through way more misery because you have these crazy expectations, and if you don't get them met, you act all out of pocket and crazy. And not you guys. I'm talking about in general, Raptors Nation. So in some ways, this is the thing. You just have some maturity and dignity this year, even if we're not winning and everything's not totally rosy and happy. Yeah, Fiercey saying supporting the team no matter what. That's right. Fiercey's a real one. She's a real Raptor freak. That's right. Country Kong saying, Lex, you said if we lost the Hornets, you change your tune. Well, we lost the Hornets, and it's the same song. The definition of Flint's sanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. I don't know. I'm a little bit different today. I am more open to different things. I am. But in some ways, the way we lost and some of the positive things that we saw last night actually changed things. Now, if we had lost all the way through the game like we did from the first half, and we didn't wake up in the second half and have some of the good things happen, like Scottie getting a triple-double, like the bench having very rewarding minutes and good things happening, I would be more doomsday and more upset right now. But like Jillian has said repeatedly, this is a one-possession loss, and we clawed our way back into the game. And in fact, with the discrepancy with the three-point shooting, we had no business being that close. So there's some things we're doing right last night in that game, even if we didn't get the right result. So I get it. If we, in some ways, all right, you feel like I lied that I didn't change my tune today. Oh, I did slightly. I did. It may just be that I didn't change it in the way that you thought I would. I came after Scott. That's what it is. Jillian saying fiercely, yes, exactly. We'll get there. Cheers. That's right. I love the real positive, real ones that are like, listen, this is the thing. I can tell. These are people that if you have a child, you unconditionally love them, and they're going to have fuck ups and they're going to have successes, and you love them on every single day. And this is really kind of the mentality you have to have with a young developing Raptors team. It's like if it was your kid, talk to them like where you want to be supportive, even if they're not totally doing things right. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I'm not a parent, but I can say that if I had a kid, I would be unconditionally loving them. And I would treat them very kindly and nicely in their failures. And I feel like this is something that Raptors fans should do a little bit better. Let's just be a little bit more benevolent and kind and loving towards the team instead of so fucking critiquing and just assholes about it. Like kicking them when they're down. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Monique saying, keep up the great streams. Always hear you despite the outcomes. Click, cut. I refuse to read nervous comments at times if it gets out of pocket. There you go. Monique, listen, you have this one of the most pure hearts for the Raptors. There's no questioning your devotion and love and dedication to this team. And honestly, the things that some people will say on online will hurt your feelings and hurt mine too. And we don't need to see them. There's no reason for us to go there. And this is a little bit of a preview of what I'm going to say tomorrow. All right, Jillian's got the time in her hand. I know I'm way over. I'm going to do 4 hours. It's fine. We'll see if I'm going to be done soon. Carlos here. The question is, why is there so much more on ball at the start of the game? Well, we covered this a little bit earlier, Carlo. I think it's really that they're not preparing themselves mentally correctly to insert themselves right off the jump ball at the beginning of the game, and that they're getting kicked in the head and then they're reacting to it. In some ways, we used this analogy a lot last season that we need to be the team that hits first and not be the team that gets hit first and has to make up the first deficit. Because last year, there were a lot of double-digit leads on us in the first quarter too, and this is the same old tired song. So, and the pattern continues to persist. I'm going to say they need to prepare better and come to the game correct right off the jump ball. So that's really what it is. Fun guy saying, low IQ players, bro. Low IQ players. Some of these guys didn't start balling until much older, unfortunately. All right, this is true. Like guys like Siakam and Boucher came the game late. But I still feel like they're you know what it is? They're high IQ X's and O's players and play set players, but they're not necessarily high IQ dog players or taking control of the game players. Is that a good discernment to make that I'm trying to say here? Like Jakob, Pirtle, Dennis, OG, Pascal, they can understand the play sets and the plays and all this stuff. but in some ways they're not understanding mismatches in the seconds, the milliseconds to recognize them and go take advantage of them. In some ways, they're also not recognizing this is when I need to jump and take control and do something now for my team because they need me. And that may be some of the basketball IQ that they're lacking. So I want to make a discernment here. They're very good X's and O's basketball IQ guys in theory, but they're maybe not executing or like mentality wise basketball IQ right. I think that's kind of what you're saying. MSJ saying, Carlo, the edge to win isn't there and slip ups occur. Not thinking in the moment looks disconnected and moronic. Yeah. The failure is what's moronic, is what it is. They're not morons themselves. The failure is moronic. Isaac saying that game was a Barnes burner. That missed free throw will lead to Scottie's growth and maturity faster than any big W. Sometimes you got to burn one. Yeah. Yeah, I think Isaac's right. Sometimes failure gets you quicker to success than just mediocre success over and over again. And in some ways, I think that's right. Fun guy saying, Lex, those weren't the vets I'm talking about. Thad, Otto haven't been here for 4 years. I'm talking about Siakam and Boucher. I think that's a fair point. And you saying that they're late to the game does make sense. Blackhawk is here. He's made it. He survived the spaces of Zazu last night, and he can tell us about it. We love you, Blackhawk. People have told us the tales of your heroism last night already before you even came here. Stargate saying, let's see how the teams plays when they play a team a second time. The only teams they have played more than once so far are the Bulls, Celtics, Sixers, and Bucks. All splits except for Sixers and Celtics. This is a great point, too, by Stargate. That's right. How are we going to adjust? We're going to play New York on Monday. We got get back to get at them. Kyle Lowry kept track of who we had get back to get at. Well, hopefully somebody's keeping track of get back. We got to get towards the Knicks on Monday night. And then the Hornets will be coming after them very shortly. So, yes, I agree with what Stargate is saying. This is the adjustment we want to see. It'll be something we can gauge Darko by, and also the will of these guys and having pride in themselves to make and justify and rectify losses already this season against these teams. Very good point, Stargate. Fun guy saying, and Thad and Otto barely play. I'm talking about the veterans we relied on to run our team for 4 years. Scottie far smarter than them, even OG. He directs these guys like they're rookies. It's crazy. Okay, I'm glad you discerned this more specifically. Okay, I get it. And I'm glad you clarified yourself. Okay, you know what? I can say that this is true. This is true. Basketball IQ-wise, Scottie may have a little bit more aptitude and ability than those guys. Okay, I think that's a fair point. I mistakenly thought you were talking about Otto and the guys that don't play. Stargate saying, yeah, I'm going to stop going in there. I'll leave it to Blackhawk and Kukat to fight them prattle talkers. Fiercely saying, agree with Jillian. Adhering to Darko's Euroball doesn't work. I'm still puzzled as to what changed from the preseason. Starting five was the same for all teams, including ours. We kicked ass. Preseason's preseason, and it doesn't mean jack shit. That's what they always say, right? Blackhawk saying, Stargate, we still in it. We just need to get our defense up and get the pick and roll and up too. Yeah, the two-man game needs to go back to. Darko said he wants them to go back to it. Fiercely saying, what the hell changed? The intensity, the fresh outlook was exciting. That's right. It was fresh and new. They were finding success. They were undefeated in the preseason. And the reality of the regular season, the very tough schedule, it really wears on you. It wears on you. We've had a really hard gauntlet to go through so far this season in the games we've had so far. And it'll wear on you. And if you're not getting success, it will wear on you. That's part of the design of why they did this to us. Seriously. It's no fucking coincidence that 2 years in a row, the Raptors have had really shitty, hard, crazy-ass schedules right from the beginning of the season when they're trying to figure shit out. Fun guy saying preseason was just a small sample. Yeah, and it doesn't matter. Teams are not totally doing everything. Lex, I understand what you're saying about Scottie and game management lessons. He will learn a lot from this game. Scottie looked like he was crying. That's good emotions. Will help him in the long run. This is good. I want him to care. That's good. I don't like hearing that he's crying or he's sad, but I want him to care. It'd be much worse if he didn't give a shit. It would really be much worse. Blackhawk saying at Stargate, what ID are you using in Zazu's space? All right, we'll have to see. Carlos saying, all I can say is it's not the end of the world. We're just 4 games below 500, and there's plenty of time to turn around. Look at Carlo JS. This is why we're Raptor freaks, because we're realistic, we're optimistic, and we stay positive even when it's the darkest. There you go. I like that. That's a reality check. Once again, Jillian said we just lost a one-possession game. Carlos saying this is one game out of 82. Look at where we're at. We can actually really improve and be fine still. Country Kong saying start Malachi. Dennis will never have chemistry with Scottie. Nah, I don't agree with that. Out of self-preservation, similar to Fred. Dennis sees Scottie as an existential threat to his role on the team. Malachi knows his role. All right, now you're starting to sound like Pensair. Because honestly, that's a Pensair trope, and it was used against Fred last year. No, 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 and no. And I'm breaking it down here. First of all, we can't start Malachi. You're crazy. Second, Dennis should have chemistry with Scottie, and it's already a proven track record that Dennis can have this kind of chemistry with a player like Scott because of LeBron. Now, the problem is not Dennis. The problem is Scott. If Scott is having a problem connecting with Dennis, he needs to get over himself and do better about connecting with Dennis. Seriously, if he has a deep-seated want to be the point guard so bad that he doesn't want to work correctly with Dennis to sabotage him to be the point guard, well, that's fuckery by Scott on the down low in a deception way. If that was the same action he was doing last year with Fred on the down low, and that Pensair is just vocalizing it on his damn channel, that is fuckery, and that's deception on Scottie's part, and that's not right. Now, you're trying to say Dennis sees Scottie as an existential threat? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Scottie, listen, he wants Scottie to be as good as LeBron. In fact, Dennis will prop Scottie up and make him look better and better and better. Dennis has no ego in this. I'm going to tell y'all right now. He doesn't care if he starts or comes off the bench ultimately. He'd prefer to start, and I think it would do bad things for his confidence if we brought him off the bench at this point. But Dennis is a team player. In fact, he's fine with not scoring any points on any given night as long as we win. That's all he gives a shit about. So in some ways, Dennis is a huge supporter of Scott. He's propping him up. He's pushing him up. But in some ways, if Scott is rejecting Dennis as being a leader or being the point guard on the team, that's where the problem is. Because Dennis could run and have the perfect chemistry with LeBron James, but he can't have it with Scottie. That's on Scott. That's not on Dennis. Seriously. Think about it logically, Country Kong. What you are saying is that Dennis can't have chemistry with Scottie? Well, Dennis had perfect chemistry with LeBron. Why can't he have it with Scottie? It's a very similar kind of player. That's on Scott then. Because Dennis has a proven track record of having chemistry with huge stars in this league. Jason Tatum, LeBron James. Very much different people have had really good chemistry with Dennis from before. So the problem isn't emanating from Dennis. Trust me, he's the ultimate professional. He loves Scottie. He wants to prop and push Scottie up into being the best potential player he can be. So you got to really understand. In some ways, the way you're putting this together right here, it sounds like you're in Pensair's channel too much right now. Is what that sounds like. Blackhawk saying Carlo true, and Trevor saying if you want to beat the world has to offer the world your best. If you want to beat the world has to offer what? Stargate saying at Blackhawk, I'm chat back live. That was going off on the Sean guy about Masai last night. Good stuff. He's chat back live. Fun guy saying Lex going to do 7 hours today. Well, when we're in this bad of shape, this is how we've repaired the damage. And I'm at 4 hours. That's right. Yeah, I might do a little bit longer. I don't know. We're near the end though. Fun guy saying it's a Saturday though. That's actually why I'm so actively here too. Yeah, I mean, I can do this. I have a lighter day. There's no game today. We don't even have a 9:05 game. We'll have a 9:05 game tomorrow. They're playing the Maine Celtics in the afternoon, and then the New York game on Monday. But yeah, we're doing a special report tomorrow because we got 2 days off. Let's see. Stargate, you were in their ass. So yeah, you knew who he was. Chat back live. Yeah. Good job. So he's all about it. Blackhawks got respect. He's doing that Robert Redford to him right now. He's like, I see you. MSJ saying Country Kong start him. Man, I don't know. Laugh out loud. I cannot see. But have a good day. I'm in the Hill today. Christmas shopping. Hillcrest. All right, Chris, have a fun time. Be safe out there. Cool Cat saying Halliburton shooting from form is ugly. Noah's system would have messed him up. That may be true. Like they get the Noah system in Indiana, and all of a sudden Halliburton can't shoot all of a sudden. Fuck that Noah system. I hate that thing so much. I really do feel like it's hurt us more than it's helped us. That stupid ass Noah system that Nick made us get. Fuck that Noah system. Seriously. Carlos saying shooting has been bad as long as the Noah system was installed. That's right. Fun guy saying laugh my ass off. Cool Cat. Don't kill me. MSJ saying have a wonderful day, people. I'm out. And Carlos saying have fun shopping. Fun guy saying, I'd vote to get rid of Noah. I'd vote for it too. Masai, you need to maybe like put that on the garage sale. Put it on the yard. See if somebody other team wants to come buy it. Maybe the CBL will buy it and use it for one of their teams or something. Chris Boucher, buy the Noah system and send it to Montreal Alliance, please. Something like that. That'd be awesome. Get Abraham and you. You know what? We're going to buy the Noah system from you guys at OVO. We're just going to send it to Montreal, and the CBL is going to use it. I just want that fucking thing gone. It's so bad. Carlos saying, I want Scottie orchestrating the offense as soon as the first quarter. You know, Dennis was doing that. He was orchestrating right off the first possession. Dennis conceded to him right away. He heard all y'all. And he said, all right, they don't want me to run the offense. Well, I'll let Scottie do it. He brought the ball up, but he gave it immediately to Scott. And Scott ran the offense at that point. So they did this. They did this last night. CountryCon saying, nice, Chris. It's all good, my man. We can agree to disagree on Flynn. I know I'm a bit eccentric with him, but have a great day, man. Hope you find the gifts you're looking for. There you go. Mug Brothers in effect. JP is a Mug Brother. We got a whole roster of Mug Brothers now over at that dog park at the Raptors Freak hangout. Yeah, JP is a Mug Brother. And yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not that high on Malachi, obviously, that I would want him to start at this point. I'm barely thinking he's our backup point guard. Let's see. Cook has saying everyone defers to Scottie. They have to. Pascal only takes over as Scottie is off. Otherwise, step back and let Scottie lead. Yeah. I mean, some ways, maybe we should split their minutes and have them completely, one of them always out on the court at all times. I think that they're kind of doing that on the down low already. In some ways, that makes it easier to kind of figure out the hierarchy of who should be getting the ball in their hand to try and score. Siakam, you're in the game. Scottie's on the bench. You do it. Barnes, you're in the games. Pascal's on the bench. You do it. And then there's no confusion about who's supposed to catch a baby from the burning building. Then nobody's like missing it and it's on the floor splattered. Who you were supposed to catch the baby. No, I thought you were going to catch it. Put them on, stagger them opposite. They can play together still, obviously, and it'll still supersede, like Cool Cat said. Scottie will get deferred to from Siakam. But that could be very smart strategy in there, and then it makes it more sensible as to what's happening. Isaac's saying they just got to change the name from Noah to Sersky. Oh my gosh! You know what? This may be the comment of the month. You're gonna get 3 dunks for that. That is a badass dunk. Yeah, I don't know how you did this, Isaac, but you had one basketball in one hand, another basketball in the other hand, and a basketball in your mouth, and you did that crazy dunk where somebody would dunk both basketballs. Well, you did 3. Because you got 3 dunks. Because that's hilarious what you just said. That is a dad joke and a half. They just got to change the name from Noah to Yesurskioa. That is so simple. Why didn't we think of that? All right, let's see. Fun guy saying, that's not fair, Cool Cat, because Scottie's usage has massively taken a hit. Others are still dominating usage. Scottie is still a secondary player to others right now. That's not true. You are not being accurate with this. I'm going to go look at the game last night. That man had the most shots out of everybody. He had 18 shots. The next most shots was Siakam at 15. So that's not true. And then you got Scottie getting 10 assists with 5 turnovers. That's another 15 possessions. So if you really look at it, that's 18 plus 15. That guy is getting like 33 chances to have the ball in his hands. And we add up everybody else's. Let's look at Dennis. Since he's the one everybody's saying is getting the ball more, Dennis got 10 shots. And he got 5 assists and 2 turnovers. So that's 17. And Scottie's getting twice as much as him. So that's bullshit. That is a complete fabrication and a lie, fun guy. I'll say we disagree on stuff, but that is bullshit what you just said. Scottie is getting usage. Trust me. He's getting usage. There's deferring in certain aspects of the game, but overall, Scottie ends up with less usage at the end of most games. Nope. That is not true. That is not true. Let's see. Jillian saying mustard, not ketchup. Laughed out loud. That's right. That's just telling me how far back I was. Mustard, not ketchup. Cool Cat saying we lost the game because only Pascal, Scottie, or the starters were able to contribute. That's the root of the issue. I would say that's not true. I would say that Jakob was a huge contributor in the game early, and we went away from him, and maybe we could have used him. OG could have made threes. Yeah, OG didn't contribute as much as he could. And Dennis was a little off, but he's a little sensitive to people watching him trying to do too much right now. In some ways, that's why I'm pissed at everybody coming down on Dennis so hard, is because we did not want to dull his enthusiasm or his aggression. because in some ways it's necessary. Mel Bester thought I froze when I did that move, when I did the Dylan Brooks stare. He thought I had frozen. That's awesome. I must have stayed really still for that. That was awesome. Fun guy saying, "What the fuck?" Laughing my ass off, Lex. I thought my screen was actually frozen during the Dylan impression. That's awesome. You guys like that? You want me to try to do it again? All right. I don't know if I can do it as well as I did it the last time. I did it perfect though, and I held it for like 2 minutes. Y'all really thought the screen had froze. That's like a funny thing that they do on Twitch streams sometimes. Like somebody will do that to fuck with people. Like Twitch streamers will be on there and they'll just like freeze all of a sudden and I might have to do the freeze every once in a while. Is it Dennis doing the freeze? I might have to do the freeze on my stream. Mission want me to do it again. That's hilarious. Blackhawk saying a fun guy. When you are efficient, the usage won't matter when you are trying to improve off other players. Precious and Malachi were better last night. Even Yaka was efficient. Coach needs to fix defense. They got to get more on like their minds and doing where they're supposed to be and stuff like that. The one thing I will say is our defense is worse this year than last year with Nick. And part of it is because Nick was such a taskmaster about adhering to the defensive energy. And if you didn't do it, you got benched. And in some ways, that's part of the problem. We lost some of our defensive edge from Nick's years because our guys are not as dialed in and scared to do it correctly. They are fucking up on defense all over the place. And whether it's like a brain fart of not knowing what to be or where to be at that moment, or just not the right effort, there's a couple of different ways they're fucking up on defense right now. Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest problems with our team right now. Cool Cat saying, my villain Dylan star is a meditation zen. Did you guys see Jamal join him in the star prior to the Rockets Denver game? And also took pictures with him. Team Canada going to be fired up. That's awesome. So that's why he does it, is a meditation. I thought it was kind of like an intimidation thing. I saw him doing it to us in Toronto once, and I was like, what the fuck is he doing? I was like, what is he doing? Like, that's weird. That's so weird. That's cool. The solidarity between Jamal Murray and him doing it. And that really shows that I think that Mr. Murray wants to play for Team Canada next summer at the Olympics in France. Woo-wee! Let's go, Jamal Murray. Let's go. Let's go, Canada. In some ways, hey, listen, this year for the Raptors may suck, but let's get ready for the Canada team and the Olympics next year and get hyped for that. And you know I'll be covering that like crazy. In the summertime, Team Canada stuff will be in effect. That's right. Jillian's got that time. She's looking at it again. I'm like, that's all right. Maybe I'll do 420 today. Let's do 420, y'all. 10 minutes. I'm on done. 10 minutes. All right. G saying, Dylan the villain used Noah, got his shot right, then changed her setting. I wouldn't put it past him. Have a good day, everyone. That's funny. Gee, that's a funny joke. Dylan came in with Team Canada this summer. He learned how to shoot correctly off Noah. He gave it all the credit, and then he bumped the machine like Fonz, and he jacked up the settings. Monique saying, no more comments. I love it. And Davis giving a star to Garrett Temple, Malachi Flynn, and Precious, and to Monique from Isaac Campbell. And a cut off by David. I see David Saborin being here, sneaking in at the end. I love you, David. Laugh out loud. It's funny. Fun guy saying, Lex, we've had several losing seasons. Laugh out loud. I don't think people will be going anywhere. Raps fan base is insane, and I don't see any casuals going anywhere. In fact, it'll probably get more wild. Well, I'm only hoping for the best. Seriously, if we start losing a lot, they'll become less popular. Trust me. And a lot of people that aren't as invested in it, they will give up and they'll go away. So in some ways, we bottom out and we do really badly. That is going to be one of the hidden side effects that will be positive. Seriously, they will go away. Some of them will. They'll want to go and tear down other teams. If it's other opponents, then they wanted to do this. Their mission's accomplished, and they destroy the Raptors from the inside by acting like us. They'll go away because oh yeah, we did it. We're done. Woo, and they'll leave. I'm telling you, that will happen. I've seen it before and other times in Raptors history. All right, there's way too much on here still. I want to finish this up real quick. Holy crap. I can't believe how much we talked today. Let's see. Raptors Monday, hasta la vista, Lexi. Stargate saying, yes, OG Flynn, Thad, and future second round pick from Mathurin, Nemhard, and Buddy. I don't know if we have to give that much away. I mean, I don't know what the numbers are exactly. If we can do OG and Thaddeus, that may be enough. We may not need to do Flynn, but I'm okay with doing that. I don't even think the draft pick's important. Thank you for Isaac. Cool Cat saying yes. To close the game, we should have taken out Boucher and put in Pascal, and that would have been 3 creators: Pascal, Scottie, Flynn, and everyone can shoot the ball and have a pace. There you go. That was a good way. We're not coaching, and he may have made a mistake, and he'll realize that. Blackhawk saying, I want to see the Porter kid play. Maybe we can use him on the main roster. I do too. He'll probably play at 9:05. Maybe he plays tomorrow. Maybe we see him as soon as tomorrow on 9:05, and then maybe we see him in New York right away, depending on that. Thank you, Jillian, once again. Woo! Yeah! Woo! Let's see. Blackhawk saying, Stargate, I don't like trades, but I could live with that one. Problem is, will Buddy resign with us? Ooh, that is a good question. I don't know. They'd have to read the room and understand it. And maybe, I don't know. I don't want to go that far with it, but that is something they would have to think about if they want to make the move. Is it worth it? You're just going to get a rental of Buddy for the rest of the year? In some ways, that is a good point, Blackhawk. We're going to have to think about that. Beloved Raptor Freaks, most informative game. Blessings to everyone. So sorry for Ron Harper. I hope for a speedy recovery. Randolph Phillips, thank you. Thank you for the blessings. Blessings to Phillips family and all the other Raptor Freaks families. Wayne saying, Darko said that second unit was tired. That's why he brought back the first unit. That is true. When they sat down, they all looked pretty tired. And that made sense. And that is the right thing to do in some ways, but we will never know if the other decision was the right one. Carlos saying, watching and listening to the Doomers attack Darko and Masai is sickening. Yeah, it's just not necessary. It's just not necessary. Once again, your life and your perception and what you do is where your attention goes. And if you want to give attention to losers, trolls, negative ninnies, assholes, Bob the Rebuilders, then go ahead and go watch that shit and listen to it and revel in the toxicity and the poison of it. If you really want to do that, that's your right. But you don't have to. There's another alternative, and I'll explain it more tomorrow. Yeah. Let's see. Infamous saying, respectful, you're picking the wrong game to attack Scottie. Respectfully, you're picking the wrong game to attack. Am I or am I not? Because the trend's already been here. He's been the highest plus minus in the negative for our losses recently. He had a good game today, but we lost. So in some ways, listen, I go the head of the snake first. I've been heavily critical of DeMar DeRozan, Pascal Siakam, and Fred VanVleet and Kyle Lowry in the past. Those are the team leaders. And the people that step up to the top of the chain and they're in charge are the people I will get to first as far as criticizing and what we need to do to get the wins. So everything I did with Scott today is something I do with DeMar 10 years ago, something I do with Kyle 5 years ago, something I would do with Pascal 2 years ago. So it's not like Scottie's getting any special treatment or extra hate from me. This is the same kind of shit I would say about Siakam just a couple years ago. And I'd say it about him still at times. So I can have this criticism. It's fine. In some ways, it doesn't look right because he got a triple-double and he had a really good game statistically, but he had bad mistakes that caused us to lose also. Meredith's here. Good to see Meredith. If we trade OG instead of Pascal, in my eyes, that's a fail. That's bad asset management. We're going to need a player like OG eventually. Pascal is amazing, but he is too similar to Scottie. This is the weird thing because you think that Pascal's too similar to Scottie. I think Scottie's too similar to OG. Seriously. In some ways, the way OG is so powerful, well, we got Precious and Scottie that are just as good defenders that are coming up. And we in some ways, we have a lot of what OG gives us in some ways. And so, I mean, I can make the counterpoint in that way, Meredith. But I get it. We may have our preferences on which one of those guys we were more likely to trade, and they can be different. Wayne saying, go Pacers. I saw this early in the season. This is not just one loss, Jillian. It's a series of losses that are similar in nature. No sugarcoating. Losses are okay, only if they are learning. Okay, she's got the time. I'm going to run through these really quick because I want to be done. Wayne saying, opponents using zone against us is noticeable that none of our players seek positions near the three-point line. When Thad plays, that's what he does, and it works every time. So do other teams. That's a good point. I like that. Wayne saying, Lex, it's our fault for not insisting Flynn, Boucher, Precious, Pascal, McDaniels, and OG adopt a Jamaican fuck you diet. No damn Subway, no Tim Hortons donut. Your attitude determines your altitude. Yeah. You know, what you eat can really shape how you think and how you feel. And if you're eating garbage, you will feel like garbage. That's just a pure truth. Raptors make Jonte signing official. All right, Monica's bringing that through the wire as it happened just now. Modi Youngin, somebody new in here. Let's see. Attacking Scottie after dropping 30, 10, and 10 is outrageous. Laughing my ass up. Well, I am a little outrageous. I do have a beaver puppet, And some people really easy to discount me as some crazy ass Raptors fan. But I will say this: I'm do it with the best intentions in my heart. Mo De Youngin. I do it because I want that youngin to get better and better. And the only way he gets better is from criticism. And nothing I'm saying is a personal attack on him, and none of it is unwarranted. Unless it is something that I said that I did not know, I was not informed well enough on, I will retract it. But otherwise, I feel like what I've said today is fair. And people watching the game will understand that. Milbester is saying, yeah, haha, it was good still. I don't know why they did that free stuff on Twitch, and I always watch streams there. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know. I might do that from time to time. That may become a new gimmick with me. You guys enjoyed it. It's usually, if something's funny to you guys, I'll continue to do more of it. Mischief saying Jonte Porter is a newest Raptor. I got a message from the Toronto Raptors and Deb stuff. Yeah, we got him yesterday. We actually got him yesterday, and we signed him just now. 6'10" forward, younger brother of Michael Porter Jr., Nuggets champion on our team now. Modi Youngin say Masai still on his BS, signing these nobodies. Well, it's the G League level. You sound like a fucking casual that doesn't know fucking basketball. That is a G League move. Ron Harper Jr. is a two-way. What do you fucking think? They're going to go fucking sign a starter on a two-way contract like this? I mean, seriously, you sound stupid as fuck. Welcome to the channel, but you sound stupid as fuck. How about that? Fun guy saying, let's use this Porter guy to back up Jakob. I'm willing to bet $100 that he will become a favorite to even play more center minutes in the future. Maybe not this year, but the future. I could see him playing this year. Yeah. I could see Jonte Porter being able to come in and maybe do some of the stuff that Coloca would have done if he was healthy right now. And I'm hoping that will happen. The two ways haven't even been scratched the surface of coming in and playing with us yet. Javon, Marquise, none of them. Jonte could get in there and be in there soon. Watch. Because we have a need for more bigs right now. And he could come in there. Instead of Precious having to play backup center, maybe Jonte is going to be a backup center all of a sudden. Let's see. Look, I love Jakob, but his limits really hurt. You see when we have the other centers that can do so much. Like, shoot, Jakob is more a backup type center to me personally, and that's not true. Anyway, I'm not going to go too much in that. I got 30 seconds. Wayne saying, as apologist for Precious, I just want him to play his best position, not center. Bring on Porter for center substitute. There you go. Wayne's on the same track as me. I'm with them on that. All right, we lost by 3 points. So what? It happens. Fuck it. It is what it is. Good job, Scottie, getting a triple dub. I am a little critical of you today, but please forgive me. It's out of my purest, best intentions for you to get better as you get. All right, Julian saying, Modi Youngin shows up at the end and says nothing of import. Let's end this on an up note. We will. We always do. All right, y'all. Thanks for watching me today. Tomorrow, Sunday special report. Please join me at 9:30, and it's a very special topic. I love you. Let's go.